EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer, in all its forms, has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by EPARTRADE, Racer, and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis Associates, Total Seal Piston Rings, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and Shop Monkey. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 4 of Race Industry Week 2023, and we have again an absolutely amazing lineup of speakers. So thank you to each and every one of you watching us from all around the world. As we have said in the last few days, not only we're live on Zoom, but also on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on YouTube or different YouTube channels, EPARTRADE YouTube channel, Speed Sport YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, as well as on television with Speed Sport 1, our dear friend from Speed Sport. So thank you again for being with us today. With me this morning are Judy Kin, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Paul Fanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, Mike Kirshner, managing editor and publisher of Speed Sport, and Mr. Chris Medland himself, live from the Middle East, TV commentator, F1 commentator, and F1 journalist, and F1 master for Racer.com. So thank you, Chris, for being with us today. Ladies first, Judy. Oh, you're on mute, Judy. You're on mute. Oh, we can hear Judy. You're on mute.
There we go.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. As Francis said, I'm so grateful to each one of our iconic brands that are sponsoring this week. They are all hardcore racing, so I'm very grateful to them. And what a special week we have already had. I mean, it's not even over. In 2020, no trade shows, pandemic, so we get this idea, let's produce one. And now we're in our 4th annual Race Industry Week, and people are calling it a tradition already, which is heartwarming. So just what a special week, what a gathering we've had this week. It's just the cherry on the top of what this platform is, EPARTRADE. We're like a trade show every single day, 365 days a year. So we have suppliers, brands on here showcasing for buyers all around the world. So please take advantage of it. So Paul?
Thank you, Judy. I agree with every word you said. This has come a long way, and yesterday was spectacular. What we have lined up this morning, though, is what got me up a bit early today. Chris Medland, thank you for your hard work in arranging what I think is going to be a terrific opening interview. And it's great to see you, by the way.
Thanks for having me, Paul. Yeah, it's great to be here. I was enjoying it last year. I am, still in Abu Dhabi after the end of the F1 season and testing. So apologies for the echoey background if I've got that still. But yeah, really looking forward to speaking to Adrian, Newey and Bobby Rahal later this morning, which should be great to put the two of them together because I know that they get on well. So I don't think I'm going to have to do much. I'm just going to tee them up and let them chat.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. And on behalf of the entire team at Racer, we're really grateful to you for the wonderful work you've done during this season and all seasons prior. Thank you for being our face in the Formula One world, and we couldn't be more proud of the work you do. And I also have to say that I learned a lot about this business from the fellow who ran Speed Sport for many years, who was the face of American motorsport to the world, Chris Economaki. And Speed Sport was my inspiration to go into the business I currently am in. And I'm really pleased to introduce my friend Joe Tripp, who we get along with very well. Joe?
Thanks, Paul. I think we inspire each other to do great things for motorsports every day. And media is a challenging business, and we're constantly evolving, and being part of this and helping develop this platform over the last few years has been an honor, and we'll continue to evolve this. So in years to come, this thing will evolve away from, I would imagine a Zoom production into who knows where it goes with technology. I wanted to emphasize this morning that this is an interactive conference, and there are couple of different ways that you can interact as a registrant or a viewer. One is in that chat window. The presenters love to see your comments and questions in the chat window off on the side and try to get to them if they can. That's a great way to interact. Another way is to, if you're registered on Zoom and watching, please share the links, whether on Speed Sport or Racer, so that your friends who may have not registered can enjoy this conference. And then lastly, after this all wraps up on Friday, Francis, Judy, and their team will be editing these down into individual sessions. And I encourage you to look for those on social media and share those, because the content that's been coming out of these sessions this week has just been phenomenal. I mean, yesterday was a tour de force. I couldn't tear myself away from it. But a big inspiration as well for me, and really the person that carries the Chris Economaki legacy forward and that ethos of quality journalism is my friend, colleague, and our managing editor, Mike Kirchner. I know, I do it all the time.
Thanks, Joe. You'll pay for that later somewhere else. No, I'm glad to be here, and this has been a fun week. And today, we've talked to a lot of leadership in motorsports over the first 3 days. Today, we get to the racers, the real personalities, and the people that got me inspired about this sport over the years. We have John Force and Kevin Harvick and Tony Stewart among the guests today, and I think there's going to be a lot of laughs and a lot of really good quotes come out of today's sessions.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. And Chris, back to you. I mean, it's always a great pleasure to welcome you every year to Race Industry Week. And if anyone out there watching us, I never miss an article, a column from Chris on racer.com. If you're a true F1 fan like I am, I mean, he is the master. His understanding, knowledge, and connection to the sport are unbelievable. So Chris, thank you for being with us today. And you've brought some very amazing guests.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm flattered by all the compliments, but yeah, it definitely shouldn't be about me today with Adrian and Bobby joining. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's good for me to get to speak to some legends of the sport as well that have obviously been here a lot longer than I have and helped motorsport grow in the way it has. I think that's one of the beauties of doing this week with the variety of people we get that we hear from, is that you can actually look at the impact they've had over such a long period of time and the ups and downs of motorsport over that time as well. Then the experience they've got to, I guess, understand the pitfalls as well as it. Right now, if we talk about Formula One and the way it's booming, it seems easy, but obviously it's been through tough times before that, and focusing on the US as well has been a big component of that success recently. So yeah, I think there's a lot we can hopefully learn over the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have another Formula One guest tomorrow, right?
We do, yeah. We have Silvia Bello from the Las Vegas Grand Prix will be joining. So she's got a great history actually working with the FIA and Formula One as well. She was a race director over here as well. So she's done a huge amount of experience in different levels and different layers of motorsport. So took on a very big challenge, basically running the race direction side of things, or the sporting and circuit setup side of things in Las Vegas, which was certainly not easy, but really, really excited to hear what she has to say tomorrow.
And she has an amazing background. I mean, when you look at her history of being a steward in the industry and all the places she went to, as I think she was the first woman as a race director, right?
Absolutely, yeah. With the junior formula here, so Formula 2 and Formula 3, and did a great job of it as well. So it was one of those where there wasn't really enough opportunity for females, and she was just blazing her own trail, basically, creating her own path. So her experience, I think, is going to be really cool to have shared tomorrow when she comes and talks about it all, because there will be a lot of focus, obviously, on Las Vegas and everything that went on there a few weeks ago, and her first-hand knowledge of that, because it was such a huge event for motorsport in the US, wasn't it? If not motorsport globally. But yeah, what she's then done prior to that is fascinating as well.
Paul, anything you want to add on? Racer is the voice of Formula One in the US. Anything you want to add?
First off, thank you for noticing Chris's good work and the fact that we really embrace Formula One. That's been the mission of our company since we started. And when I began in this business very, very long time ago, that was my mission. I believe in Formula One. I love Formula One. And we actually started a magazine called Formula. And Formula One was the pinnacle of my ambition. And to see what's happened in the United States during the past few years since Liberty has taken over has been absolutely thrilling. It's all my dreams are coming true. And I know there are now so many more Formula One fans than there were 5-6 years ago, and they're young. We saw, I think last year, the fastest growing segment on our website was the 18 to 24 segment, a 267% increase in that audience. And I know where that's coming from. Thank you, Chris.
Certainly not just me.
I do think that what you're covering has a lot to do with it, though, Chris. And and as we move forward in the year ahead, that audience wants more video, and I think that that's going to be something that Chris is aware that we're working on, vastly expanding our video offerings, and bringing a sound and motion to what we do for these audiences and sharing it in different ways than we currently do. So I'm really excited. But Chris, I think one question I have for you is, can the United States have another race?
Why not? I certainly think it could. If you look at the crowds, I mean, Vegas got a lot of focus because of the price point for some of those tickets, but there was still huge interest in a big crowd on race day, and so many people dressed head to toe in Formula One merchandise as well throughout that event, which was remarkable to see. So I think the appetite is definitely there. You only have to really look at COTA and everything they're doing in Austin. That was a bespoke Formula One event, a track built for it, and it went through kind of the early painful growing years, but then is enormous now. And I think might well be the first event on the current calendar to 500,000 fans over a race weekend. That tells you, and the fact that that's been consistent now for a while, that tells you that the appetite and interest is there. And I certainly think it could have another one. Whether that actually will work with Liberty's plans for how much they want to sell each race for, and obviously needing space on the calendar for other venues, don't race on the African continent, for instance, at the moment. So I'm not sure if they'll push that hard to get that fourth one as it stands, but it definitely could withstand it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. And by the way, I think COTA is just an amazing facility, and the management team has done a remarkable job there. They lead the way in my mind, and they've led the way for Formula One in this country. We worked on a project in 2011 called GP America. It was across from Manhattan, and I do wonder what would have happened had that come to fruition. I think the Northeast is underserved for open wheel racing at the top level in this country. So, fingers crossed that we'll see you a fourth time a year here in this country in the not too distant future. And I do hope they get onto the continent of Africa. That's a big hole in the portfolio of motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Paul. It is 6 a.m. here in California, so it's time to get started. I'm getting a note from our producer. We've got Bobby Rahal on, and I think Adrian should be with us any second. So please stay with us. We are going to bring Bobby on stage with us, and then we should be getting Adrian any second. So Chris, again, thank you for all the hard work in organizing this wonderful conference. And I'm seeing Bobby Rahal right now. We're going to bring him on, and we'll get our production team to coordinate with Adrian, and we'll let you get started, Chris, with Bobby first. And we are going to ask him to start his video and camera, and we should be going. So Adrian, you should be with us any second. Our team is in touch with his team. So why don't you start, Chris, with while we have Bobby, and we're going to get Adrian on.
Good morning, Bobby.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Bobby. Thanks so much for joining us. And thanks for being first. I'll have you know that Adrian asked for you to be with him. He was so keen to do this with you, and now you've beaten him to the punch.
Well, Adrian's God, so he can be late.
Wow. Very kind of you to say. I know you wanted to work with him on multiple occasions during your career. Just where are you joining us from today?
Indianapolis, at our new headquarters here. So, I think I'm in the right place.
Yeah, certainly are. Thank you for being with us this morning. And Adrian, it looks like is just popping up as well. So we'll let him get his camera running and microphone live over a few seconds, and then I've already said in our little build up here that really my role is just to tee you guys up to chat, because with the experience and history you have and the friendship you two have as well, it's going to be, I think, just fascinating to everyone to hear the two of you catch up. So Adrian, good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Right. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. There he is.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you.
Yeah. Good. Sorry, playing with Zoom. We never use Zoom. It's just a pain in the backside, but anyway.
Not a problem at all. And we really appreciate this because if I understand rightly, you're on holiday already, aren't you? Well, I say already, but after the end of the F1 season?
No, not really. No, definitely not holiday yet. It's kind of all, really you start thinking about the next season from kind of springtime, and we're deep into the development of next year's car now.
Well, I do apologise. That was Paul told me that you might be trying to have a bit of a break. But either way, thank you so much then for making the time.
I will be in a week's time or so. Try to get a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very much well earned. And as you say, it's such a busy time for you. But it's great to have you both together for this one because obviously you go way back. And Adrian, if I start with you, can you just explain to anyone who's joining us for this webinar your relationship with Bobby and kind of where it started?
Crikey. Well, that was really back in when I was at March, which was run by a guy, Robin Hurd, the owner of the company. And it made production cars for various series, including Champ Car as it was then, or Kart. And he started a program of effectively rent an engineer from March out to the teams. And so after my year in IMSA GTP in '83, then Robin put me onto that sort of engineer for hire program, placed me at True Sports with Steve Horn. Bobby, of course, was the driver, and that's where it all started from.
And Bobby, what do you remember at that time? Getting Adrian dropped on you, I guess.
Well, I mean, Adrian was quite young, younger than I. I think I was 29, I was probably 30 or 31 at the time because I started INDYCAR racing at 29. But which was young in those days, based on when you could start driving in the U.S. But Adrian came to us in '84, as he said, and we were a small team that had some success, but the '82 season had been pretty good. '83 was okay, but we wanted better. And Jim Truman, who owned the team, had developed a relationship with Robin Hurd, and we managed to sign an agreement. I remember signing it at Phoenix prior to the race weekend that year in '83, and we I don't know if we quite knew who we were getting, but we got Adrian. Of course, he had spent some time over here because of the GTP program. But Adrian came and lived in Columbus with us, and again, it was a pretty tight knit, small team, which was maybe good for all of us because we had to work very closely together. And Adrian was just the relationship that I built that we built together, working together. In those days, you didn't really have data acquisition. You didn't have, multiple engineers. You didn't have, 50 people back at the factory looking at video and what have you. It was you and your engineer, and that was about it. And so Adrian and I, we would go out to dinner a lot. Because he was alone a lot of the time, and we just developed this relationship and the communication. I think that I dare say that in some respects that probably it was better than I had with my wife in terms of communication.
Yeah.
I would, Adrian would answer a question that I'd yet to complete. It was just there was that connection, and there's no doubt about it that I think that had a lot to do with why we were as successful as we were.
Yeah, no, I mean, what Bobby missed out there was that I'd done a year of race engineering in F2, and then a little bit in the GTP series the previous year, but certainly I was kind of quite wet behind the ears as a race engineer. And so it was quite in the deep end, joining an IndyCar team. And Bobby was incredibly patient with me because I remember the first test was at the short oval at Phoenix, the 1 mile oval, and kind of looking at the car, and those cars kind of looked as if the accident had already happened as far as I could see. It was much just kind of all the wheels are at different camber angles. You had the tilt, you had this thing called stagger. all a complete new learning curve for me, and so it obviously took me a little bit of time to get up to speed with that. But Bobby was very patient while I tried to learn my trade, and as Bobby just said, we very quickly built up a very strong bond as a friendship and professionally. Kind of, sorry, phone's making a silly noise. Kind of, and then going out in the evenings discussing the car. Every sort of Friday evening of a race weekend, Saturday evening would always be dinner with Bobby and myself and whoever was around, to discuss the car and what we're going to do for the following day and so forth. And so we really did form a very tight bond. It was, I can honestly say that it was kind of, in terms of the relationship between driver and race engineer, then my relationship with Bobby was one of the ones that I feel kind of has been the strongest that I've enjoyed. It was it is almost to go straight in like that, and be so lucky to work with somebody like, well, Bobby was incredibly unfortunate, and really kind of set me up very well for my career onwards from after that.
Well, I kind of want to pick up on something you said there about learning, and learn, getting the time to learn, but kind of how you learn from each other, because obviously motorsport is technically so complex, but it's also about relationships and experience and how you get on with the people you work with. So Adrian, from your point of view, when you went over there and everything you learned in US racing and the variety of US racing that you worked in, how did that then, I guess, inform your future that became someone who is so revered in the world of Formula One car design now?
Well, I mean, any race car team that's building its own cars as well, then it will have three departments, which is aerodynamics, race, mechanical design, and then call it vehicle dynamics, which includes all the simulation tools we have now, but of course also includes race engineering. So, and in those days, as Bobby said, there was race engineering was simply race engineering. There was no other part to vehicle dynamics. That's all there was. So kind of learning one of those three key figureheads or key departments, learning my trade in one of those departments at that age was completed my, if you like, my initial learning curve, because I started in Formula One as a aerodynamicist, done a year and a half as an aerodynamicist at Fittipaldi. Then at March, started as a junior draftsman and kind of worked my way up through that. Sorry, that'll stop ringing. So it by the time I joined True Sports, then I'd kind of done the other two bits of aerodynamicist and mechanical design. So it completed that part of my training, if you like, that allows me then to be able to take an overview of holistically of the whole car in terms of aerodynamics design and how it operates at the track.
And I might add that there were a lot of 84C Marches on the grid in those days. I mean, March was really the dominant manufacturer at the time, and you had Lola as well. And in 84 in particular, the Lola was quite a good car. Mario had one, Danny Sullivan had one. It was probably, if you looked at how when the cars first came over, probably the Lola was a better car. But as the season progressed with our car, it was because of Adrian's insight and intuition about what needed to be done to make the car better. We did a number of things to that car to make it more effective. For example, cutting the underside of the nose further up so you could run the ride height lower in the front, or lowering the side pods, the top of the side pods down, because there was a fair amount of drag in the car, and just various things like that. So, and ours was the only 84 March that had that. And frankly, I think ours was the only 84 March that was competitive to the Lolas. And, we won several races that year, but we fought particularly by probably Cleveland onwards, we fought Andretti and Sullivan pretty much on equal footing because of all these modifications that Adrian had put into effect. And again, I think it was because, you know, he had a vision of what it should have looked like, or what it should look like, you know, and if he were going to redo it. And I think in those days, the design of the car at March was a shared responsibility by a number of people. You know, somebody got the back end and somebody had the front end, and you know, next thing you know, you have a complete car. But and of course in '85, when Adrian was with us, the '85 car was his baby, really, to my understanding, to my recollection, and the car was a much better car than the '84 car, and it really reflected Adrian's, I think, insight and intuition and imagination.
Yeah, it's certainly a busy period for me because on the back of us getting with Bobby's with our race engineering driving combination, and then all the mods that we made to the car, which it was a very heavily modified car by mid-season. Then yes, you know, Bobby was then able to get on terms, as he said, with Mario and Danny, and Robin Hurd, of course, was coming over to the States, so he was observing that. And so kind of around that mid-season mark, he said, right, you're in charge of the design of next year's IndyCar, which then gave me quite a busy time kind of commuting backwards and forwards. So race engineering at the weekends, then going back to the UK to get on with the design of the '85 car. And that continued through the history, then repeated itself the following year, where I was doing the same to design the '86 car.
Well, apologies from my side to skip this forward a little bit, but I want us to get to kind of where motorsport's at right now before the end of this, and also a couple of questions from people who are watching. But I wanted to go to this is partly an interest question on a personal level, but the Jaguar years. And Bobby, when you were trying to bring Adrian in to Jaguar within Formula One to work with you, how exciting would that have been from your perspective to have teamed up within Formula One, and how close did it feel like it came?
Well, I mean, that would, you know, I think there was a lot of comment at the time, you know, when I signed on with Jaguar. You know, Neil Ressler, who was the chief technical officer of Ford Motor Company, is the one who brought me in. You know, we had been a Ford Works team in IndyCar towards the end of my career, and then up to that point in 2000. And I guess he kind of liked the way we did things. But the minute it was announced, all of a sudden everybody got, you know, a lot of comments in the press and by some of the aficionados. Oh, well, you know, obviously Adrian's going to go work with Bobby now. And, you know, of course, Adrian had a lot of responsibilities and had so much success at the point that, you know, and Jaguar was a team that was trying hard, but, you know, needed better direction or what have you. And so I mean, obviously it was something that I was going to pop the question eventually. So, because that would only make sense, right? As my responsibilities as the team principal of Jaguar Formula One, you know, who you going to get? Well, you want to get the best guy in the paddock, and that was Adrian, and still is, and which is amazing when you think the longevity of his dominance as a designer is something that's just historic. You know, unfortunately, it didn't work out. It is kind of ironic that Red Bull then ended up taking over the Jaguar headquarters. So I guess it's there in spirit. Maybe it's nothing else. But you know, clearly, you know, as I found at the time, after my first year there at Jaguar and in Formula One, that you know, that Ford's probably commitment to IndyCar, to Formula One, was probably not where it should have been. I remember a meeting with the CFO of the Premier Auto Group. The Premier Auto Group was Ford's little division that included Jaguar, Land Rover, Volvo. They actually had Cadillac as part of it at one point in time. And I remember trying to explain to this fellow, the CFO, why it was important for us to get Adrian, and yes, a lot of money, but just think how much money he'd save us, because all those years of R&D would be erased, and we'd be able to take advantage of the, we close that gap dramatically. It took me a day to make the fellow understand that. And that kind of set that kind of upset me, because like, well, geez, I don't think Frank Williams had to ask anybody to build a wind tunnel. He just went on and did it, or Ron Dennis, or whoever the fellow might have been. So in any event, it was, obviously there were a lot of factors out there that were for and against the two of us coming in. And in the end, Adrian did the right thing. But it was fun for a while.
Yeah, Adrian, what do you remember?
For me, it was, I'd have loved to have worked with Bobby. Always had a good friendship, which continued long after I stopped race engineering in INDYCAR and went to Formula One. So the opportunity to work together would have been fantastic, and that's the bit that attracted me to Jaguar. But kind of it became apparent that there's also quite a lot of politics at board level and so on and so forth, and that made me a bit nervous. It's one of those kind of what if ones. As I said, it would have been fabulous to work together. In the end, I kind of became nervous of it, and so it didn't happen. But yeah, in a parallel universe, it would have been fascinating to know how that would have worked out.
Yeah, it really would have. And but you mentioned politics.
I think it was probably around 1992, because it would have been my team at the time. I went up to Montreal and offered a position as one of the principals of Team Rahal at the time. Because to me, Adrian is just, that would be the catch of all time, to be able to have Adrian. And, the reality even then, I think, unfortunately, was that INDYCAR was so restrictive in compare, from an engineering standpoint, and still is to this day compared to Formula One. Let's face it, Formula One it's all about the technology, and it's all about the complexity and what have you. And so it didn't work. But I think the thing that's so refreshing or rewarding, probably is a better word, is that regardless, my relationship with Adrian began in 1983, and here we are, 40 years later. Yeah. And I was in Miami, thanks to Adrian, invited us down, my wife and his wife, Amanda, and we just had a great time, and it was great to be a part of it. And, I just have tremendous pride for Adrian, just the job he does. It's just amazing. And so regardless, over the history of our relationship, there's been, here, up, down, whatever. But the strength of it is probably greater today in my mind. And I think in Adrian's as well. We don't want to speak for him, but the strength is greater today as it's ever been.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to say that. I thought you said the friendship bit, but yeah, no, that's kind of you. No, but I think, as Bobby says, that friendship between us has endured, and that's been a real high point.
Yeah, and as you said that you could have worked together, but politics kind of was something that you're wary of then. From the outside, it certainly looks like that's maybe one of the reasons why you fit so well at Red Bull, and the clarity that there was from the leadership there. Is that the case? Is that why it's been such a good fit for you, and you've been able to really find a home there for such a long period now and turn it into such a dominant racing team?
I think that the great thing, what attracted me to Red Bull, really was that kind of, I've been lucky enough to have success at Williams and McLaren, but they were both great teams that had won races and championships long before I arrived, and perhaps in both cases had got a bit lost. The competitiveness had gone down a little bit. But when I joined, therefore, my job was very much a design-based job. It was try to improve the competitiveness of the car. The infrastructure of the teams, both teams, was well established. If you wind back slightly further than that, the first team I worked for in Formula One was Leighton House, and that grew out of March. So for me, it was a natural transition from INDYCAR into Formula One, but without effectively changing team, still March. And that was a tiny little team. We were literally 50 people and about 4 or 5 engineers. Can't believe it by today's standards. And we were a bit, our performance was a bit erratic, I have to admit, but we considering the size of the team, we had a car that could be very competitive. We almost won in Ricardo in 19 and so forth, but the team was starting to lose its money. Akagi being a bit of a naughty boy and ended up in prison for quite some time, the owner. So that team, I left because it was clear the writing was on the wall. But it felt very much unfinished business that had we had funding and a bit more time, maybe we could have got somewhere. So when the Red Bull one offer came up, it was really the attraction of being involved in a team more or less from the start, and therefore able to kind of mold it and set it up in the way that I felt would work from an engineering point of view. And I think the extra 3 years, 4 years that I'd had since almost joined with Bobby, perhaps that also helped me then to have just a bit more maturity to that. What was really quite a different task, which was initially setting up the whole engineering team and getting the infrastructure and the work ethics and the communications correct before concentrating as much on the design side.
Well, speaking of design, this year's RB19, I mean, the most successful and dominant Formula One car in history. How have you created then a team around you that has been able to produce something like that in a time where, is it fair to say it's maybe the most restrictive set of regulations you've had to work under?
Well, I think if you go back then so I started at Red Bull very early 2006. And as I said, that it was then kind of setting up the engineering team and particularly communications, seating plans, trying to reduce the meeting culture that seemed to be quite strong, trying to kind of also get people just to talk to each other rather than emailing each other all the time, getting all the departments sitting geographically next to each other rather than in different buildings, the 3 departments I referred to earlier. So it's getting all that right initially. And then from that, we've just grown that basic structure, managed to attract some great people through the years. So fantastic team of engineers that we now have, but try to run it as a very flat structure. Of course, you have to have an organogram of who's in charge of who, but as much as possible, we try to run it flat. And that hopefully makes it a place where people enjoy working there. That becomes self-feeding, that if people enjoy working there, then it's easier to attract good people. It's easier for them to kind of perform at their best. And that it has really, as Bobby alluded to earlier, motor racing ultimately is a people sport, and it's the people that work in the company that are key to its success. Well,
Speaking of people, then I want to bring in a question that we've had from someone who's following here to kind of get you both involved in this, because it's from Colin Ashlaw. Sorry, Colin, who says, from your perspectives, and maybe Bobby, if you want to start with this, says, how challenging was the transition from the more pure mechanical and analog era of the 1980s to the multi-departmental computer-aided design and engineering of today? Did either of you resist, or was it a natural evolution that you were comfortable with over time?
Oh, well, certainly. I think it was probably about 1987 that Pi Electronics was created, maybe 86, but really some of their products put into effect in 87. You know, it was crude. It's very simple, I should say, probably a better term. But all of a sudden now to have that kind of information, I mean, that was fantastic, because it gave credibility to what you might say as a driver. Now some might say, well, no, it wasn't doing that, it was doing this. And here, look what the data says. But I think any driver worth his salt at the time would have said, yeah, this is going to just make me better. And the better I understand it and can use it to good effect, the better I'll be. So for me, it was like somebody turning the light on a bit, that, wow, so that's really what's going on here. It's not just, because prior to that, it was really what, here you are supposed to be driving 90 to 100%, and you had to be able to feel what the car was telling you, and then to be able to verbalize that in a way where the engineer understood it, and oftentimes understood it under a real time crunch, in between runs from qualifying or in between practice sessions or whatever. So, I think the advent of data acquisition was obviously that just grew the pace of racing cars so much in that brief period of time. And, obviously, as a result of that, the costs go up, you got more people now. And of course, now you look at it, and as I said, and ours is a very simple case in IndyCar because we don't produce anything. In other words, we don't build cars, our own gearboxes. We don't do any of that. We take things off the shelf and try to make them better. So whereas in 1982, when I started IndyCar racing, we might have had 5 or 6 people, in the team. That was that. And, today, per driver, we probably have, 25, 30 people. So, we have our 3-car team here. We've got probably right around 100 people for a car that demands no construction, no production needs, but obviously the ability to interpret all the data that's created every time the car goes out. You need the resource to be able to consume it and understand it and apply it. And so that's a big difference.
For you, Adrian?
Yeah, I think, as probably said, then the early days of data recorders, which sort of came in, somewhere around 87, were very simple. They're kind of throttle trace, damper movements, and that was about it. They did, of course, tell you that when the driver came in and said, "I'm flat through turn 1 in Indy," you could actually see if he was right or not, and quite often he wasn't. There's a little confidence lift that either was subconscious or just wasn't being fully truthful. But I think then, because these things are evolutionary, then you almost don't notice it because it just comes in slowly. So if I look back, I mean, certainly it wasn't, for instance, in aerodynamics then up until really kind of towards the mid to end of the 90s, then wind tunnels were your only tool. There's no such thing as CFD, computational fluid dynamics. And the only thing you had to help you visualize what was going on was FlowVis, which you probably see on the Formula 1 cars in FP1s, and wall tufts, and that was it. So you had to kind of build up your understanding of the flow field from very basic tools, in much the same way as you said with race engineering. Then it was purely talking to the driver and then trying to understand what to do next. That is now very different, and that really is directly the result of computing power that it's obviously mushroomed from kind of mid-80s through. So then CAD systems started to come in and replace drawing boards in somewhere around the mid-90s, to the point I am the only person now left in the industry that still works on a drawing board. But for me, that's just a language. It's whether you use a drawing board or a CAD, I'm not sure it actually is hugely matters. For me, it's just a way of getting an idea from in your head onto a medium. And since I grew up on the drawing board, that's the language that I'm most comfortable with. I'd always be slower than on a CAD system than the kids. So yeah, I don't think you can say it's very different. I don't think there's a better or a worse. It's just different, and you grow and adapt with it.
Well, it's certainly proven out this year, hasn't it, that it certainly hasn't slowed down any of the cars you've designed. So it definitely works. Just checking with Francisca and Julie how long we've got now. Do you need me to wrap this?
I hate to be the one saying we have to end, but unfortunately we didn't have enough time, and wish we could have you on for another 3 hours. But maybe we could make it a tradition. I'd like to send an invitation to have you back maybe for a longer session next time, because that was so wonderful. And thank you, Chris and Adrian and Bobby, for allowing us to have you on. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. So stay with us and have a wonderful holiday, Adrian, after you're done and you're traveling. And then Bobby will probably see you in the next few races. So thank you very much for being with us. And we're going to be transitioning to our next session. Chris, you are off for, there Chris is gone. So we're going to bring Jeff Hammond and Kevin Harvick for our next session.
I'm very excited about this. Kevin's just having a transitional year, and then he's also part owner of Cars Tour Series. So I'm very excited to have Cars represented here, and also hear from Kevin directly what's going to happen this upcoming year. So good morning, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I hope you are having a wonderful day. And yeah, great insight from Bobby Rahal on that last interview, and definitely looking forward to here in the next little bit to pick Kevin Harvick's brain. And I mean, he's into everything. He's done everything. I mean, it's like, it's just, I think we're really honored to be able to have him be a part of our industry week.
Thank you for joining us, Kevin. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys. Good to be here.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you, sir?
Well, so far so good. I'm on day 3 at the banquet, so I'm getting close to the end of everything that we need to be doing, and my driver commitments will officially be over.
I was thinking this morning when I got up, I said, how do I talk to a guy that I have watched come through NASCAR my entire life? I mean, like I say, I've watched you since you showed up with Ron Hornaday and know about you and watched you and the evolution of your career. And now I'm seeing you hang up your helmet. It's like, no, he's got too much. He's too young. He can't be doing this. But when you look at the records, you've earned the right to say, hey, I want to do something different. I want to take on some new challenges. Does it seem like it's coming to an end, Kevin? I mean, is it what does it feel like right at the moment?
Yeah. So, well, I guess the first thing I'll tell you, it doesn't really feel like it's coming to an end, because it feels like a normal off season at this particular point, because of the fact that, as the season ends, you go back and try to tidy things up and put all the pieces together to be organized and restructured for the next year. And for me and my family at this particular point, it's a lot of projects that we've been working on for the last year and a half in anticipation of getting out of the driver's seat and moving on to the television booth with Fox, and moving our businesses around to restructure and reorganize and so at this point, it just feels like a busy regular off season. And I think for me, it'll really start to set in when I get to the Daytona 500 and I'm sitting at the top of the racetrack and watching the cars go around and not in the garage, trying to execute the plan of what we think is right to go out on a racetrack and be competitive and try to put yourself in position to win a race. So it seems like business as usual right now. It's been a lot of work to kind of balance everything as we got through the end of the season with everything that you have in front of you. And but it's been worth it to go through the last season and get out of the car and do things how we wanted to do the things that we did the last season, and that was tell a story over the 30 years of racing that I was able and fortunate to do and have some success and tell old stories and have fun and on to the next chapter.
If you're a little bit like me, you're so busy looking forward, you don't look back sometimes and reflect on that. Did this past season, with what you just said, did it give you time to relive some of those moments a little more in depth than what like I say, when you win a race, like we run, we win. Oh yeah, but now we got to go here. But you never really get it. Sometimes absorb it. I mean, and you got big wins, Daytona and Indy. It's like this. I mean, man, you've won all of the big ones.
Well, for me, I was fortunate to have a boss in Tony Stewart that had some great advice on the things that he liked and didn't like about his last year of driving. And one of his biggest pieces of advice was, hey, let your guard down. Let the fans and the racetracks and the sport just go back and help you tell that story and just enjoy it. And I think for me, that was not something that I would typically do, but we took that advice. And last November, we sat down and said, okay, we want to tell a story of the past 30 years. We want to be able to let the tracks and the fans celebrate whatever moment it is, whether it was a win, a loss, whatever it was. And to hear those stories and go back and see the pictures and stories and celebrate the moments and really just let your guard down and not worry about, okay, we won a lot of races here, we didn't win any races here, whatever that was, but just take it in for that particular moment was definitely worth it. And I think the fans enjoyed it. I enjoyed going back through all the footage and pictures and different moments that we've been fortunate to have throughout my career. So Stewart Haas Racing did an amazing job of with all the content and all the things that they were able to put out on social media and the helmets and paint schemes. Everything told a story, and every week it was a story that was thought out with a sponsor or a track or a moment, and they did a great job putting all those pieces together.
I wasn't planning on bringing him in at this point in time, but since you said this like you did, how about your son Keelan? Did he get a kick out of this? Because again, he wasn't around and wasn't, he was really, really young in some of your great moments in your career. But for him to see Daddy's career, did that make him prouder of you? Did it make him appreciate anything, or what did he get out of it?
Yeah, well, I think for me it was a unique year. So Keelan spent the first half of the year in Europe racing go-karts, and so he came home at the end of June. He would go over sporadically as we went out to race wherever we were racing. So the unique part of that was I got to spend a lot of time with Piper, who is 5, and she's old enough now to be able to take a lot more of it in. So there were a lot of weekends where it was just Piper and I. Delana would stay home, and Keelan would be wherever he was racing in Italy at the time, or off racing his legend car and doing the things that he was doing. But as we got to the second half of the year, Keelan was done in Europe and came home and raced here in the U.S. in his legend car, and we spent the last 3 weeks of the season everybody together going to the last few races of the season. But NASCAR is a unique sport. Your kids grow up in the motorhome lot and around the race cars, and this, Jeff. I mean, it really is. And racing in general is something that you pass from generation to generation, and Keelan has fallen into that category, and he races more than I do, so we try to balance that as much as we can, and he goes to they're both homeschooled, so you have to you balance the racing schedule and the school schedule, and but there were a lot of moving pieces, and our kids are fortunate to be able to. I basically took him to work with me, and when Keelan was younger, I literally took him to work with me. I'd take him in the garage, he'd stand up on the trailer, sit on the pit box, and you can't do all those things anymore in the current environment. But what a great place to raise your kids and watch them. They get to watch you work and also be around a lot of great people in the racing world.
No, that's well said, and I want to take you back, and you probably will not remember this, but this is one of the things that I admired about you. Not just your driving ability, but your insight. When you had KHI, you and I were up in, we were racing Dover, and I had heard that you were getting ready to close down KHI, and it's kind of like, why? I mean, man, you're kicking butt. You bringing great talent through the deal, and you told me then, you said, it's too much work. I'm busting my butt here on the cup side, trying to earn money and turning around and invested in this company. And I feel like I'm like a hamster on them wheels. Just I'm running and running and running and running. I'm not getting nowhere. I'm going around in circles, and I've got to get control of that and downsize and do something, different. Ever have any regrets for doing that? Because I thought it was an unbelievable smart move at that time, because anybody knew back then how difficult it was to make money in racing without spending money. It was hard to do.
Yeah, well, I think at that particular time we were very, very fortunate, and really KHI started really, I hadn't won a truck race, and we wanted to win a truck race. So in 2001, that's when we started KHI and went on to, I think we had 2 or 3 Xfinity teams and 3 or 4 truck teams, and at one point we were putting probably 11 trucks on the grid. We built all those trucks in our shop. Start to finish, chassis, bodies, parts, pieces, had all the CNC machines that built all the pieces and everything to go with it. So it was a huge machine, but racing in general is a 24/7 job if you want to be good at it. You have to evolve with the sport. In order to evolve with it, you have to constantly think about it. And I think that from the driving standpoint, currently, that's the part I'm looking forward to the most is letting go of that competitive piece, that competition mindset. But as an owner, you have that competition mindset. You have the responsibility to go out and get the sponsors and do all the things that came with that. So when I went to change jobs and we started a family, and we had 140 people at that particular time working at KHI, and it was more than we could manage. And at that point, the focus was really, hey, what do we have to do personally to make ourselves better, to put ourselves in a position to win a championship? And we thought that moving on from KHI at that particular time was the right thing to do. We sold our house, moved, switched teams, and pretty much purged everything in our life in order to start a new process and put ourselves in position to fix and correct the things that we thought were wrong from our personal standpoint, in order to be better when we showed up at Stewart Haas Racing. And obviously that paid off, and we were able to win the championship and win a lot of races. And it was a great second half of my career. So, but yeah, I love the race team. I love the pushing of moving the pieces around and trying to play the game and mix and match people and try to do better than the guys sitting in the next garage next to you week in and week out. But the evolution of it is constant. And I always told our guys on the race team, even today, it's evolve or die in racing. If you don't evolve with the sport, you're just going to get left behind. And in order to do that, it's a lot of time and money and effort to think about all the things that you need to be doing.
Well, I think that's a good way to segue into what I think is also kind of fresh on everybody's mind. And I think you're probably about as pumped up about that as anything, probably. And that's the Cars Tour. I mean, big announcements, not only the fact that you announced you were a partner, but now you've got a major sponsor in Z-Max. And I mean, tell me about that. I mean, that idea that you're, I don't want to, I'm going to be careful. I don't use this word and get myself in trouble, but you're supposed to be retiring. And it looks to me like you're just turning the page and changing a different gear. And, you're still going to be heavily involved in racing, not just broadcasting, but I'm still say hands-on.
Yeah, well, I'm retired from driving. I'm still going to work, and I love racing. I mean, we're a racing family. My wife grew up in racing. I grew up in racing. It's given us a great life. And every time I try to go do something else, I just screw it up. So, we've stuck to racing and know that's the business that we know. And we try to do everything we can to make the most out of it. And, I think the Cars Tour venture with Dale and Justin and Jeff has been very good for me to learn from the ownership side of a series. And I think when you look at our first year, the biggest thing that we had to do was not screw it up, because the Cars Tour is a tour that Jack and has built over the last 10 years, and late model stock racing in the Southeast is alive and well. And for us, we had a great first year. We did everything that we wanted to do, and now as we go into 2024, you start to see the small things that everybody's been working on come together, and adding a title sponsor like ZMAX to the series just continues to hopefully build on that credibility that we're trying to give our competitors and teams a stable place to race, but also a place to where that if you show up, you're going to get some great competition, some great exposure, and that's basically what we've tried to do, is use our platform to help the grassroots racer be able to learn how to be a professional. And as we go through next year, I think as I mean, a lot of people think that you buy the series and we're just four guys that are hands off, but we're as involved in the day-to-day operations as you could possibly imagine. And it's been really fun. We have a very unique group of owners that sees things from, I think we all have our strengths and see things from a different perspective. And I think that's, that's been fun, because it's fun to hear what somebody else is seen, and what they think about a certain situation. So, but the Cars Tour is something that we all have a passion for, and I think that shows through in the things that we do and talk about, and all of us are very involved. And when we speak about it, we know what we're speaking about, because we've been dealing with it day in and day out. So it's been a great start to hopefully 2024, and adding ZMAX and everything that we've done with Kip and coming into to run the series is just continues to add on the credibility that has come with the Cars Tour.
Well, that being said, I mean, I've got to say, on a personal note, I was excited to see your schedule included 2 trips back to North Wilkesboro, and including your season finale up there. To me, I think that North Wilkesboro belongs on anybody's circuit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a great racetrack, and I think with the improvements they continue to make up there, I can't wait to see the Cars Tour back up on the new pavement and everything that they've already done since the last time you guys were there.
Well, North Wilkesboro and Marcus Smith and his group have just been great to work with, whether it's the ZMAX side of things, or being able to lean on them for advice, or both trips to North Wilkesboro. And when you look back at everything that's happened at North Wilkesboro, the Cars Tour is it's a big part of that. And with running their race that they had there to kind of reopen the racetrack, and now having 2 events there with a facility that's been completely redone from top to bottom for the most part. So it's for us, we wanted to end our season a little bit sooner. Late model stock racing has 3 or 4 big races at the end of the year. So us ending our season, hopefully that'll give those racetracks a little bit of time to breathe. And for us, we've been trying to work as much as possible with NASCAR on their late model stock program to kind of go hand in hand with the Virginia Triple Crown races, all the races at the Icebreaker at the beginning of the year, the Fall Brawl and the 400 and Thanksgiving Classic and everything that late model stock racing has at the end of the year. But being able to end at North Wilkesboro for us just goes right back to that credibility of the series. And being able to have a huge short track event, at the end of the year at North Wilkesboro to end our season is something that we're excited about. And I think when you hear the feedback and all the things that we've had so far with our competitors, they're obviously excited to end the season at North Wilkesboro and have that be their championship race. So having the racetrack embrace that and want to have that year-end event with great promotion and the things that the competitors deserve just makes our job so much easier, because of the fact that they're so tied into wanting our series come to the track. So being there during All-Star Week allows our guys a huge stage to be able to perform in front of truck teams and cup teams, and we have a lot of eyeballs watching on that particular week, and having our championship race at North Wilkesboro just adds one more layer to that.
Yeah, and to add one other thing there, that ever since this announcement was made and schedule came out, I've had a lot of people that live in Wilkes County. I mean, they're jumping up and down because they feel like, here again, we've got a great event in May, but now we're able to go into kind of like that community's area. That, it's the fall time, so you got a lot of tourists coming through that want to go up to the mountains in North Carolina, and they've got an event that they can plan for and be a part of. I mean, the community itself, I think they're buzzing about the fact that you guys are going to be there in October, and I think that just adds even more, I think, to the buzz that you've got going on. You got that community, really wanting to support you, so I think you're going to get huge crowds right there for the event.
Well, the community in North Wilkesboro is the reason that the racetrack's still there, and there's a lot of race fans that just love racing, and they had a very deep passion for the racetrack and stuck to their guns and were able to get the racetrack back to where it is. But we're fortunate as a series and really as a racer in general to be able to have something that really sat there since 1995, and now it's back to what it is today. So we need to protect our short track system, and North Wilkesboro is something that really nobody ever expected to be back, and now you look at it completely repaved and redone and everything functioning, and really the community is what makes it happen, because we have to have those butts in the grandstands to sell tickets and keep everything functioning. From a financial standpoint, and people showing up to watch the race is what it's all about. But they've had no problem supporting any of their racing so far. So that is definitely something that we're excited about, for North Wilkesboro, because the community, the racing community, is so passionate about any sort of racing that shows up at their facility.
Jeff, you're on mute, Jeff.
I've got moving around too much trying to check on something. I apologize. I was trying to see how many people had sent your chats. People are talking to us all the time. But where I was going with this, what about this latest edition? Not only do you have the Cars Tour, but you got a track to run them on now. Is that correct? You're getting ready to buy a racetrack, or you're buying a track?
Well, we're part of the group that is taking over Kern County Raceway. It'll be Kevin Harvick's Kern Raceway with Tim Huddleston and his family who currently run Irwindale. And when Tim approached me about the project of coming in to help take over Kern and try to get really Kern Raceway back on the map in a weekly way with weekly competition and having some big events and doing the things that has always been supported in Bakersfield. Bakersfield is a racing town. For me, it's my hometown, and it's something that I want to be a part of and see succeed. So to be able to be a part of that group and hear Tim's ideas and see what he's done at Irwindale to bring that to Kern is something that we're going to work hard to do our part to bring as many people and sponsors and attention to the racetrack. And I think when you look at the facility, it's in my opinion one of the nicest short tracks in the country, and it's kind of a hidden gem that needs to be exposed to the world, and hopefully we can do that.
Well, I'm sure with your help you'll be able to get that accomplished, because I've never seen you take on a project that didn't turn out to be positive. Congratulations on a tremendous career. Thank you for everything you've done for the sport that I love dearly. Spent my entire life in, and you've been a great part of it, fun to watch. I continue to want to watch you as you move your career into the television booth. Don't take no crap off of Boyer next year. And good job with the family and everything, Kevin. Like I say, it's just been a pleasure. Really, really do appreciate you taking time up there up in Nashville to spend some time with us here on the EPARTRADE Race Industry Week.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Jeff, thank you so much. Another great session today. We're going to take a little break, and we will be right back with you to talk rally racing with the WRC.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. With us this morning is Lawrence Foster from Racer. Good morning, Lawrence.
Good morning. How are you all doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We had 3 fabulous days. We're starting day 4, like couldn't be better. So, any thoughts? You are the man behind this, the editorial team at Racer. So, anything you want to share?
No, I've enjoyed the range, the eclecticism, just the sheer variety over the last 3 days, and I'm about to enjoy one of my highlights of Race Industry Week, which is always to get inside the WRC for a few minutes. So yeah, looking forward to that. And,
Lawrence, I think we do a pretty good deal trying to cover every aspect of racing, from all the grassroots up to the top series, right? So,
oh yeah. The more the merrier. Everybody has got a place, and it's fascinating to hear it. And I see that Peter has appeared.
Right there. Good afternoon, Peter. So, Lawrence, you're on with Peter.
Well, thank you very much. Peter, this has become an annual tradition, and always fascinating to get an update and get the insight on the WRC. So 2 weeks since we finished the 2023 season in Japan, 8 weeks, if my math is correct, before we start 2024 with the Monte Carlo Rally. A few things to unpack, but first of all, 2 years into the Rally 1 era with the hybrid cars headlining the WRC. Just give us your take now that the Rally 1 cars are actually reaching, a certain maturity. Where are we at the moment?
First of all, you can see what is going to happen soon. This is the Casino Monte Carlo behind me. With the 3 current manufacturer teams, and exactly on the 25th of January, we're going to start for the 3rd year. And everything so far happened. It was exceeding our expectations. At the very beginning, some of the hardcore fans said, okay, hybrid will be boring, the cars will be slower. Even some drivers said, okay, we will miss these fantastic Rally 1 cars from the generation before. But nobody says this anymore, because it's action-packed season is behind us. 500 horsepower. A part of that, we have 134 in electric form. The cars are really rocket fast, and they are setting standards in terms of sustainability. We are not using only the electric power, but we also have the 2 years very well experienced with the 100% sustainable fuel, which is, by the way, used for the entire field of 4x4 cars in the WRC.
And obviously, like most series, you're looking for the next step. 2027, we've got I would say, revised technical regulations as opposed to all new. Can you give us a little insight into where Rally 1 could be heading in 2027? I think we know where it isn't heading.
Yeah, let's say it this way. One thing to be clarified is that the FIA, the Fédération Internationale Automobile, is the governing body. They take the decisions, but we are happy to join the table to discuss, to bring ideas, and everything is done with the current 3 manufacturers, Hyundai, Toyota, and M Sport Ford, in order, on one hand, to save the invest has been made and to develop the sport. And what I've heard so far is that maybe in 27 we will have a different approach on the shape of the cars. We keep the basis with the chassis, with the configuration, the combination between sustainable fuel and a hybrid unit. But the main aim, as far as I learned, is to get the cost a little bit down and to give more flexibility in the choose of the bodywork. That means we have at the moment the kind of possibility of scaling. If you see the Hyundai i20N, this is a coupe. We have the Toyota GR Yaris, which is a compact car, and we have the Ford Puma, which is a small SUV. And in the future, maybe some manufacturer want to enter with a coupe. Possible, because if the basic measurement of the car is kept, I learned from FIA they would like to develop next year, together with the manufacturers, a more open regulation, getting costs down and allowing more accessibility. And this is due to be finalized next year, but they're already everybody's working on it, and I'm quite confident we will have a very good regulation.
Now, Peter, you mentioned taking costs out of the formula. How important for you do you feel it is for now Rally 1 is reaching that mature stage that maybe we are seeing extra entries in terms of privateers or semi-factory entries? And give us any thoughts or indications on that potential 4th manufacturer. I mean, I know we all have theories on who it might be, how advanced it is, but any take on that?
There are some discussions, but at the moment it's quite sensitive to mention it clearly. But all the regulation is should be addressed in a way that nobody feels excluded. If somebody has a small series production of a special car or even want to enter a show car, this should be possible in the future. And the problem, or let's say the challenge we are facing at the moment, we are still in a period of uncertainty in terms of the passenger market. You see that everybody is going full electric. This is something for us at the moment not feasible. On the other hand, there is still a strong need for combustion cars. I give you an example. When we were in Chile, there was a Chinese manufacturer who sold a bunch of pickups. They were sponsoring the Rally Chile, and these cars are fully ICI. I would not deny that that electric is very important for mobility, but maybe in some region of the world, and we are World Rally Championship, ICI will still keep alive for several decades. And for that reason, we are well prepared with the sustainable fuel. But at the moment, we are discussing with a lot of people, and the main message should be the invest is lower than in the past, and you can be fast competitive due to the learnings. And this is something I think we can offer a good package, but it's a challenge to get somebody on board. That's for sure.
And looking at the hierarchy, we have the Rally 1 cars, we have the Rally 2 machinery. We had a magical moment on the opening morning of Rally Japan where suddenly WRC2 cars were there, sort of reaching the bottom of the top 5. You know, it was obviously circumstances, basically a monsoon-like road conditions helped. But is there an impetus to maybe narrow the gap between Rally 1 and WRC2, the Rally 2 cars?
No, the gap is big enough. I think the gap is sometimes even too big. We see it with young drivers when they want to move on from the Rally 2 to the Rally 1. It's a big gap. But Japan was, for me, it was the first stage in the rain on Friday. Afterwards, you are more wise than before. Maybe it was not a good idea to run on these conditions. And we had some accidents, and I learned also that there was some issues with the windscreen heater on some of the Rally 1 cars, and Andreas Mikkelsen in the Skoda didn't have that problem. But on the other hand, if you're just swimming around, it doesn't matter how much horsepower you have because you're limited by the grip. So for that reason, and Mikkelsen just took the chance to make the most out of his car. But again, this was a little bit too much. I think rally drivers are able to handle everything, but the learning was maybe it was not so smart to do this stage. But there are always pros and cons. And if you walk through the service park, some guys says yes, we have to face it. Other guys, and I'm one of these guys, we don't have so many cars. And for me, it was a little bit too much gambling on this morning. But anyway, at the end of the day, we had a fantastic rally as well.
talking of guys like Mikkelsen, Oliver Solberg, Sami Pahari, Johan Rossel, Emil Lindholm, there is a large group there of the next wave of potential superstars. How important do you think it is for, when you look at the regulations, when you look at the costs, that we do get, you mentioned that, not so many cars in Rally 1 at the moment, but to actually widen the field and give a chance for some of these guys to actually make the step. It seems there's a little bit of a log jam at the moment of new talent.
Yeah, the problem always is if you let the engineers do their job, you end up with fantastic products, but they're a little bit expensive. So it's normal in every sport. I think Formula One had it when they introduced the famous cost cap. Other sports had the same issues. And for us, it's now to be very careful that this money-wise gap between the Rally 2 and Rally 1 machinery is not getting too big. But you just named some names, and all of these guys you are mentioning, they have a feasible chance to be very soon in the Rally 1, because the manufacturers themselves, and I was talking to Cyril Abiteboul from Hyundai, he is taking a very close look on the young drivers. Same M Sport Ford developed for decades young and promising drivers, and so Toyota is. But I'm not entitled to give you, let's say, share all the knowledge, because I would like Toyota to do so. But I'm quite confident that we will see a lot of those guys, those names you just mentioned. We will not have to wait too long to see them in Rally 1 machinery in the future.
And looking to the 2024 calendar, some interesting additions. Love to see Safari moving to a proper Safari early spring slot. We've got an interesting, I'd call it the Baltic swing, where we have Latvia, we have Poland, we have Finland. Central European Rally makes a return. Chile is back on. But I'm more intrigued in a way by some of the events that aren't on. We don't go back to Mexico in 2024. The elephant in the room for North American fans, what also is happening at the moment with a US round of the WRC. Chattanooga, and then Chattanooga seems to have got a little bit quiet.
Let's say you ask a lot of questions. I try to answer them one by one.
Sorry, Peter.
No problem. I'm prepared to do so. First of all, a calendar, and this calendar is done by in cooperation with FIA. We just make the proposal and then it's approved. It's a logistic thing. You have to transport the car around the globe. And Simon Larkin, who is our event director, is having a really challenge to put everything together that we can work back to back. And in 24, we are a little bit very European, you're right, but there are some reasons for logistics behind that. Therefore, we have a lot of Baltics in. Poland will make a return to the calendar. Huge fan base, by the way, in Europe. But South America, there will be some changes, but I can definitely tell you that we are still working hard to get the rallying to US. But the only reason why it's quiet is because we have to do our homework. First of all, Chattanooga and Eastern Tennessee are still our primary target. The city has interest. The facilities and the roads are good. There have been already 2 pre-preparation small rally events. They are now doing a lot of work to train approximately 1,500 volunteers in 2 years. So it's a marathon, yeah. And we have to do a lot of things to make it a success, because we have only one attempt, and we don't want to screw it up when we are coming. So it has to be really perfect. It has to be unique, because the tradition in the US, the last event was in 1988, the Olympus Rally. Massimo Biasion, Mickey Biasion won with the Lancia Delta. Fantastic roads, but very poor feedback on the spectator side. So we have to do it differently. We have already fantastic roads there, and we are really still aiming for 2025. And we got a delegation of Rally Tennessee USA representatives have been in Central Europe and have been in Japan. So we are constantly working, but our policy is the next announcement should be when we have it fixed, it more or less. So therefore, we need some more time, and we have also to take a 360 degrees look. We have to increase the WRC popularity in US before we come, because otherwise nobody will notice what we are doing. So there is some work to do, but we are working on it. And for us, it's a strategic important step. And our aim is clearly to be in 25 back in US.
And you talked there about the rally base in the US. Now, a big year for the WRC with the launch of Rally TV, 24/7 rallying, not just the WRC, ERC,
Yes.
World Rallycross as well.
Yes.
Very tasty crossover there.
Mhm.
What is the feedback on that, and just give us an overview on connecting with, especially a North American audience?
North American audience is quite important, and we get more and more fans. Therefore, we are quite optimistic that we are just meeting the sweet spot when we are coming to US. First of all, yeah, we have to see the Rally TV on 2 points. First of all, it's OTT, it's TV. Some stations even got the live program in pay TV channels. But we should never forget, all our TV operation is something which is the basis for our TV broadcasting strategy globally. So at the moment, for example, we have 50 TV stations broadcasting in 150 countries worldwide with our product. So therefore, this is a good development, but it's also a marathon. So therefore, we are quite optimistic. And for us, it's a very important tool to activate also our fan base in US.
And you're also there, you were talking about for a US round, training the workers, getting that infrastructure in place. Talk a little bit about ARA, your connection with that, the fantastic job guys like Preston Osborne do in terms of the US scene, but sort of seeing that moving a little more towards WRC in terms of classes, just in terms of infrastructure. How important is that to have that base on the ground?
That's very important. The closer the regulation are coming to the current FIA regulation, it helps also in terms of having local drivers. Anyway, they will have a chance to participate, even if it's a WRC event. I'll give you an example. We just came from Japan. Japan has also local categories. We had a meeting with the JIF, the Japanese Automotive Federation, and they are also looking more and more to harmonize the regulation, because I think the regulation done by FIA with these 3 categories, Rally 1, Rally 2, Rally 3, especially Rally 3, could be a good way, because we have a lot of cars which are maybe a little bit aged, the former Group N cars doing a local championship. Mm-hmm. And this category can open the door wide. And for example, Subaru USA is now having a fantastic car doing in rallying, which is not so far away from our WRC cars. And I really like the enthusiasm of RAA, because we need that. We need that because this is what is existing. We want to come. So anything they do in our direction will help us, and will help us developing the sport in US.
And how important do you think for establishing perhaps a North American driver? I mean, we've got over here, you know, Brandon Semenuk is basically the man. Yep. But to sort of maybe get him to break out into a larger market. Do you feel that a North American driver is essential to the WRC's success over here?
100%, and especially the guy you just mentioned is a talented and super fast driver. He is Canadian, right?
Yes.
And because I just saw in the chat,
North American, near enough.
North American, exactly. I say this because I saw in the chat the question when we are going to Canada. Yeah, there are also some discussion. Simon Larkin told me. I would not exclude that, because North America is a big area. And again, Brian, I would really interested to see him in a WRC car, or see him even in WRC2 competing against the rest of the elite. And I'm totally sure he has the speed, and he is a Red Bull athlete. I heard from our friends from the bases that this is a very, very good and very sympathetic driver. I don't know him personally, but I think this guy would be really fantastic when we are in Rally USA, to see him competing against our guys from Europe, and I think he will be quite quick.
I mean, the local hero, put it into perspective, Chile, Alberto Heller, who probably had longer lines for autographs than your Robin Perez and your Neuvilles.
Yes.
Do you feel that's something that is maybe missing, given the current framework, that we're not getting so much of the local heroes taking on the circus coming to town kind of thing? Or
this is super important to have these local heroes. And Alberto proved in Rally Chile not only that he is a nice guy, he proved that he is really fast. If you see the special stage times he made, he was competitive. And I heard that he is thinking about to do more events in the WRC in the future. I hope so, because he is really enriching the thing. And we learned a lot in terms of promotion. He was way better than some of our guys. And you're right. Maybe on some points we have also to learn from championships like NASCAR to be closer to the fans, to make more engagement. And, we are always questioning also our format. There's a lot of changes in discussions at the moment. We had a good feedback from drivers, from event organizers. We made a kind of task force to develop our sport, also in terms of format of the events, in terms of point system. We are traditional, but sometimes we have to be careful that we are not sticking too long to traditions. We have to move on. And this is a process which is worked out together with FIA, because you must know we are responsible for promotion. All the rules are done by FIA. Nevertheless, we are talking to each other because it's our common product and we have to develop that carefully. And coming back to this again, yes, we try to encourage local drivers. We also give some logistic support for people to enter foreign rallies. We did this successfully. And for that reason, I think this is the way to go to keep it even more popular in countries like that,
You also mentioned format there, Peter, and we've just seen in the UK the Roger Albert Clark Rally.
Yeah.
5 days, cars basically jamming the roads of Wales. A really sort of old school RAC type marathon. Is there any leeway, any prospect within the WRC to maybe have one or two events? I'm not necessarily saying old style safari length, but anything where it goes a little bit outside the box in terms of formats.
Yeah, discussions ongoing, and we placed our ideas, and the drivers have ideas, the manufacturers have ideas, and the FIA is very open to that. I learned that on the next World Motorsport Council in spring, they will discuss about that, about the repositioning of all the rally and off-road events in order to get some kind of logic behind that. What the Royal Albert RAC rally did is fantastic, but I did the RAC rally in '93 as a co-driver, and you cannot return to that, because at this time we are running through the whole country with a bunch of service cars. We had our footprint was like of a dinosaur, so we have to adapt ourselves to the modern life. It's nice to have these heritage events, yes, but I think the current regulations are good. Maybe there is a possibility of giving a little bit more shaping on events, that you have some shorter events, then you have endurance events, Safari Rally Kenya, a long one, or maybe others are short. But this again is something which is under supervision of the FIA, and I'm confident there will be a good future ideas coming out of this discussion which is ongoing.
In the past, Peter, you've discussed how the European Rally Championship can become a feeder, a generator of talent for the WRC. Just give us your take on ERC and where that stands at the moment.
It works both ways, luckily, because last year this year in 23, it was a fantastic boost. We had numbers of participants and also quality of the field. We have a New Zealander winning the European Rally Championship with Hayden Paddon. And this is remarkable for both sides, because Hayden realized suddenly that he cannot make the move anymore to WRC. So he went to ERC, got a title, and is a happy man. And he is even sponsored by Hyundai New Zealand. And they made a lot of commercials out of that. So this is really great. Mats Osberg returned to ERC because he said, okay, maybe the time in WRC for me at the moment is not the right one, although I still hope that both Paddon and Osberg will return to WRC. But you see, it works both ways. On the other hand, we have guys like Mirko Marcik from Poland, who was a regular top competitor in ERC, and he is now a regular competitor in WRC too. But the gap between WRC and ERC is quite big. But the guys are prepared, but they are not fighting for the victory when they come at the first sight, but they are able to be front runners. Or another guy, Martin Zesks, is a very promising young guy. He won 2 ERC events. He is the next one I expect him to see in the WRC. And the quality of the ERC event is so professional now, and we put also our marketing efforts into it. Yes. So yes, we are on the right track. And I just can reflect on the famous ERC, on the famous FIA pyramid. If you start the competition, you can go to the ERC Junior Championship. You have front-wheel driven cars with 220, 30 horsepower or something, and you can do a season. As a prize, if you win, you get a arrive and drive prize in the Junior WRC, so the next ladder. If you win there, then you can decide, you get a prize or some prize runs for the Rally 2 car, or as in the past, some guys got a Rally 2 drive in the ERC. So it's not a dead end. And we see a lot of drivers coming out. It takes some time because the level of competition is super, super high at the moment in the WRC, even the WRC2. But this is working. And this is really for us a pleasure to see that it's working.
Peter, as we noted, we're 8 weeks away from the Monte Carlo Rally. You as a former competitor, and obviously still as a massive fan of rallying, traditional to put you on the spot now, look ahead to Monte Carlo and get your predictions for a strange season in some respects. We've had Oyt Tanak moving back to Hyundai. We've got Kelly Rovanpera deciding to go the Seb Ogier route and become a part-timer. So just give us your take on 2024 and what we have ahead of us in the WRC.
We had what is behind me, a casino. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And for that reason, it's nothing is more unpredictable as Monte Carlo. At the moment, I'm looking here in Munich out of the offices, everything is white. We have more snow in November than we ever had before. Traditionally, Monte Carlo was since decades dry with some ice patches. But maybe we have a full snow rally. So it's absolutely difficult to say who is going to win. For sure, if you bet on Seb Ogier, by the way, with his program, so what I heard, it's nearly a full season. So you can say he will fight for the title, I'm sure. And if he would have had this year not bad luck in Sardinia, he would also have gone for it. He will never confess that I'm 100% sure. So there will be more guys going the full program. With Kalle, on one hand, I really regret that we lost him, but we do not lose him forever. He just take a sabbatical, or let's say a reduced program. And we must understand that this guy is sitting in a rally car since he was walking. So therefore, I understand that, and he's so young. So, okay, we have to accept it. It's not great for us. I would lie if I would say that I like it. But on the other hand, I understand it. And I know Kalle, and I think if he has recharged his batteries and coming back in 2025, it will be good. But anyway, every rally he will compete in 24, he will go for the victory. So we will have a fight. And even those guys who are doing the full program have to be faster like him in order to be champion. So I think even with these changes, the season will be much more unpredictable. That means more thrilling sport. So I'm quite positive that Monte Carlo will be the start for a fantastic action-packed season.
And I think if we can sum up the variety and the just the challenge of the WRC, the fact that we, in the opening rounds, we go from, as you say, goodness knows what conditions in the Alps for the Monte Carlo. We then go to the snow and ice of Sweden, and then we've got some safari. We've got Kenya in the rainy season. So I think that really sums up the essence of the WRC.
Yeah, it's exactly what you say in a nutshell. And then for Kenya, I know that there is a homologation change that the cars have to use or can use snorkels. We will see snorkels again. Because, excellent. Yes. So we will really have the safari pictures. I know last year some of the WRC2 cars used snorkels. Now for the Rally 1, they are also introduced, and teams will mount them. The only thing we have to be careful that the snorkels will not cost more than the entire car, because if engineer does it. But I have confidence that the technicians at the FIA make a smart regulation on that. But it will be super spectacular. Then this is exactly what you said. We have, first of all, Monte Carlo, lottery on circumstances. We have a fast and fantastic full ice and snow packed Rally Sweden, and then we go to the jungle with water splashes, and we have 3 different images before we return to the European classic normal rallies. And this is exactly what the challenge and what the thrill and the adventurous character of the World Rally Championship will make. And I think especially this calendar next year has some surprises and will be amazing to see that.
I've just had flashbacks to my old Reinhard Klein calendars of Toyotas coming out of
exactly
out of mud holes.
Yep.
One final question, Peter. The CER, the Central European Rally, where it got a little bit complicated, but is that a blueprint for the future in terms of multi-country rallies?
Let's say it's a unique event, and it has challenges for sure. But what we saw when the start was in Prague, We had so many spectators. We had the prime minister waving the cars away. When you have a prime minister of the motorsport event, the whole country was in rally fever. We saw so many spectators. On the logistical point, the ADSC, the Czech Motoring Association, and also the Austrians, they worked really well together. And you should not forget, we have a language barrier. We have Bavarian, we have Austrian, and we have Czech. And sometimes none of them speak English. But at the end, it worked. There is some fine-tuning necessary. Yes, we have a long travel times between, especially the opening stage and the start on Thursday before the cars were back in Passau. Maybe we need to have some more stages, that they're not only cruising on the liaison. This is something. And maybe there is some adjustment necessarily on organization. But at the end of the day, if you talk to the fans and you see how many people we had, ticket sales, I think it was 125,000 for the first time, which is really good. And let's say this way, this experiment worked well. It was a big challenge, and I can only congratulate the organizer the way they did. But nevertheless, we all know behind the scenes that there's still some improvement to be done, and I think we have to do that.
Peter, I can see that the referees are back. So I think that is the end of our chat. But fascinating as always. Thank you for the insight. Thank you for the insight on the on North America and the WRC especially. And a pleasure talking.
Yeah, it was nice. Thank you for the invitation. And I must say, I was not regularly seeing your format, but what I saw so far is really interesting, and I will try to follow up later. Thank you.
Like that.
Thank you, Peter. Great to have you on. Stay with us. We're going to run a little video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. With us this morning is Joe Castello. Welcome back to the program, Joe. Glad to have you on. You're going to be busy the next 2 days.
Oh, yes. I'm super excited. Good morning. Good morning, Francis. Good morning, Judy. And good morning, the entire EPARTRADE world out there. This is something that I have grown to really look forward to when we get to the end of the season. And I'm excited to have been invited back.
Absolutely. So it is time to bring Rodi Basso from the E1 series. We have known, Judy and I have known Rodi for many years, from his McLaren days, his Magneti days, and Rodi has been in the industry for a very long time, and everything he does and everything he touches become gold. So
it's so
we
impressive.
love to have,
it's so impressive
yes,
watching him shift around in the industry, and he just does bigger and better things.
Absolutely. So Rodi is with us. My understanding is there is a little video that we're going to show you about Rodi's new racing series. So I'm getting a signal from our producer. We'll start with the video, and then Joe will let you carry on.
Let's go, E1. 10 teams with mixed gender pilots.
Foil to foil, side by side, and a bold move on the inside.
There has to be a bit of madness. We're taking number one.
Slick move around the outside.
Some of the biggest celebrities and sporting legends in the world. I can't wait to see my team as the first E1 champion.
I know you have got 22 Grand Slams, but let's see who is champion of the water in E1.
I made history on the field, now we'll become champions of the water.
Team Brady pulling ahead, breaks away of the wash.
E1 Season 1 2024. Don't miss it.
And how exciting is that? Rodi, welcome, of course, to Industry Week. Nice to meet you. I'm Joe. And in my research of this series, the E1 World Championship, the idea that you have covered so much ground in so little time, covering your personal passions, racing, sustainability, the water, nature, and put something together that looks like it's been around for 20 years already. To simplify the question, how have you done all of this?
First of all, thank you for the very kind introduction and for the invite to this forum that is becoming a bit of a tradition for all the like-minded people. And so I have to say, I'm sure I will say something very obvious for the incredible guest that you had and you will have after me. But, you know, when you have a project of this size, a dream of this magnitude, it is very important to have around you the right people or aside you. So I have to say my very first good move was to go and propose this project to Alejandro Agag, who's the only human being who has developed 3 championships in the last 10 years, and he has already launched the 4th for 2025, the 4th championship worldwide. And of course, Alejandro is an incredible guidance in the world of developing championship in a very short time. On my side, I came with the passion and strong belief in the combination of sports and technology. And also, I have to say, on a more lofty and naive way, I love the water. I'm a sailor, and I wanted to move from racetrack to harbors and yacht clubs and lovely place of this world. And by looking and studying the marine industry, I realized that what I have learned in more than 20 years of racing and technology supplying in racing and high-end automotive could benefit the marine industry. So by putting all this together and finding the right partners on the technical side, sponsors, investor, we managed in less than 9 months to put together the first prototype and demonstrate that we could fly on the water and be full electric.
Amazing. Well, electric has been such a hot topic over the past several years, sustainability as well. And I believe that you are tackling one of the greatest challenges. Many people believe that some things like this are impossible to mix sustainability and the water together because it's such a great physical challenge to power these boats. But you've done it with the Race Bird outboard motor. You got the folks from Mercury involved. Just amazing how you've been able to accomplish it. And we're getting ready for an event, which is excellent. I want everybody to know you'll be in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for the first race of your 2024 championship. This thing is about to start again. How are you feeling about that as you prepare for this launch of 2024?
Joe, I just landed 1 hour and a half ago from, and I was in Jeddah in the last 5 days. And I had the chance to look at a few sport events that are building in Saudi, in particular in Jeddah, the America's Cup and the ATP Next Generation. Of course, this is tennis on a different field, but the vision of sport events in the country is something that I've never seen elsewhere. So they are very keen to become the capital of sports. And of course, there is a roadmap. It won't be something that will happen straightforward, but we know how much the country is investing in sport and believes in sport events as an accelerator of the economy for the local people. As you say, I'm super excited. Next week, during the COP28 in Dubai, we will count 50 days from the first race weekend, 2nd and 3rd of February. And we are ready. We are ready. The boats are ready. We are going to ship them very soon to the country. And we have an incredible list of guests that will join us. We will count more than 500 guests in the hospitality, 2,000-3,000 people, order of magnitude, for our fan zone, which we call the Acceleration Festival. And we reckon, they've just finished to build a fantastic promenade close to the water where the race will happen. And we reckon there will be more than 10,000 people showing up to enjoy the show.
Wow. Amazing. And in the video, I did a little research prior to watching that video, and I saw that, Rafa is involved, but then Tom Brady and so many others, Steve Saki, like these people who are world known in their own arena, whether it be football or DJing or tennis, etc., have all kind of come together to support your endeavor with E1. How are you able to pitch and accomplish that? As we know, star power and spotlight brings more attention and energy, and you've really been able to capture that. Was it a tough sell? Was it a challenge? Were these people eager to get in? It certainly looks like they're enthusiastic.
They are. And Joe, thank you very much for this question, because I must confess, when I started all this, I had in my mind the model of motorsport, in particular Formula One, where I started racing. And I tried to test the interest from the OEMs in the marine industry. There are big players that actually now are flying in terms of economy because they have orders for the next 3-4 years. It's just amazing what's happening in the industry. And I tried the appetite, but I have to say, I didn't find the same enthusiasm and the same tradition as in automotive, in recognizing racing and the incredible platform it is for technology development and for marketing. So to promote the brand even more. So at that point, together with Alejandro, we decided to switch to another strategy. There are no famous pilots in powerboarding, and also the engineers, they don't have a Adrian Newey, as you had the chance to have in this forum a few minutes ago. So we thought that the best thing was to have aspirational people who could inspire and could spread around as much as possible what we are trying to achieve, which is accelerating the efficiency of water mobility by developing a new sport platform, as E1 World Championship is. And so we try with a few big names, but we were, I have to say, humbled by the interest that we found from a ranking of sport legend or entertainment people who are interested in one for the competition nature, the competitive nature of the sport itself, but especially for the impact. So all these legends are at the top of their career, or they've just finished their career. And as a next step, they all want to give back to the world, and they want to leverage their incredible followership to deliver new messages, positive messages, finally, of optimism through actions, like, again, we are trying to achieve. And so one by one, we started a bit from the network of Alejandro. Sometimes we've been approached, and we all find the same kind of attitude and the same kind of interest in all of them. It is worth saying that so far, considering the number of followers that all the celebrities that we have together, our team owner, can achieve, we are in the region of 500 million. And we are working, there are other two that might join, and if we get them on board, we will be south of 1 billion in terms of social channel followership, which, of course, for a brand new sport platform that still needs to start, is quite an achievement.
Certainly. And that's how you do it. They show you the visual of the boats on the water is a spectacle. And we're watching one video. I can only imagine the race and the competition. Let's spend a little time on that. You have a unique formula, 2 different drivers in each boat, 2 different genders. Explain the situation and why you feel that will be captivating to people around the world.
Very good. So our first season will see 7 races. And we will, as I mentioned, we'll start from Jeddah to then move to Venice, Monaco, Geneva, a few others I cannot announce, but we will announce by the end of this year. And we will have maximum 12 teams. For season 1, we envisage a minimum of 8 teams. But as I mentioned earlier, there are other 2 advanced conversations which might land by the start of the season. Every team will have 1 performance engineer, 2 mechanics, a team principal, and 2 drivers, a male and a female. We have launched an academy for the pilots because we want to attract not only the existing power boating athletes, but we will have also athletes coming from other sports like Extreme E, Rally, BMX. It's important they are about the athletes working on the speed, and we are training them in order to be ready for Jeddah. In terms of the race format, the race weekend is based on 2 days. The first one will see free practice and qualifying. In particular, qualifying is based on a match race concept, 2 boats at a time with a bit of a velodrome design. So they run on parallel symmetric circuits, let's say, or lines, and they will only find each other again on the finish line, let's say, so 2-3 laps. And the male and the female, all of them will have a session, and then we will adapt the lap time, okay? So it will be a team championship, and the best lap, of course, will get the pole position. Then we move into racing, and for racing, we have a bit like in tennis, quarter, semi-final, and finals. Also in this case, the team will have to decide who runs first. After the quarter or final, there will be another session with match races with 4 boats at a time, where whoever didn't pass the quarter has another chance to go ahead through this new heat. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we go forward with the semi-final and finals to see who's going to win the race. And this will happen in day 2. So that's the overall, yeah.
No, I think it's tremendous. And again, the visual is a spectacle, and you're merging so many important things, sustainability. As someone who came up through motorsports, who worked at Ferrari during the Michael Schumacher era, who worked with Adrian, who's worked at McLaren, can you talk a little bit about your personal arc and understanding that sustainability is important? so many in motorsports, and I personally come from the world of drag racing where it's excess and power, and we're going to be talking about that a lot today, but I recognize that it's important. You, as someone who worked in Formula One in what many people would call the golden era, to know and understand and have embraced that and now want to showcase that in this new E1 World Championship, just how did you come to that conclusion?
I have to say, I completely see your points. You know, I come from Formula One, and absolutely, I don't regret any day of my initial professional career, because actually I owe everything to Formula One. This is where I really got a fantastic experience, and I've met and I was actually reporting to incredible people of the liking of Adrian, of liking of Ross Brawn, Jean Todt, Rory Byrne, and I have another few. I mean, Christian Horner, I have to say, we can definitely put him in this ranking, given his incredible track record so far. So I absolutely was excited about the idea of pushing the limits and get more power and more speed. In the meantime, first of all, in Formula One, I also, since they introduced first the KERS system and then the more complex system, I've always been involved when I was in Magneti Marelli and in McLaren in developing and understanding those systems and how to integrate in order to reach the target power. And I have to say, as an engineer, in particular as an aerospace engineer, when you mention sustainability, it's becoming a bit of a tricky word these days, because it looks like there are all the topics about the greenwashing and what we're really doing and how much we have actually a problem of environment. There are people challenging also this fundamental question and fundamental point. Well, I had the opportunity and the privilege to talk to incredible people, including Carlos Duarte, who is our Chief Scientist Officer. And is one of the most important, actually, he's the most important marine biologist of the world, according to Thomson Reuters. And I asked him the clear question: Carlos, do we have an issue with the environment, or is this some strange trend or some strange rumor that is going around with no science? And Carlos and his colleagues confirming that we actually see some strange behavior in terms of the temperature that we have in the planet, the temperature of the water, the acidity of the water, and many other parameters. Consider that more than 50% of the people in the world live close to the coastline. So we are made of water. We are incredibly close to the water. And I decided that I want to do something about it. Now, let me wrap up by saying two main points that really drives me in these days. First of all, as an engineer, we need to switch the concept of power and speed to efficiency and acceleration. So this is where I reckon the sport should go, because if you look also at our everyday life, you know that London has got an average speed of 5 miles per hour in the city. And the cities, especially the big one, are getting more and more crowded. I mean, and the limits will be higher and higher because of the very fair road safety that we need to address, but also for the pollution. So I have to say, especially the younger people, the younger generation, they don't get what we were getting, you know, this thrive and pursuit of maximum power and maximum speed. So we need to find new way to address this through efficiency instead of maximum power, and the acceleration to get the thrill and the excitement of the sport, but also in our everyday life. So that's actually my second point. It's important to again switch the conversation from sustainability to the pursuit of efficiency, and if there are ways, even in any formula that doesn't have any hybrid or electric component, to improve this efficiency, I think we will guarantee to all these serious formulas and championship a long-term future, because the next generation is very much interested into this, and because in actual fact, we have an issue, we need to address it with responsibility.
Excellent. Thank you for giving that explanation. I think it's going to help a lot of people who maybe haven't thought beyond they like fast cars and fast boats to understand that it's all connected. What is, what would we be trying to accomplish to speak to people out there right now? Do we want them to go to the website? Are we selling tickets to the race? What is the greatest benefit you could receive out of the next 2 minutes or so to our EPARTRADE audience? I think we, where can we watch as the series goes on this year? How can the average person who is watching right now follow along and keep track and keep up with the E1 World Championship?
Right. Well, thanks for this opportunity, first of all. And I will say for sure, one way to be updated is our website, that is e1series.com. And E1 Series is also the name for all our social channels on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok. And we will keep feeding information. Again, by the end of this year, we will announce also our media portfolio. We will have a worldwide international media channel broadcasting live the finals of our race weekends, together, of course, with our social channels as a stream in real time. From the 15th of January, I will basically move to Jeddah in preparation of the first race weekend. There will be many initiatives to promote and to provide content and simulation through the simulations of the race weekend. So I would say that from mid-January to the first race, we will bombard the world with our activities, with our news. And so there will be more and more information coming up.
Very exciting. I think it's amazing. And the boats are so beautiful. We're talking about efficiency and we're talking about acceleration, but the image of the boat up on what I would call plane, I guess. Tell me about Sophie Horn and
sure.
Your designer, like what an amazing just vehicle in general. It looks like something out of Star Wars.
Well, Sophie is a key person in our project because she's a designer and she inspired the adoption of the foils to let the boat fly literally on the water. And I took on board this inspiration from Sophie because I thought of all the development in automotive, and I recognized that whenever you move into an electrified propulsion system, you need to review completely the design of the vehicle or the vessel in order to welcome the state of the art of an electric system. As many people know, the density of the water is 800 times higher than the density of the air. So by lifting the boat, only after 10 knots, we start taking off and be completely free of the water, apart from the propeller and the very last bit of the main foils. In this way, we gain an incredible efficiency, and this allowed us to have a smaller battery and the range that we need for our race format. So it was great to listen to this inspiration because it allowed me to engineer the final solution and get on board all the other engineers and supplier and partners in order to put everything together. What I would like to say as well is, of course, foils comes with challenge because as we see in America's Cup, foils, which is, by the way, 100 years old technology, they have a limit around 50 knots, which is about 60 plus miles per hour or about 90 plus kilometers per hour because of the physics. So the fluid around the foils gets detached and then you lose the lift to keep the boat up. So by one side, for me, this is an incredible opportunity for jeopardy and unpredictability of the final results of the race. But of course, if you want to go faster, because of course, power boats goes faster, the double of the speed, of course, they have a limit. So we are studying solution for the next generation of our boat. But first of all, we will understand how much the top speed will be relevant for our spectacle. Maybe it won't be relevant because given the size of our machine, we are targeting and inspiring the leisure boating, which is absolutely in line with the speed that we achieve. Actually, we go much faster than an average leisure boat, and also in terms of size and dimensions and everything. So given the segment we are looking into, the solution that we have put in place is exactly what we needed, and we reckon very strongly is what all the industry needs in order to be more efficient.
Excellent. Well, we thank you for your presentation and obviously wish you the best of luck. But judging on your career, I don't know that you need tons of luck. You have been pretty successful in all that you have done so far. So good luck. We'll be watching, and thank you for spending time with us today on EPARTRADE Industry Week.
Thank you. It's always great to be surrounded by friends. Thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Julie. Really great to see you, and congratulations for this platform that is getting better and better every year, like a proper racing organization. So
well, thank you,
well
Rody. And I'm so proud of you and your series. It's just amazing to watch.
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you.
Thank you, Rody. We'll run a very short video from our partners, and we will be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We're going to go live to Las Vegas any second. And talking about live, we are live on Zoom, we are live on racer.com, we are live on speedsport.com, we are live on Speedsport 1 TV channel from Speedsport, we are live on YouTube as well. And Ralph Sheehan is live too from the Las Vegas with our next host and next guest. Here we go. Mr. Sheehan will be with us in a second, and we are getting a signal from our producer. I think here they are. You're on mute, Ralph, but we should be able to hear you any second. This is the beauty of being live. We cannot be more live, correct? Right, Judy?
Yeah. And we're doing something different, actually, like airing from off-site. So,
yes. So this is the first time we're doing it, and this was very important for Ralph, who's been traveling and will be hosting this event in Las Vegas this week, and we're going to hear about it. And so we should have them with us any second. Ralph, we can see you.
I think they're good.
And I think you're good to go.
You got it?
No, I think we.
There we go.
I think you're good to go.
Well, hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen here with you out at a chilly early morning here in Las Vegas. We are at the bull ring here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 3/8 of a mile?
Yeah, 3/8, yeah.
Davey Hamilton Jr. joining me here today. Davey is a 5-time pavement sprint car champion, and he is also the winningest driver in a pavement sprint car in the last 2 years. Davey, this open wheel showdown is your brainchild.
Yeah.
What got you to doing this? Because you've never been a race promoter yourself, even though your family has been.
Yeah, no, I grew up watching my dad at Copper World and running Turkey Night at Irwindale, and I never was a part of an event like that. I wanted to, as a kid, run Focus Midgets with the Turkey Night at Irwindale, and just never got to do it. So the past few years, I've noticed that the pavement world's kind of been, going on a decline, and there's nobody else trying this. So I was like, you know what? My grandpa has experience, my dad has experience, so I might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, of course, your grandfather, very legendary driver himself, member of the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Congratulations to him on that. This event is going to have 3 different categories running here this weekend. What are we going to see?
Yeah, so we have midgets, super modifieds, and sprint cars, wing sprint cars. And my vision when I first came up with this thing was it was initially going to be midgets, non-wing sprint cars, and wing sprint cars. I didn't really have super modifieds on it. We decided that it would be best to have just wing sprint cars to get more cars. And luckily we got 72 entries in the wing.
72 wing sprint cars.
Yeah, correct.
Holy cow.
It's the most that's ever been done on a pavement wise in a long time. Right. So I'm not saying 72 guys will show up, but that's how many have paid to enter the race. And we'll see how many show up. But I think we have 105 teams total across the 3 classes here.
So what are we looking at in the other 2 categories?
About 20, 25.
20 to 25 midgets and the same as.
Yeah. Correct.
And with the supers, there's really 2 different categories of supers. There's the East Coast guys and the West Coast guys. Do we see some of both coming out here?
Yeah, we actually have Oswego, Oswego Speedway up in New York, the track champion, Dave Danzer.
Yeah.
He made the drive all the way from New York to come out here and race with these guys. And, he's they're different cars. They're a little different, but the West Coast guys are, it's open comp. So it's really bring what you want. Up in New York, it's all like you get tacked and it's everything like that. So here it's open comp to where whatever you build, you run it. And so it should be pretty exciting.
Pretty good purse payout too. $50,000 to win the sprint car stuff. I didn't know you had that much money.
It's all my money. No, it's great. In order to do an event like this to be successful long term, I think you need to really start it with a big bang. And of course, doing it in Las Vegas, it just makes sense to have the most money possible. And I have a lot of partners involved in this whole thing, and including myself. And so I think 50,000 is reasonable because dirt guys get to go race every week for that. So I think the pavement guys should as well.
I think 50 grand is a really good payout. Not many people leave Vegas with 50 grand in their pocket. A lot of people deposit that here, but they don't go home with that. How about the other 2 categories? What are they racing for there?
Yeah, so the midgets are racing for 10,000 to win. And, it's the midgets have been really in a tough spot the past few years of getting car count at Lucas Oil Raceway Park in Indy. And, I'm trying to help it because I enjoy racing midgets. I'm not racing a midget here, but I'd love to. I want to help survive the sport a little bit, revive it. And, we'll see. But 10,000 to win for a midget race is pretty good in today's world. And then the super modifieds, we got them racing for $5,000 to win, which my goal and my vision for this thing is each class every year is to grow bigger and better. Right now, we are only paying the people that make the A main race. We'd like to pay everybody that shows up, some sort of contingency award.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about the sponsors that are helping you make this happen this year.
Yeah, I mean, there's 50 plus, including Speed Sport, right?
Yeah,
But Risk-On 360 came on board months ago, actually. And they're locally here in Las Vegas, so it's kind of a no-brainer for them. I've had a friendship with them for a couple of years, but what they do is basically a big conference here in Las Vegas, and they have a bunch of just successful people that come and talk about business, talk about stocks, talk about anything you want, really, just to fans. And so when I announced that this race is going to be here, they kind of called me up and they're like, "How do we get a part of it?" And they're used to being in the INDYCAR world with Beth and Ed Carpenter Racing, and that's kind of how I know them. And so it's cool to see them join the short track world.
Speaking of the INDYCAR world, you got an INDYCAR driver competing here as well, and Ari Lindike Jr.
Man, there's a couple. You know what's crazy is I actually have Buddy Rice coming today, and he ran. Yeah, he's coming out today to watch and see the fans and everything like that. We have Mark Martin coming this weekend to come support the event. Bentley Warren.
Oh boy.
We have Kenny Hamilton that's ran IndyCar. My dad's ran IndyCar. Ari Landeck Senior's coming this weekend. So there's a lot of these legendary names that are coming out here just to endorse.
But Ari
this event.
Jr.'s actually going to race.
Ari Jr.'s racing. He is very confident in how he's going to do. so we'll see. I don't think he realizes these guys are tough, right? And it's really hard to compete with them. But you know, Ari, he does very well the different cars, and luckily I'm his teammate, so I could teach him a lot.
So you're going to take the promoter hat off, put a helmet on. You're going to race a little, right?
I've quickly learned this week that I don't sleep, and I don't think that promoter hat's going to be coming off until I have the helmet on and it's green on track.
And
right?
you're going to run the sprint cars.
Yeah, just a sprint car race, and you know, hopefully everything goes well. I'd like to win that so I don't have to give away 50 grand.
Yeah. How about your old man? What's he going to do?
He's running the super modified. We had a sprint car for him to race, which would have been my spare car, but we couldn't get it ready in time. So he's just going to stick to the super modified stuff and go and try to win that class.
And then the Hall of Famer's going too, right? He's been in, he's been out, but now he's here. He sees everything his grandson's doing, and grandpa's going, right?
It literally was I was told yesterday that my grandpa's going to actually race this event. And, you know, at one point you think, all right, you're getting a little up there in age, maybe you should just watch and hang out, but that's not my family at all. So he showed up here and luckily got an opportunity to drive for another team in a super modified. So him and my dad will be going at it in the supers.
Oh man, that in itself is going to be worth the price of admission. Speaking of that, how about ticket sales? There's a great grandstand here, wonderful viewing, and you get to see the air show for Nellis all day long too while you're out here. Seats still available in the grandstands, and I know you got basically open pit passes.
Yeah, so we're allowing and we're kind of pushing everybody to buy a pit pass, just because of the fact that our prices are actually pretty reasonable, and the pit passes get you access on the entire grounds. So just by buying a pit pass, you could interact with your favorite drivers, meet the teams, and also get in the grandstand area. So we're pushing people to kind of buy pit passes. We have unlimited, but if they just want a general admission just to sit in the grandstands, they could either come or they could go online to lvms.com.
Don't bring your camper, though, because they're all sold out of camping, right?
We're sold out. We're sold out. So all of our RV spots, they actually load in today. And to see our RV lot, which surrounds the track, it's going to be really cool.
But there are hotels, of course, plenty of them down on the strip. And South Point is Host Hotel?
Yes. Host Hotel is South Point. They came on board, too. They were one of the first people that actually wanted to be a part of this event as well. And I don't know if they're sold out, but we have a lot of their rooms covered. But there's a lot of hotels around here, obviously, and it's not too late to book a flight.
Yeah, check South Point first, though.
Yeah, check South Point first, of course.
Okay, one other thing you've done here that you don't get to see at a lot of short tracks is you got a really nice hospitality unit set up over here. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I wanted our event to, you know, bring kind of like an IndyCar type thing to our sport, and that's how I know the Risk-On 360 and the BitNile guys is that my dad owns that hospitality unit. So they rent that from my dad for IndyCar weekends. And that's kind of how the friendship was made. And luckily it was perfect timing because the hospitality unit actually had to drive through here. And I asked my dad if we could just keep it out here.
Oh, nice.
And it's perfect for this track. It overlooks the track. And now my sponsors have a place to go, like a suite almost.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about some of the other drivers that are going to be here. I know Cody Swanson had a sprint car ride, then didn't have a ride, but he's going to run a midget. What's going on with Cody?
Yeah, so both Swansons actually ran into a similar situation. They're both going to be here running a midget, and that's going to be a good race, obviously. But it's unfortunate. I don't think Cody was actually aware that he didn't have a sprint car ride until, 2 weeks ago? And he was under the impression all year that they were going to run this race. So kind of sucks for him. I'm not going to lie.
Shocking.
Yeah, it is shocking. But it's almost too late to find a ride. You just can't find it at this late in the game.
How about Bobby Santos? There's another guy who's very strong on the pavement.
It's funny because me and him have built a really good friendship over the past year racing wing sprint cars together. We always park next to each other, and I learn a lot off him because he's one of the smartest in the sport. And you know, it's great that I've had his endorsement of this event since day one. And me and him, I've talked to him about it since before this was announced, and had his help with this. And he's one of the best in the country, plain simple.
No doubt about it.
We will. This race is going to be very tough to get in. You know, obviously, if all 72 guys show up, you only 26 guys start the race. So there's 50 people basically that are going to be going home, unfortunately. So
what's the process going to be like? Here we are Thursday morning early, and the guys are already, the pit area is very active already this morning. What's going on over there today, and what are we looking at the rest of the week?
Yeah, so today we have, I think, 6 hours of practice of on-track activity. We have tech, which is kind of our way of doing things a little bit differently to tech the cars, knowing what is going out on track before they even hit the track. Tire selection for the weekend's going on. But today would be just a bunch of practice. And then tomorrow we have qualifying heat races. We have the pole shuffle, which will be very entertaining to watch. And then Saturday is all the features.
One thing I did like was you shut everybody out from testing, because racers being racers, 50 grand on the line, they would have been out here 5 months ago running laps, and you said no.
Yep, absolutely. And, people were actually trying to call the track and rent this place out to make laps because they wanted to, right? They want to win this race. Unfortunately, I am the promoter and I'm also a race car driver. So a lot of people think that I've been testing here. I wish that was the case, but that's that. I wanted it to be fair for everybody. And, we're all going into this not knowing anything. So Thursday or today, when we hit the track this afternoon, it's going to be a surprise for everybody.
This place is well known for running stock cars out here and Legends cars and a wide variety of stuff. And of course, the Busch brothers. But has there ever been a winged pavement sprint car race here at the Bullring? Never. So nobody has any idea.
Nobody. So you can't even watch an onboard camera footage of
There's
whoever.
nothing on YouTube. There's nothing.
Nothing. There's super modifieds that have raced here in the past, and midgets have raced here in the past years ago. I think Tony Stewart was actually the last guy that won here in a midget, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was Cody Swanson. It was one of those two. But the wing sprint car has never been here before. So, and I think this track is perfect for it. I think you're going to have 3, 4 lanes out there that people could run, especially on the start of the race. And it'll be pretty exciting.
Corners are a little bit tight. There's some banking there, but they're quite a hairpin type, very Martinsville-esque looking facility in a lot of ways, long straightaways, tight turns.
Yeah.
So how do you think that's going to play out?
It's going to be interesting because it's going to be kind of a wide entry, right? Wide entry going into the corner, and that could open the door for somebody to shoot it in on the inside, and hopefully it stays clean because that's kind of how wrecks happen, obviously. But this track, it's unique because it's not big enough to where everybody could just go out there, be full throttle, and it's whoever's the fastest. You have to have some.
You're gonna have to drive it.
You have to drive it. You have to brake. You have to lift. Make sure the wings in the right angle, and all your points have to be perfect to win this race. So, I wanted a track that was going to be challenging for everybody, and of course, we should do it at a track that nobody's ever been at before.
You're gonna earn your 50K.
You're gonna earn it. That's right.
So, with this place as well. I know, Las Vegas does a great job with the facilities here. Yeah. All the tracks here on this property are really nice.
Yes.
This first short track is great. Beautiful grandstands, nice box up top. Track looks really, really good. I know you've done a little work on the track itself. You put some PJ1 down to help.
Yeah, so I wanted people to run in that third, fourth groove. So last night we were all up here late, spraying the outer lanes. It looks like the inside lane is sprayed, but it wasn't. That's just where everybody usually races here. And then I wanted this place to be perfect for my event. So I actually helped them out in painting all the walls.
You did all the paint.
I didn't do all the paint. I didn't do anything. I just helped them out, kind of guide them a little bit.
Okay, gotcha.
But
did you get to choose the color?
I did. It was yellow. It's, you got to make it yellow, but we did something unique. So for pavement short track racing in the open wheel wise, people don't really do that choose your lane option.
Yeah.
Right. It's a NASCAR thing. But with this being such a huge event, Little 500 does single lane, restarts and stuff like that. So we're doing something unique where you could choose your lane. So you could have 10 guys on the outside and 1 guy on the inside if you want. But it's going to provide a unique way of entertaining the fans and providing the racers more opportunities.
That'll be every caution?
Every caution. And then we're not counting caution laps for the race either. So it's going to be all green racing. We're going to do a halfway break in the middle of the sprint car feature. And we're going to do pits, not pit stops. It's a break, and we're allowing teams to change things on their car halfway through, refuel, things like that, and get them going again.
Can you put a new right rear on?
You can put a new right rear on. That's it.
Just one tire.
Just one tire. And if you have a flat tire or you want to change another tire, you end up getting a lap taken away from you. There's no need to change unless you have a problem. So, but to give people the opportunity to put on a new right rear just makes it interesting.
And how many laps for the 50,000?
100 laps.
100 laps. 100 laps for 50,000.
It's funny because Ari, he doesn't have a lot of experience in a sprint car. So we did a test at Madeira. He was tired in 8 laps.
Oh, I bet.
So it's challenging when you have all that downforce really with these wing cars. You're hustling it at all times.
There's gonna be some guys falling out of the seat for sure.
There could be. I'm the smallest guy that runs a sprint car too.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think everybody will be all right that has experience, but I think when it comes to guys that don't really run sprint cars all the time, it's going to be an awakening for him, aka Ari.
And what do you think a lap time is going to be?
I think we're going to see high 11s, maybe mid 11s. I think the supers last year running like low 12s, and I think our sprint cars will be close to that.
Definitely 2 wide racing, but you think we could even get 3?
I think if you see a restart, even the start of the race, I think you're going to see guys go up to that 4th group and just send it on the outside.
Wow.
And that's what I do, and I think this is a track that's perfect for it. And so it's going to provide some great racing. I don't think it's going to be a leader just checks out and gone, right?
Yeah. You could have gone anywhere in the country and put this race on. Why here?
Yeah, I could have chose Florida in the warm.
Yeah.
But no, I think with the amount of money that I have on the line and how nice this facility is, I think Vegas is just fitting. The fans, the teams, the drivers, now they can make a vacation out of coming to Vegas, right? So they go gamble, they go have fun, go experience the nightlife. On top of that, enjoy some of the best short track racing in the country here. So this track's beautiful. This facility's beautiful. The money that's on the line, I think it's just fitting.
Normally I would say coming to Vegas at this time of year would be a great idea. You've already had NHRA out here just recently. You just had NASCAR out here recently. And I think they did something down on the strip not too long ago, didn't they?
I think so.
I think so. There's been a lot of activity out here motorsports wise that has really been big stuff. But here you come and it hasn't hurt this event at all.
Not at all. And that's one thing that I wanted to do with my event was that I didn't want to compete with any sort of other racing series. So I think this weekend you have the Snowball Derby down in Florida.
It's 2 different crowds though, right?
2 different crowds, and they might even be getting weather this weekend.
Yeah.
So it may not even happen. But regardless, our event is perfect timing of the year for these types of cars because we're not competing with anything at all. So,
and do you see that being a difference too? Because you're talking about NHRA and NASCAR, I would say, okay, yeah, there's a big difference, and certainly a difference between Formula One and what you're doing here. So is the crowd very different, or are you seeing some bleed over from some of it?
I think both, right? I mean, it's a little bit of bleed over. I mean, the fact that Mark Martin wants to come, I mean, he hasn't ran a wings pavement sprint car before. So I think it's just a bunch of race fans. They want to go see racing, and it's cold here. So all these guys here are doing it because they love the sport. So not everybody's having fun in the cold, but they're here because they just have passion for it. And I don't think we're hurting on fans for sure. I think we're gonna have I do think that the fans are gonna be, or the grandstands are gonna be sold out. Or not sold out. It's going to look sold out anyways because we just have kind of unlimited tickets.
It's going to be sold out.
It's going to be sold out, right? But this place on Saturday night when the feature's getting going, I think it's going to be standing room around this whole place. It's going to be awesome.
Has it been difficult to get support from the local media and that sort of thing? Because obviously they have been heavily involved covering Formula One and all the stuff that happened with that.
Yeah, surprisingly it is. It is tough with the local media. They aren't familiar with these cars. So they're coming out here and supporting my event, but they really don't, they've never seen a wing sprint car before. They don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
So this weekend is going to be kind of an eye opener for them to hopefully help our next year, give them a little bit of excitement going into next year. But it's just something that they didn't know or know about before. So it's new for them.
I know as soon as you announced this, you started getting phone calls from other racetracks.
Yeah.
If everything goes well this weekend, are you thinking that this is going to be the permanent home for this, like Copper World was at Phoenix, or are you looking to take this event and move it around, or don't know yet?
I mean, there's a lot of things in the works. I'm not going to lie to you. There's some other opportunities with other racetracks for sure. But, I mean, Vegas is just so fitting for this event and with what I'm doing and the type of racing that I'm wanting to provide for the fans and our teams anyways. And so realistically, I'd love to be here moving forward, but we'll see what happens. I mean, everything's in the works, right? So hopefully come Monday, we'll have kind of some headway of what we're doing.
Running a 410 wing sprint car, people are familiar with that. They see them all around the country, but they don't necessarily see them on pavement. Not a lot of groups do that. How different is the car from what you see at a World of Outlaw or a high limits event to what is going to be running on here?
I mean, they're basically pretty close to the same cars. I mean, just different chassis, and obviously you don't have dirt tires or dirt. You're not going on dirt, which there's a lot of dirt sprint car fans out there for sure, but I don't think they've seen a lot of pavement wing sprint car racing. So I think if you go to a race, it's kind of shocking on how fast our speeds are. We're not spinning the tires as much as they are, or, sliding around, which is cool and doing the slide jobs. But our cars are just so fast on pavement. And I don't know all the differences, but the big one is obviously just the dirt. We don't like things getting dirty in our sport.
Yeah. How different do you have to drive the car?
Well, I don't even have a lot of dirt experience, right?
Yeah.
So I did Corey Cruzman's dirt sprint car school I think it was last week actually, and that was my first time getting sideways. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, is this right? Intentionally sideways. There you go. So the driving, when you go to like Justin Grant, which he's racing this event as well, so he's got a ton of dirt experience. It's almost, I'm kind of curious to talk to him a little bit about what that difference might be on how he has to adapt, because he's a guy that goes back and forth, where I am now just making that transition going into next year with running the Silver Crown Series.
Yeah. As you grow this event, you've got 3 categories running here this year. Copper World always had a 4th with stock cars. Any thoughts of having a 4th category as part of this going into 24?
Absolutely. I mean, there's been other series that have called me trying to get involved. What's crazy is that I actually wanted to have focus midgets a part of this event as well. I've had families, young kids that want to race here because they get to race with their heroes. Yeah. Exactly. So that's how I grew up. That's why I'm doing this event. I try to get the focus midget series involved, and unfortunately, I just weren't really interested in doing it, which is kind of shocking with this event. So we might have to do our own type focus event next year. But realistically,
but you would keep it open wheel?
It would always be open wheel. Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't say always, but there's opportunities out there, but I would like to keep this an open wheel thing because it's an open wheel showdown. So just kind of fitting.
Yeah. So what has been the biggest challenge for you as first time promoter?
Sleep.
Sleep deprivation.
Sleep. Yeah. I don't sleep anymore at all. I mean, it's just your brain's moving a million miles an hour, right? Making sure everybody has what they need. We ran into issues with the credit card machines again, which is just something that it's trial and error. If you don't have Wi-Fi or 4G service or anything like that, making sure all the lines are painted, all the stuff's repainted, redone. I wanted it to be perfect for this event. Making sure all the RV guys have their exact spots. I had to help set up that hospitality tent. I'm out here yesterday helping put that together. And, on top of that, then my race team, I'm really hands-on with. So helping them get their stuff ready. And it's an organization that you have to make sure everything goes simple and clean and proper. But luckily I hired enough people for this event to where everybody's kind of doing their part, and it's making it a little bit easier on me, but I have to stress about it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how everybody's going to be able to see it. If you can't make it here, you can see the race live streamed on speedsport.tv, and then it will be re-aired later on Speed Sport 1. So there's a lot of great coverage for the event too.
Oh yeah, thanks to you.
Yeah, no, well, we're really excited about being a part of this, Davey. Yep. It's this weekend, December 1st and 2nd, here at the Bull Ring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Davey Hamilton Jr.'s Open Wheel Showdown, $50,000 to win, 410 wing sprint car race on pavement, 100 laps, Saturday nights, plus midgets, plus super modifieds. It's going to be an unbelievable, every time I say it, I can't believe I'm saying that's all going to happen here Saturday night at the Bull Ring. Wow. It's going to be a wild show. Live, speedsport.tv, or see it later on Speed Sport 1. For Davey Hamilton Jr., I'm Ralph Shaheen. Francis, let's go back to you folks there with EPARTRADE and our buddies at Racer.
Thank you very much, Ralph. And that was a first ever live from Las Vegas. I mean, that's the beauty. That was a real life. And we wanted to try.
What a setup they have. And the drivers that are coming in. It was amazing to hear all the names.
Absolutely. So stay with us. We're going to run a little video from our partners and sponsors. We'll be right back with you.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Our next guest is somebody special. I have personally a great admiration for Matt because he is what this industry is all about. He's a very successful CEO running Total Seal, and under his leadership has some of the greatest people in the industry working with him, with Lake and many of the guys there. And he's doing a tremendous job with Total Seal. And on top of it is a fantastic, accomplished racer, and he won the Crown Jewels of NHRA this year in Pro Stock. And so this is really as part of the newer generation of industry leaders. And so we're delighted to have Matt with us. Joe, you prepare for that one?
Always. I can't get enough Hartford.
And I think Matt is going to be joining us today, and we're going to be talking drag racing. Matt, good morning.
Very
Good morning, Frenchie. How are you?
I'm doing great. Joe Castillo, you're in charge.
Thank you very much, Francis. Judy, appreciate it. Good morning, Matt Hartford. How are you?
Doing excellent, guys. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's a great thing that EPARTRADE is doing here, and Total Seal is thrilled to be a part of it.
Oh, we see the logos all over the place. Total Seal, one of the supporters, and it is a global brand. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But the whole point of this interview, and Francisque got me warmed up on it. And for those that don't know, Matt and I interact on a regular basis out there on the NHRA Drag Racing Series Tour, where I spend a lot of time working, and also, you know, the podcasts and live streams that I do. So this is more of a broad audience interview, though, Matt. We've got people around the world who maybe aren't drag racing knowledgeable. You are coming off your best career season by far, and we're going to get into that. But first, I do want to talk about the business that makes it all possible. Total Seal, you're not just a drag racing company. Total Seal works out and throughout most motorsports. Can you give us like an overview?
Yeah, so basically, you know, drag racing is a huge part for Total Seal as far as a ring manufacturer, but drag racing certainly isn't the only thing that we do. So if it takes a piston, whether it's in a Formula One car, or it's something that's in an industrial segment, or just maybe if it's just a non-combustible engine, just maybe an air compressor, anything that has a piston that goes up and down that needs a seal, we can manufacture a piston ring for. We're a seal company. A piston ring simply is a seal. So if you know, if you're have an over-the-road truck, or you have something that's going to the moon, or you have something that needs to go around in circles, or you have a pro stock car, we simply can make a piston ring for you.
And you get those calls every day. I know there are people looking for seals from the past. Maybe they're looking to restore something, but you also mentioned, you know, the aerospace industry, and you guys are a leader. And I would imagine that having Total Seal emblazoned all over the place, including on the side of a cutting edge pro stock car, is good for notoriety and getting the name out.
Yeah, it's really good being out at the NHRA races every week. You know, we're there, you know, 20 plus races a year plus testing. The customers who are there, some of them are racing against us. Some of them are, you know, in pro stock. Some of them are in super gas, top sportsman, stock eliminator. Some of them are simply fans in the stands that have a bracket car that they run on their weekly circuit, whether it be at, you know, New England Dragway, or, you know, at Phoenix, you know, every weekend that's coming back. So we get to see a lot of different people, and a lot of the people that actually come up and talk, they may not even have a drag race car. They may just have a street car that they're rebuilding, or they may want to talk about an engine that they have that could be an air compressor. So we get to see a lot of diverse customers when we're at the track, and it's just great being out there with everybody. And obviously you're out there every weekend. You get to see the diversity that we bring in, because what do they say? You know, every pass is a pit pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be talking drag racing for the next, I would call it an hour and a half or so. So get buckled in. And I would suggest to the folks that are not knowledgeable about drag racing, who just haven't been exposed to it, stick around, meet some of these colorful characters, and you'll want to watch them race, if for nothing else, then their unique personalities, and then the speed. Just moments ago, we were speaking with Rody Basso, who is a Formula One engineer who has started an electric boat series, and he says that the way that motorsports needs to go is to acceleration and efficiency. And those are two things that are absolutely vital in the success in current drag racing. We think about massive power, but it's all about acceleration and efficiency if you're going to win races.
Yeah, we preach that every day, is efficiency, because when you look at what are we trying to accomplish better in an engine, it's efficiency. Now that may mean horsepower, that may mean fuel economy. So there's, may mean oil consumption. We have to look at everything of what the customer is trying to achieve. Prior to getting on this, I was just answering an email to an industrial customer. It's an alternative fuel in Europe that they're looking for. They're not concerned with how much power the engine makes. It makes plenty of power, plenty of torque. They need to make sure that it consumes essentially zero oil and gets the highest fuel efficiency it can get with the least amount of emissions. Horsepower and torque, not even a concern. So, we see it every day. And in drag racing and pro stock, we're looking how much power can we make? Well, you make power through efficiency. So the higher the volumetric efficiency is of the engine or the pump, the better performance you'll have, regardless if it's, like I said, power or fuel economy.
Excellent. And as far as technology goes, ring seal technology in the last, you tell me, it feels like 10 to 15 years, but it has advanced light years from what was happening to what is currently happening.
Yeah, I started here almost 26 years ago. So that's a long time ago. Half my life I've been at Total Seal. And when I started here, you look at what we thought was a pretty high-tech ring, and then you look at that ring today and we're like, wow, we're light years ahead. But I would say even as much as since 2013, we have seen major advancements. And then really in the last 4 to 5 years, coating technology has really taken off. So it's been an advancement that I didn't think that you could see as much gains as rapidly as we have. But obviously we work with a lot of smart people around the world. They bring a lot of ideas to us. They ask a lot of questions. We take those questions, we sit down in our meetings, we talk about how can we build this better mousetrap that they're asking for. And our answer is always, yes, we'll figure it out. We're not a no company. We're a yes, we will build it for you. Yes, we'll figure out what you need. And yes, we'll make something better that's good for everybody.
Very exciting. I want to start the conversation about your season in the National Hot Rod Association, but I do want to remind anybody that if you are interested in ring seal, the technology, and hearing a little bit more about what goes on and how it gets put to use, they at Total Seal have a podcast called Hidden Horsepower, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, SoundCloud, wherever you get your podcast, Amazon. And, we call them celebrity engine builders, industry leaders who choose Total Seal, explain why, and tell some fun and unique stories along the way. So it is entertainment based as well. So for the podcast listeners out there, you might want to hit that. So Matt, why pro stock? We've got people on here who are fans of Formula One, sports cars, rally cars, winged sprints. We just talked about it. NHRA Pro Stock, the pinnacle of naturally aspirated racing. Why is that for you?
3 horsepower per cubic inch normally aspirated. Where else in the world? Nowhere. That's it. Pro Stock, Comp Eliminator, that's the place that you're going to see these type of engines. We are horsepower limited, meaning we need to utilize as much power as we humanly have underneath the hood to make our car as quick as possible down the quarter mile. Obviously, the more power you have, the quicker your car can go. But all of the teams out there have we've got this mold of almost 20 cars now that run within thousandths of a second. So who can take the power that you have, the rule package of a 3-disc clutch, 5-speed transmission, 2,350 pounds, 10.5 rev limiter, who can spec tire, who can take that and outrun their competition? And to me, it's the hardest class to race in drag racing, because if you make any mistake on any level, starting from strapping in the car, doing the burnout, staging, your left foot coming off the pedal, getting the car a little out of the groove, any little thing costs you, thousandths of a second. And my car has a number 3 on it now instead of a number 2 because I lost by 2 thou in the finals in Pomona. And it eats me alive because there's 20 things that we could have done different on that run that I think we win the race and put a number 2 on our car. So it's we had a great season, but it's the hardest class out there. It keeps you up all night long wondering what can you do better to outperform your competition.
So heading into the 2023 season, you had strung together, I believe it was 6 straight years of winning at least one race in the National Hot Rod Association, the Camping World Series, soon to be the Mission Foods Drag Racing Series, as the series has a new title sponsor, which is demonstrating a lot of promise for their marketing ability and prowess out there in the grocery stores of America. That's a good thing to win one race a year for 6 years. The way I count the metric of success in any motorsport is if you can win a race a year, you're relevant. You're good. And then it gets better from there. If you don't win a race in a season, and this is the same for NASCAR, Xfinity, Cup, or otherwise, if you don't win a race, that's a problem. If you get a win, you're relevant, you've won a race, you're on the board, if you will. So that was the situation. In 2023, you shattered that with 3 wins, 5 final rounds, and you got your first ever #1 qualifying positions. So take us back to the start of 2023. What was the indication? And was there any indication that this would be a breakout year?
Well, if you start in 2023, we did absolutely 0 testing in the off season. The way our car went in the trailer at the end of 22, we unloaded it. We basically cleaned it up and unloaded it in Gainesville on Thursday. Gainesville's for anybody that doesn't follow NHRA, Gainesville's the first race of the season in March. And we unloaded our car and we leased from KB Titan Engines, which, Greg has provided us great power for many, many years. They had worked all winter long on developing what they considered more power, and they thought that they had a better engine than what we had in 2022. They had tested all winter long. So we felt confident that going into Gainesville, we were going to have a really good package. Well, we unload our car, and Thursday we get our awning set up, and we roll the car over and get the engine, put it on the hoist, set it in the car, get everything bolted in. And I said, boy, we ought to try to put the front end on the car, because this has definitely got a different induction system on the top. The manifold looks different. So we go to put the front end on the car, and there is absolutely no way the front end is going to fit on the car with this engine in there. We have a 2016 Camaro. Most of the class has 22 and 23 Camaros, which have a taller hood. So we're thinking, okay, it's 5 o'clock Thursday night. We run tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon, and we have an engine that won't fit in our car. What are we going to do? So I walk over to Greg, and they're getting ready to go to dinner. And I said, hey, we got a problem. And he said, what's that? And I said, the manifold won't fit under my hood. He goes, well, you need a different car. I said, well, I don't have a different car. He goes, well, I have a manifold we haven't ran. It's not what we've tested. I don't have any baseline for it, but it's shorter. It'll fit in your car. I said, okay, well, let's put it in. So we do. And now we're fairly nervous, because we basically got a new engine combination for 23 that no one's ran. So if anybody that was there knows that, most of the field go up there Q1, they go out there and, I don't know, 650s, something mid 650s. We go 676. We're qualified like 19th. After Q3, we'd gotten better each run, trying to get a tune-up in the car. And at this point, I'm pretty nervous, because after Q3, we're not qualified. It's the first race of the season. We're not in the show. Q4, the worst track conditions that we had seen, hot, greasy track. We're first or second car out in the bad lane. The lane had been greasier than the other one. And I told Eddie, I said, man, Eddie's my crew chief. I told Eddie, I said, I'm really concerned. He goes, you're concerned. And I think rolling up into that, I don't think either one of us were convinced we were qualifying. And we got in and qualified in the bottom half of the field. And by this point, we had 4 runs on this engine platform, and the tune-up was starting to get closer. And I said to him, I said, look, I think we can make some really big swings here. I think we can really pick up for round 1. And lo and behold, we went up there. We won the first round and picked up. In second round, we lost. I don't know if it was a hole shot or we got outran. I don't remember what happened, but we were definitely fast. And so we came out of Gainesville. We went to, there's a little pizza joint in Gainesville we always go to after the race. We went and we're sitting there having pizza, and we're talking about it. And I said, we're going to be fast. We have a car that's capable of winning anywhere we go. In 5 runs or 6 runs, we just proved we could take a different combination and get it competitive. And so you ask, what was our opinion at the start of the season? We thought we were good. Then we were freaked out. And then by the end of Gainesville, I thought we were good again.
Amazing. Well, the confidence. You proved to yourself that you could overcome an obstacle like that, and you did. and the rest is history. So walk us through the season up to the U.S. Nationals. Francis called it the crown jewel. It absolutely is. It's the Indy 500. It's the Daytona 500. It's the Grand Prix of Monaco. It's 24-hour of Le Mans for drag racing. 900 plus competitors there. And if there is a better part, a better engine, it's going to be used at that race. You guys were able to score your, single biggest victory of your career at that time and put your name into drag racing history forever. Walk us through that event. Of course, you had some successes leading up to that, but we've got a limited amount of time, and I want to talk about your fire in Reading. So U.S. Nationals, go.
So Indy, obviously, we left Brainerd, and we were disappointed in what happened at Brainerd. We thought we could have definitely went farther into the rounds in Brainerd. There was some issues, some drivers and staging and everything else that kind of got in my head. So we said, forget about Brainerd, let's go to Indy. And we had sent our engine back, so we had a fresh engine from KB. We knew we had a fast car. We knew we just had to get out of our own head and go up there, and Friday night was going to be the best session. If you could go to the pole on Friday night, we thought you could stay on the pole. So we put in everything that we thought was the best in the car for Friday night, and we were able to take the pole on Friday night. And everybody said, will it hold? Will it hold? Will it hold? And we thought it would, but of course, we were skeptical. But throughout Indy, which is 9 runs, 5 qualifying sessions, 4 elimination rounds, we were low for the round, either 6 or 7 of the runs. And qualified number 1, low for the round, call it 6 runs. And the other, I think it was 7, the other 2 runs, we actually were just scuffing in some tires. So we actually fell back a little bit just because we were trying to get ready for the countdown. But we had the best car on the grounds. I had the most confidence that I had ever had. We had been to the finals in Indy before and lost. There was a lot on the line to go up there and prove that, hey, we can win Indy. So qualify number 1, low for basically all the rounds, and win Indy. Other than a championship, I don't think there's anything better.
At the start of every season, or at the conclusion of every season, there's a question that goes around, who won the championship and who won Indy? The 2 things that ultimately will be remembered over the course of a season. And you guys won Indy, you finished 3rd in the championship, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But just the interesting momentum, you gained a lot of attention through this season as well. Typically, you've been self-funded, total seal funded, and you've got a group of supporters. Tony Stewart's going to be coming up a little bit later on. I'm going to ask him this question because he has told me in the past that he really believes that drag racing is perfectly positioned between the grassroots nature of the sport of the racing that happens around America on every given weekend, and where, say, the NASCAR Cup Series is, where it is a wholly corporate entity, right? Where it's Major League Sports. You're a perfect example of that. You guys work during the week. You've got volunteer crew that wants to be there, that are doing this for the personal competitive drive of it. And many of your sponsors are exactly that as well. People that support you financially so that Matt Hartford can go race. But that changed a little bit this year, and you were able to bring on some support financially that kind of helped you at some key moments.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I go back to the pizza parlor I was talking about in Gainesville. We were sitting there, and Jason Galvin, one of the announcers, happened to be there. Obviously, you work with Jason. And I said, hey, how's your uncle doing? Which is Pat Galvin, who has a huge history in drag racing. And he also is one of the leading guys, along with, he works for Steve and Scott Bryson at Global Electronics, Getrix, the credit card processing, the fastest name in credit card processing. And he said, oh, he's good. And so he's right over here. So Pat came over to the table and we started talking. And we'd known each other for a while, and he said, hey, why don't we do something for Pomona? We're gonna have all the global electronics people out there. Why don't we do something on your car for Pomona? And I was like, man, that would be great if we could do something. And lo and behold, by the time we got to Pomona, we had Getrix on the side of the car. And throughout the year, so a 9/16 wrench is a tool, a screwdriver is a tool, money is a tool. They were able to come on board and help us financially in some certain ways that we hadn't had in the past, which allowed us to maybe get some better equipment in different places, have some different resources that we hadn't had in the past. And it really, and I've said it to everybody that will listen, having them come on board was instrumental into winning the 3 races. We went to 5, actually 6 finals if you consider the 4 wide, and 4 number 1 qualifiers. Could have won the championship had we not made a couple mistakes driving. We didn't. Could have finished second. We didn't, but we finished 3rd, which is pretty good as far as when you look at how competitive and what the budget is against the cars that we're racing against. Even though we've had a lot more support this year, we still don't have the budgets that these other teams have. But they came on board, and obviously Rottler stepped up again with us this year, and the Hose Connection and Jason Curry. CIP1 was on board this year. These people that help us all believe in what we do. And for anybody that says, how do you get a sponsor? How do you get involved in racing? You know something? Just be yourself, be honest, be true. Don't oversell what you can do. And you get a lot of people around you that just want to help. And that's where we're at.
Well, and I think that's a great lesson to so many out there, both, we would say above and below where NHRA exists in the hierarchy of motorsports worldwide. Like, it is ultimately, the power of people that make things happen one way or another. All right, run a little limited on time. I want to get to the Redding story, because this is one that, everybody dreams of this story, like something's wrong with the car and we've got to fix it. And they, and you guys had to go off site. You loaded your race car onto a flatbed truck. You took it to a secret location. It caught fire. You returned back to the track. Everyone was wondering where you were, what you did. Was the problem fixed? You didn't even know, maybe. And then you were able to go out and win the event. Your 3rd event of the year, the first in the NHRA playoff system, known as the Countdown. And you say that eclipsed the U.S. Nationals as your biggest personal win.
Yeah, it's less than a week prior to that, in between Indy and Reading, I started feeling pretty bad. So I went to the emergency room and had my appendix taken out. And the doctors were telling me that I wasn't getting in a race car. I was telling them, make sure that I have anything that I need so that I can be comfortable in a race car, but I can't take any medicine, nor am I going to take any medicine. So whatever we need to do, tell me. And they said, rest. So I was told I could go to the racetrack, but I couldn't work on anything for Reading. Well, that changed when our car decided for 3 out of the 4 runs to not run. We'd go up, it would run in the pits, it would run, starting it up, you pull into the water box, the car would just quit. So luckily we were qualified after Q1, so we stayed qualified. But on Saturday night, we had a car that literally could not do a burnout. I wasn't supposed to be working on cars, which I was now is involved as anybody working on the car. And I said to Rob at Rob's Towing, I said, hey, do you have who's been a sponsor of ours forever? He's on the hood of my car, and they're from Pennsylvania. You have a flatbed here? He goes, yeah, we're the tow company for Maple Grove. I said, do you have a place that we can go work on our car, potentially do some burnouts? He goes, absolutely. So we tried to sneak out of the track. We rolled down to the scales and put our car on a flatbed, which of course everybody's seen. You can't get out of a racetrack secretly. And we went for a few hours and worked on the car and stripped a whole bunch of wiring out of the car and rewired a lot of stuff and figured out, we thought we had the problem solved, but after about 12 attempts doing burnouts in a parking lot, or however many it was, we put it back on the flatbed, brought it back to the track and said, well, we hope it's fixed for round 1. We got to run Greg Anderson, who is pretty bad to the bone. And, if we can get through first round, we're lucky, but let's just hope that the car starts and runs. Lo and behold, we beat Greg first round, won second round. Race got postponed onto Monday due to rain. And, had to run the one elite car in round 3 and Kyle, the track owner, in round 4. And we came out of there with a Wally. That was 8 straight rounds of winning, 4 out of Indy and 4 out of Reading. And we were definitely on a pretty good high right there. It was something that you look back upon and say, whatever it took, we were willing to do.
And I see Judy and Francisque have joined us once again, just days after having your appendix removed. Just an amazing story. Quick 30-second answer about 2024. Mission Foods coming on with NHRA drag racing. And now you've got a very strong season to build upon. They say you got to lose one by a little before you can win one.
Yeah, let's just say motivated is probably not the right word. There's words I would use that I won't use on screen here. We are coming out with a vengeance. We're coming to win the championship. Our team is ready to go. We wish that you could actually. We wish that qualifying was tomorrow. Let's go. We're ready to get back after it. And now we don't know where the cards are going to fall, but we're confident going into the season that we're a team that people should not take lightly.
Well, excellent. And they don't. And of course, Total Seal, a worldwide brand, regardless of motorsport or even beyond, making power for race vehicles. And so I encourage everyone to check out TotalSeal.com. Matt, thank you very much. And thank you for spending time with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We are going to bring the John Force team, and after that, Tony Stewart. So we're going to be, talking about drag racing for the next hour. Stay with us. We'll
Tony Stewart, Francisque, how did you accomplish this? It's amazing.
Well, because people want to talk to you, Joe. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's the reason. Sure.
We'll run a short video. We'll be right back.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We had a great session with Matt. Joe Castillo is back with us, and now we're going to be getting on stage the John Force team. I'm getting a signal from a producer. I think we've got John, we've got Robert.
And Austin this year.
And Austin is here as well. So right now we're going to ask them to start their video and camera, and we'll let you. Oh, we've got Austin, and then we should be getting Robert as well as John.
Excellent.
So we'll let you take on, Joe, while we bring John and Robert. Okay.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Appreciate it. Everyone, EPARTRADE.com Industry Week. Meet Austin Prock. What's up, Austin? How are you?
I'm doing good here in Brownsburg at the shop, and just starting to get the ball rolling on everything for 24.
No, it's very exciting. And I don't know if you've ever followed along with Industry Week here on EPARTRADE, but it is a worldwide audience and a collection of motorsports and industry people from around the world. And, I love the idea that we get to showcase the sport of, NHRA drag racing to folks. You drive a top fuel dragster. You come from a legacy family. You want to race this past year. And you get to race with John Force and Robert Height. I see them connecting right now. But for you as a young man who has driven many different styles of race cars, just, talk about the opportunity you have to live this experience as a top fuel racer.
Oh, it's awesome. It's really a dream come true. I've been very blessed with, the teams and owners I've been able to race for. And, John Force, he's a legend of the sport, and to be able to be a small part of his team and, have him trust me to drive one of his race cars is very cool, So we're always working hard trying to get Wallies, win championships, and, do what I can to, support this great company.
Exactly. And we've got John and Robert. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good morning. How are you?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear it?
Yeah, we hear you guys. And of course, definitely the most impressive background that I've seen so far. Force and Robert, man, you guys, drag racing personified. John, always championing this sport and going into a new era in 2024. The folks at Mission Foods coming on board. Robert, another super strong season. Let's start off with John. When you look back at the season that just was, how do you evaluate it?
Well, it was a struggle. We didn't deliver the way we wanted to, but I've got a young team that's headed by my son-in-law, Daniel Hood, and Tim Fabrizi, but we're making a lot of changes. We're moving things around, and we're going to improve it. I've won a lot of championships. I've won a lot of races this year, finishing, I think, 7th in the points.
7th.
Wasn't good for John Force or for John Force Racing. So Robert really had to carry the ball, in the funny cars, and Proc, with the operation that Grubnick changing everything from chassis, across the board, engine programs. They always say you got to get lost to get better. And that's what Grubnick is going through. And he'll deliver. He delivered a championship with her, with Monster Energy and Flavor Pack. And he'll come back and he'll do it again. You got to trust your crew chiefs. That's the team you put around you. Robert runs the day-to-day stuff for me. I'm getting a little crazy in my old age, but I'm still having fun, still loving doing it. And then I got this young Austin Prock, you know what I mean, that can drive the hell out of a race car, a top fuel car. So we got to keep this thing afloat. We're working on it. We got meetings lined up here today at John Force Racing. Auto Club's coming in. Another group out of Temecula's coming here. So we're excited about the future, but you got to live it 7 days a week, and we do.
Yes, excellent. And crazy, he says, but crazy like a fox, moving Chris Cunningham over to Austin's car, able to get a win, moving Austin's brother Thomas to work with Robert, and another strong season, Robert. The top 3 points getters within one round of racing at the end of the In-N-Out Burger finals at Pomona. You finished with the number 2 on your car for the 2nd straight year. I feel a little apprehensive even bringing it up, because I know that you were right in the middle of that fight. Look back on the season and give us your thoughts.
Well, we made a bunch of changes to our car too, as you talked about earlier, moving Chris Cunningham over to Austin's car. That, we knew we were going to have a learning curve and probably struggle a little. He's a very savvy guy, and he and Jimmy thought alike and worked very well together for a lot of years. But he also deserved the opportunity to grow and run a car himself, rather than just hire somebody and move them around him. So he did a great job on Austin's car. Really hadn't run a dragster in a lot of years. But that left us over here with Jimmy and his son, and That's Thomas and then Nate. And we knew going into it, we were going to have some growing pains. But for me as a driver, it was a really fun year to see how they grew from the beginning to the end. At the end, we were really clicking, and I feel we had the best car out there. Okay, I really do. At the end, made some great runs, won some races in the countdown, and just didn't get it done on the last run of the year. It's kind of a trend that I want to stop. If you add up the points that we lost by the last 2 years, it's still less than one round. So I guess at the beginning of every season, that's where you want to be. You want to have a shot at winning the championship on the last day, but we've just got to get it done. So looking forward to next year. And, if these guys can grow like they did this year, we're gonna be a powerhouse.
What I find interesting about the sport of drag racing is that we champion diversity, and I think it's something that all series are working on, top to bottom, inclusion of anybody that wants to race, right? And drag racing has been there and has been doing that for many years. One thing that we do have, and it's certainly on the screen right now, that I don't think other motorsports have, is age diversity. You've got Austin, who's in his 20s. You've got John, who's in his 70s. You got Robert, who's probably right in the middle, and you all compete at the highest level and can win a race on any given day. You don't have to be great for 4 straight hours. You don't have to run at a full sprint, but you have to be perfect within yourself and in the cockpit for a limited amount of time. I'd like to hear each of you talk a little bit about that, because I don't think that it's widely appreciated how challenging what you're doing is in the scope of the time that you're doing it. I'd like to hear Austin start off.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to race circle track. That's what I grew up doing, and then transition over to, drag racing. So for me, everything's just, like you said, compacted into 4 seconds, and you have to be absolutely perfect. Where, when you're racing a 30-lap feature or a 100-lap feature in a circle track car, you can go out there and get a slow start and kind of get into your rhythm and still come out with a victory. Where this, you got to go up there and, it's like trap shooting. You get one shot at it and you better be perfect. So that weighs a lot on you mentally, going up there and knowing that you have to absolutely be perfect. And I would say this sport's a lot more mental than circle track racing, just because you have all that pressure on you to be perfect, in thousandths of a second, whether it's leaving the starting line or, when these race cars make a move, you have to be so quick and so on top of the car, or when it smokes the tires, getting it to recover. So, I would just say that drag racing is just so much more of a mental game, and being able to have a clear mind and go up there and just kind of race on instincts is the biggest difference between the two.
John?
Well, first I'd like to say, Joe, I want to thank you for all the work you did last year, putting up with us drivers and teams, but you worked really hard. It was fun to see you at the banquet, still working, but having fun. But we do appreciate you.
Thank you.
NHRA drag racing needs more people like you. So I wanted to thank you for that. Austin, I know you were up north doing a show in Frisco or something, but that was just a few hours ago. What'd you do? Take a trailer with you? Because you're sitting in your trailer at the shop in Indy. Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in Indy. I've been at the shop all morning. I don't know. I didn't have a show to do this morning. I don't know who that was, but I've been down in the paint booth, in the fab shop, down in the pit. So we got one trailer left here.
It's really something. I used to live this day to day, and I still do live it day to day. And Robert takes care of the number stuff and all of that because, that's where he came out of college. He was an accountant. Okay. But when you look at the sponsors, like Cornwell Tools, like Auto Club will be here today doing a show here in the theater. And they all saw the championship and what took place. I congratulate Hagen, but I still feel like we won. I just look at how it works. That's how I think mentally. I don't allow myself to think any other direction. But the fight starts all over now. So we want to congratulate the winners. But Robert Height did his job. Proc, Brittany, myself, don't look so pretty, but Pete, Chevrolet, they're sticking by me. I've got a lot of work to do because I'm not getting any younger. But what's cool is if you look around us, we build a situation. Like if any reason I went down and I could any day, Proc stepped right into my seat. Wouldn't be a problem. You know what I'm saying? He's driven funny cars. He's driven dragsters. I've never even sat in a dragster. I have no idea. I did in the early days with a front engine car, but that's 100 years ago. But Robert Height could drive anything. Brittany, licensed in funny car. So we try to make our company where we can always cover our backs. That's what we're heading to Indy. Me and Robert on Tuesday, we're going in to do a regrouping because you got to have backups everywhere. And I made some mistakes. I didn't have a backup, for Grubnick. And but we fixed that now. We hired a young kid that's going to come over. That was a crew chief, and he's joining us. So we're excited about that. And we're still looking. We're looking for more people. And no matter how the money gets beat up or where it goes, our sponsors have always stood by us. Flavor Pack and Montana Brand, all these people, John Force Racing will survive. And why? Because I've been with other champions in my career going back when they retired along the way. The money's not there. It's getting tougher and tougher finding the help and training them. But I don't have an option. I have to keep racing. Robert has to. Proc, Brittany, Jimmy Proc, all of these people that run our operation, Cunningham, we have to do it. It's the only living we have. So we work it 7 days a week, and we're not going to fail. I'll guarantee that.
Robert, I didn't know you were an accountant graduate.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough when you're, spending, when you blow one of those engines up, the numbers in your head must go crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll
Make
answer
you cringe.
So I believe, drag racing is a little different than other forms of motorsports. And honestly, I feel that, it's probably at least 70% car and 30% driver to win, and I think, if you look at, like Kyle Busch, for instance, he leaves Joe Gibbs and goes over to Childress Racing and wins more races than they've won in a lot of years because he's a really good driver. So what I'm getting at is over there, it's probably weighted a little heavier on the driver than it is the car. And I think that's why you can do this at, extended ages and still do a good job. Experience is a big deal over here, but you got to have a real good race car to win in NHRA.
The driver can certainly, mess it up. Like if it's going to be a perfect run, the driver can just take little points off the board with, driving out of the groove or a bad reaction time, but you've got someone else in the other lane that you're trying to beat them and be successful. Robert, as the accountant, I would love your opinion of where things are and where things are going in the sport of NHRA drag racing. Mission Foods signed on. They've got a lot of positive energy coming out of the National Hot Rod Association. It looks like 20 or 21 races in the 2024 season. There were a lot of programs that were started, Saturday racing with that Mission Foods challenge that happened, a lot of change, a lot more going on over your career. You've spent a lifetime in drag racing, as John just said. Like, what's your take on where the sport is at the moment, Robert?
Yeah, I think it's headed in the right direction. You've got to try things and make changes, and you've got to hand it to NHRA. They're definitely doing that. But I'm excited about Mission Foods. It's going to open up a whole new avenue for marketing and trying to get fans out to the racetrack to experience it. And I always say that if you get somebody to come one time, they probably will come back. Okay, I've never brought anybody to the races that didn't just love it right from the get-go. So the trick is getting new eyes, new people out to the racetrack, and I think Mission Foods can help do that. It's their Camping World was great. They really were. And a lot of people camp, but I just feel that Mission Foods, being nationwide in all the grocery stores and all the different outlets, that's going to open up eyes to drag racing. And that's just a positive.
Yeah, well, it's just it's a broader audience, right? More people go into a grocery store and buy tortilla chips and tortillas for their dinner than go out and buy an RV. But the folks at Camping World, Marcus is still on board with NHRA drag racing for 2024 and beyond. I always find it interesting, hearing the business side of it and bringing on parts and pieces and the maneuvering of personalities and crew members from one team to the other. But ultimately, it's a person in the cockpit of a race car. And John, they lower the body over you, and now you're in your world. And this is something that I don't know that there's anyone who has more experience. I don't know if there's anyone who has been more public about how much they love that experience of being in the chassis. The body comes down, they fire that 11,000 horsepower nitro engine, and you've been there since they were like 4,000 horsepower or less. Can you, considering we've got people around the world that follow sports cars, boats, industry people, can you talk about that experience and why you love it so much? Being in the car, the feeling, the sound, what's going on in there, and why it keeps you coming back.
I just figured out why I never answer anything. And Proc's over here trying to keep from laughing. I know, Proc, I can read you. You asked me a question a while ago, and Proc saying, Force just went down the road, and then Robert Hyde has to come here and answer. So I apologize for that.
Yeah,
he stays on track. But I look at, and talking Camping World, I got a program put together. I call him Mike Dove, but it's Chief Dove. They used to be the chief of police there in Brownsburg, but he's bringing in a new trailer company that we're going to announce pretty soon. He's joining John Force Racing. So a lot of this is exciting, but the real truth is I already forgot what you asked, but why do I drive it? Why do I sit here and talk on TV? Brock, you're making me laugh, but I have so much fun. Finally got Robert to go to dinner with me last night, and I had to pull teeth to get him to go because he just don't want to sit and listen to all my bull. Because I just talk all the time. But I really love being with him. I love being around Proc. You know what I'm saying? And I love the camaraderie. I grew up in football in a trailer house. Now I'm in the biggest trailer court in the world with a football team of guys. I got 4 teams. And we have fun. We have fun. So when I get in that car, it's my crew chiefs that run it. It's the team that runs it. It's the car that they put around me. And then it's the sponsors like the Peak and Chevrolet that make it possible to fund me. And then it's my shrink because he debates what he should let me do day to day. But I'm having fun. And when I get in that car, I know who I am. Look, I'm not trying to kid nobody. I'm not young like Robert. I get up in the morning, I sit on the end of the bed and I go, where's this day going to go? My chest starts pounding and I have to call my doctor. Am I having a heart attack? No, Forrest. You're going to work yourself to death and you'll never change. But when I get in that car, I get young again. I'm like Robert. I'm like Proc. And okay, I didn't win the way I wanted to win this year, but I ain't done. It's going to motivate me more. And you take a guy like Jimmy Proc, trust me. He went on vacation with his family, but he never thought once about nothing but that last round, because what he is all about is winning. And that's why we build families around us. The Proc family, Sam runs my money in Indy and my stuff. I don't even know what he does, him and Robert. All I do is try to keep finding it, keep it going. Robert was on the deals, and Robert's learned the business. And I'm not just sitting there trying to bull jive. He come in here and told me this morning about something I need to do with Pete, with a new company that we got coming in. And I go, why didn't I think about that? Because they have learned the business. They've taught themselves. I've helped some, but we got a place to go. I look at NHRA, they got to survive. You know what I'm saying? That's all important. And we got to survive and we got to find new sponsors. That's what I'm pitching here on your show. Continually, that's what I do, because somebody will watch this and I'll get a phone call for bringing up stuff. So when I don't answer your questions are great. So real quick, when I get in that car, I become young again.
That's a great answer. John Force answered the question, guys. Just note down. He did it. Dan out there in the chat section says John is a national treasure. And let me go to Austin. You get to live this experience every day, right? Like John Force that everybody sees here. Like, this is John Force. This is what it is. What is that like for you, Austin? Like just experiencing that, and you can answer the car question too.
Yeah, it's just like he is on TV. You know, you get the same John Force all the time. You know, what the fans see and how he treats the fans, that's how he treats all of us. So I love working with him. You know, he's the greatest at what he does, whether it's driving the race car or finding the money or keeping this deal afloat. He's the best there is at it. So really honored to be a part of it and learn from him. You know, I've known John since I was probably 10 years old, and he's known me since I was born. He makes the joke he was there in the hospital room. So I've been around Force my entire life, and he's never changed, and I don't think he ever will. And we hope it stays that way. But driving the car, like Force said, you get in there and you just become one with the machine. And there's no better feeling in the world to me than that. You know, those few minutes of sitting in the car behind the water box, it's, you know, 4 or 5 minutes of just pure bliss. I don't have a radio in the car, and it's just me and my thoughts in the race car. And that's one of my favorite parts about driving it, is just that nice peace and quiet right before you roll up there and get to go stand on 11,000 horsepower and be a badass.
Robert, what about you? Like the doing it for the love, like John just said, that, you know, the business side, and we all know without that side of the sport, there is not a sport the way we know it. It's not on, you know, Fox Sports. It's not, that doesn't happen without the sponsors and the corporate partnerships and the B2B and all of that. But in the end, it's a person in a car. It's a man or a woman in a car, and they get to feel it. One time I heard a very well-known driver just talk about the feeling, the firing order, and the shake of the chassis, and you get to live both experiences. You get to live the John Force Racing experience.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for me, it's, you know, I started as a crew guy, and I've worked on these cars, and, you know, from the ropes, you know, it looks like a real glamorous job, right? These guys work very, very hard, traveling up and down the road, setting things up, tearing down, but they still get to work on race cars and build race cars and try to make them perfect. So every time I get in there, they give me a perfect race car. I've got the greatest team around me, and I want to do a good job for them. And like when you can turn 4 wind lights on Sunday, and you've won as a team, you know, you have 2 crew chiefs and 7 crew guys and the driver, and you all pull together and do your jobs perfectly, because that's what it takes to win a race, is everybody to do their job perfectly. There's not a better feeling. So to me, it's all about the team and the, you know, the camaraderie, and, you know, and then you have all the sponsors. You've got to do your job for them. And that's even away from the racetrack. There's probably more away from the racetrack than there is at the racetrack, you know, working for your sponsors and doing a good job for them. So it's really just one big team. And that team consists of all the guys, the driver, the crew chiefs, the sponsors, and when you can win, there's not a better feeling.
And it's a multi-generational sport as well. And they all are, all motorsports are, you know, like every little baby, someone throws a football into the crib, and, you know, they're running the football down the hallway, and, you know, maybe they're going to be a football player, right? But car racing, it's just a different challenge. You know, it's expensive just to be there one time and to get in a car. And Austin has experienced it. He's, you know, multi-generational racing family. John has set his family on board with his daughters. Your daughter now, Robert, has decided to follow her dad into the world of drag racing, and you are endorsing it.
Yeah, it's exciting. She's really, I mean, this is all she's loved. I've always pushed for other things, you know, when she was in high school, even in junior high, it's like, okay, try to be a part of school and do those school functions and school events, because drag racing will always be here. But couldn't talk her out of all that. I mean, she just loves being at the racetrack. She got a taste of winning in juniors, and she's pretty level-headed. She wants to learn, and she pays attention. And then she gets up to super comp, and she's, you know, had some success early on, which is kind of unheard of. So she's got the bug and she wants to keep doing it. But number one, she's got to finish school. That's the most important. And but you're going to see her racing for a lot of years. There's no doubt in my mind.
Excellent. I can see Francisque and Judy are coming on. So let me just ask for a final thought from each of you, Austin, as we get ready to go into the holiday season, but 2024 NHRA drag racing. Final thought for the audience out there, and we'll just go down the panel.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Top Fuel was cutthroat this past season, and I think it's only going to get tougher next year. And that's what we strive for is a high competition level. It makes it fun for the racers. It makes it fun for the crew chiefs, the crew, and it puts on a great show for the fans. So I'm looking forward to the 2024 schedule. I'm excited to roll into a season with the same set of crew chiefs and same crew. I've yet to do that in my short time racing. So I think that's really going to set us up for a successful year. I honestly believe, the way our race car ran there at the end of the year, it should be a heavy hitter next year. And, I'm going to, make sure I'm in a little better shape rolling into this season and try and fine tune my craft. And if I can do that and we can, get our race car running like it is, but more consistently, we'll be a serious threat. So I'm looking forward to it. We're building new race cars. Got a great team around me. I'm having fun already and ready to go stand on the gas.
And, Robert and John, final thought.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's a hard pill to swallow, when you finish second 2 years in a row and it's so close. A lot of guys would love to have number 2 on their car, but that's not us. We want championships and we know we're capable of winning. So it's going to make us work harder and dig deeper. And, like John said earlier about Jimmy Prock, he already went on vacation, but I guarantee he did not think about anything but that race car and what we've got to do to get better. So excited about all that. And, we're gonna come out swinging. Can't wait. But, this is tough to swallow, when you lose like we did the last 2 years. So I think with everybody on board and Thomas and Nate growing, we're going to be a lot better team next year and put more wins on the board.
John.
Well,
Thank you very
much.
Thank you very
girl
much.
in here and screwed me up totally. And then you slid this other guy in here. Looks like the guy that played Ant-Man or somebody, famous movie star. So anyway, I didn't know who to talk to there. You got me all confused. But
John, you are one of the best with your sponsors. When I see you in your hospitality trailer, like with the Peak people, you are the best with your sponsors. I see you at trade shows with your sponsors. You're the hardest one out there working for your sponsors. And I hope you bring in additional ones.
Well, Joe gives me all this credit, but the real truth is without the sponsors, you don't exist. Everything around me was built, I come from a little trailer house in Bell Gardens. We didn't have any money. You know what I mean? I was driving a truck. It's the sponsors that made it possible. MKC, the people that are joining, Cornwell Tools is stepping up with Robert, Auto Club, all of our family, Chevrolet, Frank Peaks, Flavor Pack, Monster, Montana brand, the list goes on. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be stars of NHRA without it. And so I'm excited to be here, get to be on your show. All my friends watch it. So life is good. And Robert said he swallowed a pill. Let me tell you, I've been swallowing pills for a few years now. Okay. But you know what? Get over it, move on, because what you get to do is you get to drive a hot rod at 330 miles an hour. And I love it, even when it's on fire. Right, Brock?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your passion, your energy, your enthusiasm, your commitment to the sport and the industry. We love to have you, John and Robert and Austin. And it's time to move on directly into our next session. Tony Stewart is right here. So stay with us. We're going to bring Tony on stage with us. And then Joe Castillo, you're going to carry on. So as soon as Tony is with us.
Thanks.
Have some big hitters today in racing, drag racing. So it's going to be nice to have Tony on.
Guys, I love this sport. I love all motorsport. I love all sport competition, right? I started in sports radio in Miami. And so this drag racing has pulled me in such a way because of the characters and the people. And all sports have them, but they seem to be very plentiful in the sport of NHRA drag racing. And we pulled in a new one in the last couple of seasons, and he is on screen with us now.
And Tony, thank you for joining us. And I talk to your father all the time, Nelson, and he's still racing. And it's in your blood.
It is. I don't know how you follow that shit show we just listened to. John Force is an absolute legend. It is so fun to listen to him and be around him, and especially being in the sport now. I'll go back to what you said, though. My father's 85 years old and still races 3/4 midgets. So hopefully I got the right side of the family tree there and got the genetics that'll allow me to race that long. But it's so much fun to listen to John and Robert and Austin. Austin Prock used to run his midget program out of our shop at TSR there in Brownsburg. So we know Austin really well. His brother Thomas was one of our engineers at Stewart Haas Racing in Charlotte with the NASCAR side. So it's a really close-knit family that NHRA is, and proud to be a part of it.
Excellent. And Francisque and Judy have left us, Tony, and so now we're gonna get into it. We're to try to make
They
this.
trust you and I to do this on our own.
It's whether they do or they don't. We've got it. So if we want to do a little gambling, whatever we could come up with, we got the next 25 minutes, maybe more, because from what I understand, there might be an interesting surprise for the audience. But you hear John talk a little bit about his passion for the sport. You know what it's like to be passionate for motorsport, but you're relatively new to NHRA drag racing. Obviously, the Xfinity Championship, the team is successful beyond, but now you're successful in drag racing. Your funny car team won the championship. Robert finished second. We were talking about you guys, Matt Hagan, Dickie Venables. I would call it, 2.5 years that you've really been all in on NHRA drag racing. Could it have gone much better than this?
If I had to script it, you obviously, the dream scenario would have been that final round in Top Fuel at Pomona, and having my wife Leah be in the finals with Doug Kalitta, knowing that no matter what the outcome of that round was, one of those two was going to be a world champion for the first time. And there really wasn't a bad ending. I mean, obviously, I have to pull for my wife and our race team, obviously, but again, talking about how tight a family it is, I raced in USAC with Doug Kalitta in 94 and 95. And 94, Doug won the national championship. And then in 95, I beat Doug to win the national championship. So, Doug and I have a high amount of respect for each other. And that's what made it very interesting. And but at the same time, it was a calm feeling going up there for that final round, knowing that somebody that you raced with that you have a lot of respect for, and his history and drag racing, and knowing that he's runner-up 6 times, listening to Robert Height talk about that pill to swallow. All of us that are competitive have had to take that pill, unfortunately. And it is hard to swallow because you work so hard. And I think what makes it harder is when you get that close and you can't finish it, that's what makes it really tough. But I'm so proud of Leah. I'm proud of Neil Strauss-Baugh, Mike Domagala, Ryan McGilvery. The entire team did a phenomenal job. I mean, Neil was a rookie crew chief last year. I mean, he's been a co-crew chief for years in the sport, but to make that leap to that different chair in the trailer and be the one that's running the ship, last year we had a lot of growing pains, but to see where we were a year ago and see where we are now is light years further than what I anticipated and projected this team was going to do this year. So I'm extremely proud of those guys. There's not enough you can say about Matt Hagan and Dickie Venables, Mike Knutson, Alex Conaway, that whole team. Just a top-notch championship contending team year in and year out. And, like Robert said, and like Austin said, I mean, the competition is tough and it keeps getting tougher and tougher in NHRA. And I know I've only been around it for 3 years now, but literally the Top Fuel class by itself is stronger and more competitive than it's ever been in its history. So to be a part of that and watch this sport grow and see the atmosphere. I mean, John talked about how friendly the atmosphere is and how fun the atmosphere. That is exactly one of the biggest things I love about NHRA is the fact that for a fan to buy a ticket, they buy their ticket and they literally can go anywhere but the starting line. Fans are able to somewhat a little bit mill around in the staging lanes when the drivers are getting in the cars, but they're able to go in the pit. And that's the biggest thing that you don't see. Most of the time in dirt track racing, for example, you can buy a pit pass on top, and the pit pass is more expensive than the reserve seats or general admission seats in the grandstands. But for one ticket in NHRA, you get your seat and you get to go in the pits and you get to watch the drivers, the crews interact. You get to see them service these cars. You get to see them do things that no other engine builders do in the sport. In any form of motorsports, there's nobody that turns around a motor in 40 minutes and has it ready to go. So to see that show and see it in the pits, and for the fans to see the warm-ups and smell the nitro, hear how much power these cars have just idling in the pit area as they do their warm-ups, it's an experience that you literally cannot get in any other form of motorsports.
So 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you've been coming to the drag races for many years. I remember years ago at the U.S. Nationals, you were a guest, I think, of Don Schumacher and Tony Schumacher, and we had you in the media center, and always asking like, hey, what do you think? But what you just said is an example. Like I've been in drag racing my whole life. I couldn't have said it better. Talk about, I don't want to call it a conversion because that sounds like it's unwilling, but the awakening to all of these things, right? Like, oh my gosh, really? What? Wow. And then you get to drive a car, which we're going to talk a little bit about, but you got to go one time. Otherwise you can't have this experience.
Yeah. And that's, you're spot on. I'd always watched drag racing on TV, but, I was always a short track guy and I loved INDYCAR and I loved NASCAR, but I'd never been exposed to drag racing. And I got a chance with George Snyder and Ron Burton, the famous painter. Had an experience to go watch night qualifying one year, and I'm like, this is insane. It's crazy. And then didn't have another opportunity to go for a while. But at Stewart Haas Racing, when we formed SHR, Ryan Newman was our second driver, and the U.S. Army was our primary sponsor. So I got invited to go to the U.S. Nationals and hang out with Don Schumacher and Tony, and have the opportunity to see what it was like. But that is their Super Bowl. The U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis is their Super Bowl. It's their biggest race of the year. And I just kind of stayed off to the side, tried to stay out of the way, but really kind of got the bug then. But I went twice with those guys, but you learn from afar. And until I had the opportunity, until Leah and I met, and we met and went on our first date literally the Monday, the week that COVID really shut down everything on that following Friday. But when they started opening back up, Leah went to some of my sprint car races, and then the first NHRA event, Don Schumacher was very generous. He had a policy that unless you were working on the car, you were not allowed in the pit. And he allowed me permission to come in and be with Leah and really be in there and be a lot closer to it. And literally every event, every day that I went there, I saw things, I was learning, but I had a lot of questions, but was scared to ask anybody. But as time went on, you ask more questions, and every answer I got spawned 3 more questions. And it really did not take long after that to really set the hook and really get engrossed in what drag racing is all about and what the NHRA is all about.
So 2023, Tony Stewart, Nitro, the funny car team, world champion, the Top Fuel team, which you assembled piece by piece, which is another story unto itself. You mentioned Neil finished 3rd in the standings, got to participate in a historic winner-take-all championship run against Doug Kalitta that will be remembered forever. Just being in that is a huge deal. But your own driving, first season chasing a championship of any kind in the alcohol dragster category, you got to feel that bitter pill that Robert was talking about. Like, you were involved in a tight championship battle, got your first 2 national event wins, got some regional wins, and went right down to the wire.
Yeah, I'll be honest though. I won't say that it was a bitter pill to swallow. And the reason I won't say that is to come into a sport that I am so unfamiliar with, and to jump into a car and run in literally the fastest quarter-mile class that NHRA has and the 3rd fastest class that NHRA has overall, to jump in that class and go to Las Vegas a year ago and runner up to Madison Payne, which was kind of another scenario like Leah and Doug. Madison had never even made a national final, and I obviously in my first event had never made one as well. But knowing that one of us was going to be a first-time winner and lose by 1.5 inches, that's a bitter pill to swallow. But to go through the season and win 4 races and have an opportunity to race for that championship as a rookie, there's, in my opinion, there is no shame in that game. I'm proud of what we did. I had an absolute blast racing with the McPhillips family. They're great people. Rich Sr. and Richie and all the people they put around us this year made this season so much fun as a competitor. I think what helped in the learning curve is having my wife and having Matt Hagan. I mean, you couldn't ask for 2 better coaches every week that were there at the racetrack to be able to bounce information off of. And if they saw mistakes, they were able to help me understand what I did wrong and what the correction needed to be to do it right. So I think that helped a lot this season. I enjoyed it. The top alcohol dragster class, even though it's considered a sportsman class, it is so much fun. The teams, the drivers that I got to race with and getting to know those guys throughout the year, unbelievable. I mean, Madison Payne and I are really good friends now, and she's the one that beat me in my first race. But Jackie Frick and Joey Severance and Sean Cowie, all these guys. Obviously Julian and Toss got to talk to her a lot this year, and all these people were so much fun to race with. And it's a feeling that I haven't had in a long time in motorsports. It's the culture and the atmosphere at the drag races are way different than anything else I've been a part of. Everybody is dead serious about doing their job. But at the same time, it's very much a family sport, and there's the camaraderie there between teams is incredible. So it really made it a lot of fun. But, I knew going into Pomona that I couldn't win the championship. The best I could finish was second, but we did have the opportunity to slide back to third too. So being able to stay in that second spot in our first year, that's not a tough pill to swallow at all. I'm really proud of what we did with that group.
No, you should be. Good note, and you should be. But what I pick up as we tell this story, like lost your first race to Madison Payne, lost the championship to Julie Natas. It's like a running commercial for the diversity of NHRA drag racing, right? Like it's almost as if there is no gender barrier at all. You took a big when you brought Danica over to the Cup Series, like that was a big moment. And in drag racing, there's no opportunity for that big moment because it just seems to have happened so long ago. Is that, I don't want to say, is it weird, but like, how do you like process that? Like there's almost more women than there are men, almost.
I think it's refreshing. I remember in 2020 when we finally got to go to the U.S. National, and Leah goes, "Hey, let's go up to the line." And, we were all done for the day. I'm like, what are we doing? She goes, "We're going to go watch the juniors run." And I got to go in there and I watched all of these little kids get suited up and get their helmets on, get buckled in their cars. Crazy to see how many females were in the junior drag racing ranks. But I think that's one thing that is very underplayed in our sport is the amount of diversity that you mentioned. I don't think people have played on it enough or grasped it enough. As much as you look at NASCAR, you look at how hard NASCAR is working to try to create diversity in the sport. You got one African-American with Bubba Wallace. You got Haley Deegan that's been in the Truck Series and now going to graduate to the Xfinity Series next year. That's the only female. So you look at all of this and you look at how hard they're working to try to get it. And literally you go to an NHRA race, you don't have to try at all. It is right there in front of you. You have Antron Brown. You have Leah, Brittany in Top Fuel. You've got Alexis DeJory in Funny Car. You've got one of the baddest women on the planet that won another championship this year in Pro Stock. There's 2 or 3 women in the Pro Stock categories, but Erica Enders is amazing. And you look at how that trickles down through all the sportsman classes as well. It's amazing to see how many females are there. And I can tell you, we have somebody that's really close to us that's a female that is a fabricator and welder and does a better job than any male that I've ever seen in my life at welding. It makes me so jealous and frustrates the crap out of me. But women have such an attention to detail, and men do too, but that is a strength I feel like women have. And this is a sport where that strength is very important and is utilized. So, but I think it's great. We're in this area where everybody's sensitive about everything you say and do. I think the diversity in drag racing is something that NHRA and the sport should truly be proud of, because they haven't had to artificially create that. It was already there. And, I think that's something we're all proud of.
No, I agree. No, I love hearing you say it. I'm hoping that people out there, and I know our audience is around the world, they're industry folks, a lot of turning going on left, right, otherwise, will come and spend a little time at the drag races, because I don't know why this is, but I feel like because the sport doesn't turn, it kind of gets cast into its own little bubble, right? Like, yeah, not really racing. It's acceleration. It's not racing. Do you get that vibe? Can you explain that?
Well, I don't get it, but if it's there, it's a very inaccurate vibe, because even though the track goes straight, if you stand directly behind those cars, there's hardly any of them, especially in the pro classes, there's hardly any of them that ever go just dead straight. These drivers have to drive these cars. It's not just about holding the wheel straight, stabbing the gas, and it just rifles down through there at Mach 12. You have to be on top of it. Driving the alcohol car this year gives me a taste of what Matt and Leah go through when they drive, and to have to make decisions. And when we talk about split-second decisions, the split-second decisions we made in INDYCAR and NASCAR and sprint car racing, then you fraction that out even more. And that's how fast your brain has to process information that happens, and how you have to make those quote unquote split second decisions. There's so many things that go on in a 3.7 second run in a top fuel car. And there's a list of things that can go wrong in that run. And those drivers not only have to keep it in the groove, but they have to be ready at any moment during that run to have to make a correction or an adjustment, or make a decision to either pedal the car or just abort the run altogether. There's a ton of things that people don't realize that go into what these drivers go through driving these race cars.
Very exciting. Now you've had some experience in a top fuel dragster, and everybody wants to pressure you into like racing tomorrow. You're on your own schedule, and like, when I'm ready, then I'll be ready, but not ready yet. Where are you on that spectrum?
I think everybody's hoping that's the direction we're going to go. I'm happy doing what I'm doing right now, to be honest. It's like I said, I had a blast in the top alcohol class, and here's the reality of this that most people don't even think about. And I'm going to speak from a husband's side. Running in top fuel would be the worst thing I could do for my relationship with my wife, because if we have to race each other and I win, I immediately get an e-ticket to sleep on the couch for the rest of my life. I'll never get invited back to the bedroom. If she beats me, then every morning when I go in front of the mirror in the bathroom and look at myself when I get up and right before I go to bed, I can't even look at myself then, because I got beat by my wife. So that's how competitive we are. Leah seems to think it wouldn't be that bad, and it's not bad till it happens. So I feel like my experience in racing, I feel like it's just something that doesn't make sense for me to do that. And Matt Hagan's way too big for me to kick his butt and kick him out of his car. So we got two great drivers and teams in the pro categories, and I'm content being a sportsman driver. But the one thing at the end of the day that I've always learned, and it's been true through my whole career, is I've learned to never say never. So even though we're saying this, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. I have a feeling it will progress and will change at some point. And we've got a lot of cool things coming up. So, I'm enjoying it. I do want to add one more thing about the diversity side. And when we're talking about all these females, one of the coolest things that I've seen since I started hanging around and my relationship with Leah is watching her do her fuel and watching her pack her chutes and literally watching these families that are standing at the ropes, watching the crews, watching these little girls watch Leah, and Leah's goal is for every one of those young ladies to sit there and go, I can do that too. And I think that's a really huge lesson, not only just in motorsports, but in life in general. I mean, look at how many women pilots there are with commercial airlines now. That number keeps growing. this is the time for the change, and the change has already started in NHRA. It's just a matter of the rest of the world catching up now.
Okay, got a limited time and a surprise coming, but I want to ask like a quasi-serious question here. In that NASCAR just announced what I believe to be $1.1 billion media package across Fox, NBC, Prime, TNT, and others. And they are race drivers with helmets, and they go fast, and drag racing is got a great package with NHRA on Fox. We got Mission Foods coming on board. But when I see the deal that NASCAR just cut, which I believe, according to Sports Business Journal, it was 40% increase on their previous, I see all this potential. I see all this potential of what might lie ahead for the sport of NHRA drag racing if they can do the right things. What do you see?
Yeah, you're spot on. I think all of us during COVID really learned a big lesson, and I'm going to go back to listening to John and Robert and what they talked about how to run the business. Everything that we do, we for the most part do it the same as we did before COVID, but there are a lot of things that we do business-wise that we've had to learn to adapt. And every form of professional sports, whether it's NBA, NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, soccer, everybody has had to learn how to fight. We're all fighting for the same advertising dollars with all these Fortune 500 companies. So when you get a TV package like this that just happened for NASCAR, that is huge for not only NASCAR, but it's huge for all of us, because since COVID, everybody's attention spans have changed, and fans are thriving for live sports. As soon as people were allowed to go back to racetracks, did they come? They came in floods to the racetrack, and that's something that we were all excited about. I really thought owning a racetrack, Eldora Speedway in Ohio, I was genuinely concerned about, are we going to be able to survive the storm, and will it recover? Man, we've had record crowds since COVID. We've had bigger races with bigger purses than we've ever had. And it's trickling through major series across the board. So this is a great announcement. It's great for NASCAR. It's great for me because I'm an owner in NASCAR as well. But it also gives you hope that, with Mission Foods coming on board, that, now that is set. And I've kind of told everybody that the NASCAR domino is the first one in line. Everybody is going to fight to get that NASCAR coverage. Once that deal is done, then everybody else that didn't get a piece of that action are going to be thriving and bidding hard to get that same kind of action in different series. So NHRA is in a good spot to fight for that right now. Fox does a great job, and I had the honor to work with NASCAR doing the Fox broadcast, and also work with Steve Righteous and Brian Loams, Tony Petragon, and do some of the NHRA broadcasting too. And I can tell you, Steve does an amazing job. To see how they package a whole day of racing into a short time frame, and what they produce for the fans is incredible. And Steve won't like me saying this, but I say that a NASCAR race is 10 times better, in my opinion. And unless you're camping and going for the entire weekend and enjoying the whole weekend, it is much better to watch it on TV than to be there live, because you get all the telemetry, you get to see all the behind the scenes action as it's going on during that 3.5 hour period. NHRA drag racing, it is the polar opposite of that. It is 10 times better. And I am telling you as a race fan first, it is 10 times better to be there versus watching it just on TV. Because what TV can't show you is the concussion, the smells, the feel. When you're sitting in the grandstands and you feel your organs inside your body moving because of the concussion of the exhaust, it's not painful, but it's like going to an amusement park. And that feeling you get when you ride the roller coaster. So to be able to go to an NHRA race and feel, see, smell, interact, those are things that you don't get with any other sports. So that's what makes, the TV side's very important to all of us, obviously, but people coming to the races, that is also huge as well. And that's something that I, as a fan first, I truly recommend. Go on a Saturday or go for a weekend to a drag race, but go and vote for yourself whether you like it. I wasn't a huge fan of NASCAR or of NHRA. I loved watching it on TV, but I wasn't an adamant fan. It was not until I had the opportunity to go to an event and really be a part of it and see it, smell it, feel it, that drew me in and really set that hook and made me go, this is a great sport to watch on TV, but it's way better to be a fan at the racetrack.
Amazing. No, thank you for your time. I know NHRA has sent you into markets, and you have, talked a little bit about this awakening that we just talked about right now. And I believe it has moved the needle. I think we have seen a Stewart effect in the NHRA drag racing in 2023. So thank you for that.
So hold on. We have a little secret and
what's about to happen,
hello to you. We have someone that wants to say hi to you. She adores you. Give me a second.
Oh, look at this.
And I'm not singing happy birthday this time. Tony, that was a great interview. Hey, Joe, that was a great interview, honey. And I'm so glad you feel about drag racing the way you do, because I knew you would. I call it my perfume because there's nothing like it. And acceleration. And I absolutely love what you've done in drag racing. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I will say this, early on, I've known Linda for years, obviously racing in INDYCAR and NASCAR. And if I wasn't married to Leah and if our ages were a little closer, we would be married to each other by now. But Linda has always—
She's going to be mad.
Linda's always told me how special this sport is. And, once I had the chance to go, and then when I ran my first race, I mean, Linda's probably my biggest fan and supporter. And man, I love seeing you right now. I know we're all going to be at PRI this coming week and can't wait to catch up. But it is very great to see you. And man, if you want to talk about somebody that's worked hard in motorsports, the lady you're looking at right now has done more work in motorsports than anybody I know.
Next to you, we're so proud of you. I'm so proud to be associated. I just got a message from your wife just now saying you better be at my Christmas party. So I'll be seeing you all this next week. I'm looking forward to spending some time with y'all. Really proud of you, Tony. Thank you.
I'm going to go out and start buying mistletoe, and I'm going to carry it. And
Well, I'm single. I can kiss. I can have fun. Thank you very much, sweetheart.
Thank you.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. Wow, what a moment. Linda Vaughn, Tony Stewart, and me on here on EPARTRADE Industry Week. We're just so excited about the sport of drag racing, Linda. And, he said it. You have seen all the great moments. You have been there for so many across motorsports. You're a Hall of Famer in all of the Hall of Fames. Most recently, the Lions put you in their Hall of Fame 2023. So congratulations on all of that. Most importantly, though, you look great, your health, and you're still out there. We just talked to Force, still out there. Must love it.
Well, it's in our blood. We don't do drugs, we do racing. And there's nothing like the smell, the taste, the feel, the earth shattering. I'm telling you, and I'm so glad that he explained how he feels about drag racing, because one of the first few times that he came out to the U.S. Nationals was to see Schumacher. And I told Tony, I said, he's going to love this. I guarantee you he's going to get hooked. And then, of course, when he met his future wife, which is now his wife, the whole world started chiming, because I just thought that was a couple made in heaven. I even went to their wedding. It was fabulous. But to be a part of watching him grow up and growing up with him, and now her, and what we're doing in NHRA, the first drag race I ever went to see Big Daddy Don Gartley's run. So I go way back. I was just a kid.
Yeah, well, and that story, the Leah Tony story, and I personally sometimes get a little tripped up on these things because private stuff is private stuff, right? But at the same time, when Don the Snake is introducing them and like there's all these, like, the fans would love to know this stuff because it's a great racing romance.
It is a racing romance. I had one of those once. I married a drag racer. I know how he feels. But him partaking, I think his answers about not running against her was precious, because I hope that he just sticks where he is and continues. Look at the people he has brought and the sponsorship he has brought into NHRA since he's formed the Stewart Racing. I think it's outstanding. And I knew this would happen. And our base of fans have grown tremendously. Everywhere I go, everybody's asking me questions about it. And I really love that.
Wow. Well, okay, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I want to see him run Top Fuel somewhere at some point. I mean, he
He's
doesn't have
already
to
ran it a time or two.
but I mean, in competition, just for the, it's selfish. The media story, I would be giant. Tony Stewart runs the U.S. Nationals one time, something like that. Like, I would love to see that. But at the same time, he does elevate the Lucas Oil Series top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car categories. People are like, what do you mean Tony Stewart is content and happy and loves racing in these classes that are somewhat, unfortunately, overshadowed by the 330-mile-per-hour nitro cars?
Well, I think that what he has accomplished in his whole racing career, each step of the way, he's been a champion. And when he does put his mind to do something, he is a champion. He's already won his top alcohol and just the things that he's doing. But I think by him standing with her, and of course, now when she gets pregnant, 8 months pregnant, he has to run that dragster. I'm going to be standing right there watching.
As says Miss First Linda Vaughn,
just thought I'd throw that out.
Racing goddess. How's life for you, Linda?
I'm blessed. I have some good doctors. As y'all know, I've had some heart issues. Of course, I've had a few broken hearts along the way, but being put in the Motorsports Hall of Fame at Lions was so fabulous. And Force was there, and Youngblood, and so all these great people. Snake. It was just a wonderful, wonderful evening. And I took Judy with me. She came with me. The dinner was great. The food was wonderful, but the museum's outstanding. And I really suggest everybody, when you're out here in Southern California, please come to the Lions. I call it the Lions drag strip because they have a Lions drag strip on the inside, but it's something for the entire family. And in fact, I was talking to Mr. Rick last night. He is the CEO, and we're putting together some youth programs with Spark. And we're trying to get more of the colleges and the young people out there, because you can go on sparkamerica.org and look, and we're trying to place people when they're out of school or when they're through with their classes and want to get into the motorsports work. We're trying to encourage that more. So what we're taking is the past and presenting it with the future of America as our youth. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I've been working real hard on it with Christy Edelbrock. She was our first founder that brought the money to us at the Hall of Fame down in Daytona, and she presented us with a $150,000 check to get it started. And we're on our way. We're hoping we'll get more sponsorship. And say, for instance, I was the only girl in shop class. I took shop class. And my mother goes, "What are you doing taking a shop class?" I said, "Mother, I'm the only girl." I said, I'm going to learn all about these cars. And I did. And look at me now. 60 years later, I am still working in this business. And I love it. There's no age limit to this business, Joe, because it's like music. It's good music. It lasts forever. So that's what we're trying to do with our motorsports. We want to try to better it and the future and getting to the youth groups like at PRI. I'm looking forward to talking to a lot of the school people that are coming in there so we can get them more involved. Where will they go when they graduate college? Where will they go? For instance, I just took Mike Coughlin's son. He gave me his resume. We got him involved. He wants to be involved with maybe the Penske group and INDYCAR racing, and he's well qualified. And we're very impressed with him. Right now, he's at M1 in Detroit. So I think these stepping stones are going to help the kids to get where they want to go, because a lot of people can't get jobs when they get out of school. But with taking this initiative, I think we can do real well with it. And I'll be calling on Tony. We need sponsorship. I
like what you said, though. It's like music and people, motorsports. It's hard for someone outside of it to grasp the community aspect, but also it's a camaraderie based on being driven, right? This hard work and intensity, competition, like being driven. Everybody in this sport is driven, or you are out of here very fast. Like, what do you mean I've got to work until 2 a.m. and then be back at 6 a.m.? Well, that's the sport.
Well, it's a tough business, as we all know, that's involved in it. I mean, look at you. You worked so hard. I really commend your work during the Indy. My God, I don't know how you kept up with all those hours, Joe, but it's our passion. It's our love. I have a love affair with this industry and sport. I absolutely do. Hot Rod did a magazine article on me years ago, and it says I'm married to racing, which I am. I've loved it, and I still love it, and I think I can add to it, and hopefully we can take it into the future, and we can rebuild some of the parts that need rebuilding. But I go with drag racing, honey. It's exciting, and first race I ever went to in my whole life was a drag race.
Amazing. But with respect, and I hope everyone who's watching right now understands that, like we've had Ralph on, we've had everybody on, and they all have, Ralph spent a lot of time in drag racing.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone kind of, there's a Venn diagram of motorsports, and there's a lot of overlapping that happens. And maybe the largest percentage of my diagram is drag racing, but I've spent some time in NASCAR, INDYCAR, and otherwise, and I love it all. It's the same driven and intense person.
But maybe my first job was in NASCAR as Miss Firebird, and I don't forget where I come from. Sometimes I just don't know where I'm going.
Well, on that note, though, and that's where I was going, in that I don't think anyone has seen more of all of it than you have. You've been at all the big events across all versions,
all over the world.
All over the world, all over the world. So what I would love for you to do, if you can, is, reflect a little bit on motorsport of the past. We see all these great films and videos, and they look great, but you think, the fans at home didn't get to know the result very often days or weeks later. Now we have live streaming from local racetracks. They can watch their friend. It's so different. Maybe, I think it's better, but some argue that it was better in the golden era back then, when you didn't find out results for 2 weeks. Talk a little bit about the evolution.
It used to drive me crazy not being able to find out who won in 2 weeks. That really, and now, like they say, we got a great future. You can find out just about everything as it happens with the streaming, as it happens. But it was very difficult, especially when I was doing the Formula One racing, to try to find out what happened at the NASCAR race and the drag race while I was over the pond, I would call it. And I had the great fortunate, I got to work with Mario Andretti, and we won the championship and brought it back to America. And we just, it's just absolutely fabulous. I'm glad I did it. And in fact, Mario bought a car yesterday from a friend of mine, bought him a Camaro from my friend's place down where I have the Hearst Haven show every year, and at Skyway Motors. And I keep up with him. We stay in touch with each other. But, he went to NASCAR. He ran NASCAR and he won Daytona. And he used to come out to Englishtown to the drag races. There again, Tony Stewart, all the same thing. And Forrest, I see Forrest kiss my hand at the Indy 500 parade this year. It was just amazing how everything is involved now, where you can get all the information. And my sister goes, I saw Forrest kissing your hand. And I had no idea. She had it on television streaming, so she got to see it. So I think the future's wide open for the youth group to learn what we didn't get to learn for a couple of weeks at a time. I love it all. When I was Miss Firebird, getting to work with a pure oil company, and it became Union 76. And then in 66, I started with Hearst. A lot of folks write to me and want to know when I did start with Hearst. In 1966. At the first U.S. Nationals I went to, I've been hooked ever since, because that was the biggest drag race I'd ever seen in my life. Because I'd only been down to Calhoun Paradise Drag Strip or Brainerd drag strip up in Chattanooga to see Big Daddy run. So I got a great education. George Hearst was wonderful, wonderful man to work for, great product. And the original equipment still exists, and I love that.
Amazing.
And I had to work with the manufacturers, Joe, because when we keep it in-house and bring it back to America for American cars, I really do push our quality and our products made then, and let's make them again now. And that's why I love Seaman, PRI, and EPARTRADE, and everything that we're doing is to give the education and keep our future going. I don't think we have to depend on across the pond to make our parts. I think it's time to bring work back to America. And I really do push it. I'm all American, honey, all American.
No, I know. And export as well, which I believe that trend is happening. And I think, you know, things that, you know, came out of the pandemic. We had Rodion earlier during the pandemic. He dreamed up his boat series. You know, Tony referenced it. Matt referenced it. Everyone referenced it, how you know, there's a saying, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. And I think that a lot of people and a lot of businesses are reflecting and doing what they've got to do to get stronger.
I sure hope we do pick it up. And I've always been for the little man, the little speed shop, the little guy down the street that made a part that, say, for instance, Warren Johnson made something and we sold it back to Oldsmobile. Those are the things that I just love working with Tony and Pontiac, when we had some Pontiac things that we made for Tony, and then we sold it back to Pontiac for better equipment. And, you know, most of our test drivers were drag racers. That's one thing a lot of people didn't realize. But if you could get a kludge to work real well at the drag strip, then you can darn sure put it in that street machine, and you can make sure it's safe. So I think we need to go back to basics again.
So I agree. So I want to ask you, like, you know, this is just so vague, right? But like, you've got a billion stories, a billion stories about a billion people, and they're all interesting. And, you know, like, where do I start on that? Right. Like, you know, events, live events that you've been to, that you experienced, that stick out in your mind from the past, like something that in the moment you thought, this is the best thing I've ever done. And of course, after that, you maybe went on to something bigger and better. But at the time that you walked away going, wow, it was a great experience.
Well, there was 3 of them. My first Daytona 500. Oh my goodness. My mother made me this red feathered outfit. I was Miss Fireman, freezing ass cold. I thought I was going to die that day. But the passion that was in that parade lap, and everybody hanging on the fence and hollering my name, I was like, oh my God, they already know me. I mean, that was my first trip around Daytona, and they're going, and it was just awesome. And then I met George Hurst and Wally Parks, and they both offered me jobs, but they were running a contest. And I told Mr. Wally, I said, I think I'm going to enter this Hurst contest, because there's something about the first Hurst shifter I ever bought. I paid $5 down and $5 a week in Honest Charlie's Speed Shop for my boyfriend's 57 Chevrolet, because he couldn't drive it worth a hoot, and I could. So I started a love affair with the aftermarket business, and I bought a Edelbrock manifold, a Schaefer clutch. Her shifter was the first thing I bought, but then that got me involved in that part. And then the first time at the Indy 500, oh my goodness, by then my mother's riding shotgun, James Garner's driving the pace car, and George Hurst and Jack Duffy. And when we go around, and there's 500,000 people there, well, that was the most excruciating passion I think I've ever experienced. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or pee in my pants, because it was awesome. Oh, my mother kept turning around looking at me, and I'd throw her a kiss, but it was the most incredible parade lap of my life. And then, of course, we went to the U.S. Nationals, and I would stop on the starting line and kiss Buster Couch, because Buster's a Georgia boy, and girl, I'm a Georgia girl. So that became part of the parade pageantry, and it was wonderful. And we'd go down the middle of the track, and we'd come back up the return road. Well, that trip up the return road, there was nothing like it, because I had to reach out and touch the fence. So those are the 3 greatest parades of my life. Absolutely, it was incredible. And then years later, I did the Macy's Parade. I froze to death in that on the float with Mario. There again was a great time in my life. The Indy 500 parade downtown was fabulous. So getting to do those things have stood out in my mind. But I've never, ever been so loved and appreciated as those 3 events. It hooked me. I was good.
That's
sold a lot of shifters too.
Well, exactly. The marketing of it is part of the lore of our sport. Okay, next one.
Yes.
Motorsport is full of colorful characters. These people don't get to the highest level of this hardworking, driven sport without sometimes making their own rules, doing it their own way, colorful characters. And since you started the 3 trend, give me your top 3 most interesting and colorful characters that you've interacted with, worked with, and engaged with over your career.
Oh my God, we have all day.
Well, it's tough, like, hey, we're hanging out
we
with
gotta
Linda
say
Vaughn.
John Force. I mean, John Force is one of the most colorful characters I've ever met in my life. And I think he's so good for the sport. And I just knew he was going to be a star. The first time I ever heard him talking, we were at an event and he goes, "Linda, I need your help." John, don't need my help anymore. Thank you, John, for saying that. But you know what? I knew you were going to be a superstar and a heck of a drag racer. He was one that stands out in my mind. Of course, the first driver I ever had a crush on was Fred Lorenzen down at NASCAR, and he won the race, and I got to kiss a Yankee. My picture was in the paper. My daddy said, "You kissed a damn Yankee?" I go, "Yes, Daddy, I did." But that was a whole other ballgame because I was from Georgia. They were still fighting the war. I'm telling you, he was a Yankee boy, but that was quite a promotion that year. The next 2 years, they kept saying the blonde-haired lad and lass and all that, but that was fun. But Mario has just been the most tremendous gentleman, and getting to be in Victory Circle with Mario and knowing his family and his wife, Leanne, and all the kids, and now all the grandkids. He's one of my most precious pride possessions of my life. I love him dearly. And then like RP, Mr. Richard Petty the King, they'd call him the King and me the Queen, and we'd work events. So these people are just the most wonderful, wonderful people. Even James Garner asked me, "Who's your favorite driver?" And I go, "You got all day." I cannot just say one favorite driver because in each category, I do have my favorites, and those are some of them. And the little guy down the road, Warren Johnson, great pro stock driver, used to build all kinds of parts for us. John Newey, I mean, I could go on McEwen, Snake, what great characters. And they're a part of my life. It's just been wonderful. I think I want to do comic books on all of them. I think it would be a bestseller.
Nobody would believe it though. Like that's the thing is these
Well, then there's
characters.
the movie stars. There's Paul Newman and James Garner, of course. He drove our pace cars, and Marty Robbins, and then I'm into rock and roll. I got a few rock and roll singers, and I was into football. I got a lot of players I loved and enjoyed going to the games and still do. I'm a sports person. I love it. And my dog watches the games with me because no girlfriends of mine want to watch the football games. So I watch my football games. I still have my favorites.
There you go.
I like the sport. I really do.
People in the chat section are amazed by your total recall memory. Do you know that you like have like some people don't remember anything? It's unfortunate, but I'm one of them. Like after the event, I kind of forget everything that happened at the event. It's very sad. I need to write it down. You remember everything.
I've been so blessed. I think the good Lord has put me here to do what I have done and what I'm still doing. I just think that that's my job. I really do. And I love it. When you love something, you have the passion for it. It carries you a long way. It got me well from my heart operations. The fans were so wonderful. I just never had so much love given to me. It was great.
All right, up and coming, the future. You mentioned Leah. Leah, we can't say Leah because we all love Leah, and Leah's what happened with her this year was incredible.
Oh,
and
what a woman, what a racer.
Doug Kalitta winning.
I was real proud of Doug.
It's the racing gods, right? Like Doug has to win this one. He can't finish second 7 times. You're going to do this to this man. That would be cruel, racing gods. And that's the situation. But Leah is a rock star. We already know that.
Yes.
Of the future, future stars. Like who do you notice? Who do you think?
Well, Leah's a hell of a race driver, and she is a very good sport. When she came over there and shook his hand after he won, that's the way to do it. I'm real proud of her. I wrote her and told her, I said, "You're one of the best racers, Leah. I'm so proud of what you've done," and her come back this year. I mean, from the accidents, the things that she's gone through, and she was hardworking. I never seen anybody work so hard as she has this past year. And I commend her. I really, really, really do. I'm very proud of her. Very proud. And the fans love her too. And she's beautiful and easy on the eyes.
Never hurts. That's never bad.
And I'm not jealous of her. That's what's so good, because she and I understand each other. And we love Tony. I love Tony like he's my kid or my brother or I just love him. I watched him grow up. I used to watch him when he was 4 years old in those little midget cars, those little cars against Jeff Gordon and Newman. Those little guys, I said, look at those guys. I told AJ one night, I said, they're going to kick your butt, AJ. And they did. The only thing I regret, Tony didn't get to win Indy 500. And that's the one thing I really wanted to see. But he's won everything else, though, I'll tell you. And I think the couple made in heaven, I think it's been the best thing for our sport. And I think when AJ married Lucy and when Mario married Deanne, I think these great women are behind these great men.
Has to be, right? I believe it was Martha Washington who said that, speaking of our country.
I'm not quite that old.
No, nobody is. Ellen is out there, says, ask Linda how she designed the unique fashion gear. What about it?
My mother. We would take newspapers and we'd cut out patterns because I'm a little big at the top, a little small at the bottom, and I couldn't buy anything off the rack. So mother goes, well, make it. So I'd go in, I'd get material. In fact, one of Patty Foster's sponsors had a business in North Carolina. They made material. So they gave me 100,000 yards of material. So we'd make all the costumes for myself, Miss Hurst, and the Hurstettes. My mother was a great seamstress, and I got her a job with George. George paid her to make our uniforms, and we'd come up with some of the designs. But the one with the fishing net that I wore at the U.S. Nationals, we actually went to a place in Florida and bought fishing net. And then mother took this gold lame, made it like a bikini, and then filled it all full of fishing net. Looked like a nude fishing net bikini. I mean, it was the darndest outfit I'd ever seen, but boy, was that a popular outfit. And we try to come up with unique things to keep the sport going. I remember when NHRA had the bed sheets. I had a set of bed sheets and it had dragsters in it. I pulled them off the bed and I cut the dragsters out, and we appliqued it to the white, beautiful material. I had a top fuel dragster over on this side, and I had a funny car running over my shoulder. And in the back, I had another out of those bed sheets. And though they were popular, so then I had to buy up all the bed sheets. In fact, Lee Butero has one of my bed sheets, and she hadn't made anything yet.
Okay.
So you didn't finish that. But those are the things that we tried to do to stay in style. It was hard to fit all these girls, from June Cochran, she was 4'9", to Shelley, 6'2". But my mom did it, and we work out in the country out at her house, and we'd cut out all the patterns. And once we got the pattern that would fit our busts and our hips and so forth, she'd pretty well put it together, and then we'd come in for a fitting. And that's how we would do it. We'd go and see her after the races, and we'd start on the next uniform. She was a big, big part of my life. I miss her terribly, but she was the one responsible. She stood me up on the table. We're getting ready for the U.S. Nationals. She goes, do your bow. So I do my bow. She goes, oh, let's cut that a little shorter. So she made it a little bit shorter. Buster approved.
Good idea. Definitely good idea. Ford is out there in the chat section. For anyone who is a fan of drag racing, you've touched everyone's hearts, Linda, today. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you,
Christy Edelbrock is out there. She says, and this is a serious question. Let's end on this because, okay, your passion is clear. Tony's passion is clear. Leah and everyone we've spoken with, Hartford, we've got it already. Christy wants to know, how do we get the next generation as passionate about motorsport? What do you think?
Well, we're working on it, Christy, thanks to you coming on board with us and the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America, get fire built under George, and get NHRA, NASCAR, INDYCAR all involved with the youth market, and let's go back to school. Where is the shop class in our schools? Go back to the teachers. We don't have anyone teaching this in our schools right now. So we need to really pursue it and get the education so we can help America, because it's going to make America grow again. And I think it's going to make us really successful, such as Christy Edelbrock has the passion for this industry and still does. She and I walked the SEMA show over to my Hearst booth and over to her Edelbrock booth. And we were shocked. There was hardly any product. There was no product. at SEMA of Hearst, and I was devastated. And I walked in and I said, why don't y'all buy the brand name, if you're not going to have a catalog and a shifter for these people to see, to shift, to touch, and to tell them it will work in this next generation. So we got to educate them. That's exactly what we got to do, Christy. We got to educate them.
Linda was just inducted into the Lions Autobilia Foundation Hall of Fame. And if you ever get a chance to go there, Kenny Youngblood has done a whole rendering of Lions Dragway that is amazing. You can see it online.
It's wonderful.
Kenny's such a talent, and so many wonderful, talented people in the sport. And I'm proud that we're trying real hard to keep it going and live up to the reputation that you guys have put forth.
We're very proud of you, Joe, being a part of it, because you got the passion. I love it when you interview me. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, Linda. Thank you. That was great. Wonderful. I mean, what a treat. So please stay with us. We will be right back. Short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people: racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Our next session, we're going to have Jonathan from Mazda with us. And as we mentioned this morning when we opened the show, if you're watching us on Zoom, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on our YouTube channels, on Speedsport One, or any social media outlet, please share the links with your friend. Email the links, text the links, whatever you want to do. But, please feel free to invite your friends in the industry. We make this event free of charge for anyone who want to watch, thanks to our sponsors. So thank you for being with us. George Tamayo, welcome back to the program.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Jonathan is right here, so let's dive into it.
All right. Hey, good morning, Jonathan.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey, George. How are you? Hello
I'm
from
doing-
sunny Sebring.
Sunny
today.
Sebring, indeed. So, Jonathan, let me give you a quick introduction more formally. So, Jonathan Applegate joins us from Mazda Motorsports, and you are Senior Manager of Motorsports. I think I get your title wrong every time, but I think that's right.
That's right. You got it. Correct.
Good deal. So, you're down in Sebring. I think you're having a good time with some really super cool historic Mazdas.
Yeah, we're here with HSR, Historic Sports Car Racing Sanctioning Group, for the 12-hour historic weekend. And this is our second time out this year with our Mazda Heritage Collection program. So we're just really excited to be out here for our really what is our finale for the 2023 season for our historic efforts.
Yep.
But got a lot going on in 2024 with that as well. And this year was just really an awesome kickoff year for that program. There's been
Cool.
a lot of energy around bringing and resurrecting the historic cars back, both in motorsports and inside the organization as a whole. A lot of people have put a lot of time and effort and energy into getting the cars in a place where they're actually publicly ready to be viewed. But there's been a lot of people before this that have put a lot of effort in to get the cars out. And I think, George, you've been around long enough. You've seen our efforts in the historic space with our rotary powered race cars. Had a lot of effort in the 90s, 2000s, and even in the mid 2000s with that. And it's just over the course of time with transitions from departments and groups and COVID hit and a lot of different things have created a rift in the ability to be at as many historic events that we would want to. So, our CMO, Brad Audette, and our leadership from the R&D group internally, as well as Motorsports, sort of all put our heads together and said, we have a great group that's been around these cars to maintain these cars, to get them race ready for one-off events and very knee-jerk reaction sort of approach. How do we support these cars on a full-time basis that's going to put our best foot forward and leverage these hidden gems almost, and these massive assets for us to get out into the public eye. So we were able to do that.
Tell us a little bit about what you have running out there and who's driving.
We've got 2 cars right now. We're working on full restoration of others, but we have our 1991 RX-7 GTO. Very, very successful car. And then won the 1991 Drivers and Manufacturers Championship for IMSA in the GTO class. And we have the 767, 1989 767B, the predecessor to the 787 that won Le Mans. Same livery charge, a renowned charge livery that everybody knows and sees, and sometimes often gets confused with the Le Mans Championship winning car. But those will also be ran by Tom Long and Andrew Carbonell, some of our Mazda racers of the past and present. So Bliss Performance is here with us operating the program, and cars look top notch so far. We've been on track for 2 sessions yesterday. We'll go 2 sessions today. Matter of fact, the 767B is out now. So if you hear some screaming in the background, you know what that's all about. Right. I'm tucked away in an office right now, unfortunately. Fortunately to talk to you though. Yeah, so we're excited just to be out to Sebring and to get these out. We have a plan to look at 2024 and really identify the regions and some other events to get to both on East and West Coast and really spread the love. Because at the end of the day, this program, great to be on the racetrack with these cars and compete, but it's all about getting in front of our enthusiasts, our owners, and those that have been passionate with the brand for so long and have such a deep passion for these cars. So it's really at its core why we're out here in the first place.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about that enthusiast connection, because I'm sure it does a lot to just continue to develop that support and that affinity for Mazda Motorsports, and remind people that the history that Mazda has in racing is very long and very rich.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure this year of not just with our Mazda Heritage Collection programs, but also have the ability to go to Japanese Classic Car Show and Seven Stock. And when you look at the group that is supporting those events and attending those events, both on the historic race car side and these enthusiast events, it is just amazing to see the outpouring of passion that these fans have and owners have for Mazda as a brand. There's clearly a tremendous amount of loyalty that stems from our rotary powered race car days, our Mazda speed days. We get those questions every time we're out in public, is when's the rotary coming back, right? Or, when's Mazda speed? So it's great to see that connection, but it's also really refreshing to see how these same racers, owners, enthusiasts that have been with us for 4 decades now still recognize Mazda today as the brand, the never stop challenging brand that it was then. Yep. And seeing us in different ways, coming with new, refreshing opportunities, challenges that we're overcoming, finding the road less traveled to do what we're doing with some of our motorsports programs, but also in our 8th generation new production vehicles. That's something that I think we're really raising eyebrows now with our CX90, our all new CX90 CUV platform, and coming soon with some new vehicles here in 2024 that able to bridge that gap between what we're doing now with motorsports, what we're doing now with the brand, and really tying those connections of deep passions from the past to present. And it's been really special to see that.
Yeah, super cool. One thing, just to stay on the enthusiast track for a second, is a kind of a cool event, and I'm wondering if more is going to happen down the road. But you guys just did a kind of a collaboration with Lime Rock Park about a month ago at something called MiataCon. Tell us a little bit about that, and is there plans to do more?
Yeah, I would say shout out to the Lime Rock Park leadership. They absolutely birthed that idea and that concept, and just recognizing who their fans and demographic is in that area that are attending their events, and clearly a heavy amount of enthusiasts of Mazda Miata racers. So they saw an opportunity with a fall category that was open for them to really develop something new. So they saw this as something that they've coined as MiataCon. They came to us, the motorsports group, and said, hey, we would love this for Mazda to be on board with this and back this. And at the end of the day, this is your racers and your owners, enthusiasts. Have with it what you will, and let's make this happen. So as an inaugural event this year, we partnered with Lime Rock, did some cool things at the racetrack as far as on-track competition with our NA and Ds and Cs and NDs, up to having some cup cars there as well. Didn't get on the racetrack competitively with the cup cars, but aside from that, car corrals and just really bringing back the enthusiast energy to the Northeast region. So I was super excited to see that happen, and we're looking forward to talking with them actually here in a couple of weeks, and next week at PRI we'll kick off a conversation. Cool. But talking a little bit about what we can do more and start to continue to find opportunities to make those sort of events a category of one, if you will, for us and the brand, for our owners and enthusiasts.
It looked like the turnout was pretty spectacular. The weather was great, so it was a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think we got a little lucky with the weather up there, George. But in late October and it's 65 degrees and sunny, we'll take that every day. But yeah, it was a pretty successful event.
Yeah, great. Looking ahead, I want to talk a little bit with you about what's coming in 2024, but the reality is that 2024 for you guys really kicked off a couple of weeks ago at Atlanta Motorsports Park with the Mazda Scholarship Shootout. So tell us a little bit about that, and then transitioning into next year, what we have to look forward to.
I feel like we have been on a continuing journey. There is no such thing as an off season this year for whatever reasons, but it's an exciting thing, and just shows that we've got a lot going on in motorsports and with our brand. But the shootout is a special program. I think we've done a better job this year with Livestream and supporting it and showcasing some of the things that we do. But overall, it's such a program that holds near and dear to our hearts, a golden thread, as we call it, that connects what we do with our racers and grassroots. We do with our ambitious aspirational program of MX5 Cup, and just bridging the gap for young racers to come from grassroots through our programs into a competitive environment like the shootout where they win scholarships and bringing them into MX5 Cup. So at November 15th and 16th, that was our shootout at Carolina Motorsports Park. We've been doing it for 16 years running, providing support and scholarships to these racers. We've, over 4 seasons ago now, we introduced a secondary element to the shootout where we are now giving out scholarships to our Spec MX5 racers, young karting kids coming into Spec MX5, which is a class and a program within our grassroots system, which ultimately feeds young talent into MX5 Cup. So we introduced that. We had 12 finalists on both the MX5 Cup side and the SMX side, Spec MX5 side, that came ready to compete. The nerves were definitely there, but aside from that, they all just put their best foot forward, put 2 days worth of track time, interviews with media, a lot of different interactions with judges and coaches that are on the ground, and really trying to explore their full body of work over the course of a 2-day event. To then just really drill down, which is the absolute hardest part. Every year we talk about this internally with the judges and the Mazda folks, and it's heart-wrenching, but also super awesome and beneficial to see when we ultimately get to the scholarship. But getting down to those winners is the absolute hardest part, because the talent every year gets more competitive, better and better. We ended up handing out 6 scholarships in total, 3 for MX5 Cup. The champion receives $110,000 of a scholarship that gets them for a full season in MX5 Cup in 2024, and that was Weston Workman. Weston Workman has been with us for several years, and I think he is the journeyman of our shootout. He's been there more than anyone, but has moved up every year and improved every year, and earned his rights to become a champion this year with a great performance on the track and off the track. He's an all-around great representative of Mazda from a brand perspective, and will be immediately competitive in MX5 Cup. So we're excited to see him. We gave our runner-up scholarship to Nathan Nicholson, a fellow Hoosier of mine. Any of you folks out here there from Indiana?
Sure, there's a lot.
Yeah, good. And gave him the runner-up scholarship. Great kid, fast, has proven very successful in grassroots and through our Spec MX5 programs. Comes from a great family, got a good head on his shoulders. We're expected to see some great things from him, and he actually has a really good opportunity that I can talk about here with 24 opportunities to leverage his representation in the series with our title sponsor, which I'll talk about here in a couple minutes. But he will not only represent Mazda, but he will represent our title sponsor, who will be brand new in 2024 and really be a brand ambassador for them as well, which will be really a good dynamic to see, being a first year to do that. And then last but certainly not least, we handed out our Female and Women's Initiative Scholarship to a very deserving young candidate, up and coming. Her name's Sally Mott. She was very fast, but actually a great choice to be our Women's Initiative Scholarship winner. So we're just seeing a lot from her, and a lot of blue skies ahead for Sally Mott as well. So we're looking forward to that. And then we handed out 3 other scholarships on the Spec MX5 side as well, and looking forward to seeing all those young, ambitious kids move their way through the grassroots ranks and get into MX5 Cup. So shout out to those folks as well.
For sure. That's awesome. Tell us about this sponsorship announcement that you got coming.
Yeah, as you said, a lot going on with 23, which feels like it's just that constant, continual connection into 24. I don't know which day it is in months sometimes, but we made some pretty key announcements, still not formal in the sense of contractual, but verbal enough to be confident to share, and really have just had an absolute pleasure of meeting and working with this group. We are announcing a new title sponsor for our 2024 MX5 Cup season to be Wheelan Engineering. And very excited working with Sonny and Christine and the family, the Marsh family, Peter, Michelle, the whole group over at Wheelan is a phenomenal group. They understand motorsports more than any group that I've ever met. I feel like they're endemically connected to it. They see all of the strings attached to all of the different genres of sport and how they can activate and really maximize their efforts and be a great partner along the way. So we're excited to see what we can do in 24 with them as a title sponsor, and looking forward to continue to grow that relationship more and more throughout the 24 season. We're also very, very exciting times. And then we're also introducing, it's somewhat already in the family because we've had BFGs running on those for several years, but we will take that presenting partnership and move it to Michelin, who's, BFG parent company, but moving over to a brand new tire. We're going to represent the blue and yellow proudly and have their logos all over our MX5 Cup assets and series. So looking forward to continuing that relationship with Jason and Casey and Joe and the crew over at Michelin, and looking forward to those two brand new partnerships to our group. It's going to be exciting times. And then working with IMSA, we've done some key renewals over the course of the last several months. Shout out to everybody involved in that. As you know, that takes a lot of effort. But we were able to renew with IMSA, our sanctioning group, with MX5 Cup for 3 years, which is quite the commitment for us at Mazda, just to do more than an annual. So looking forward to that, the next 3 years there. We've grown tremendously with that group. John Doonan leading that team with the rest of the supporting cast. Couldn't say enough good things about them. But we're actively working to look at ways just to continue to elevate the series and continue to bring more quality on track and off track to the series from all of our groups and partners in general. So the schedule is really cool. I think that's something that with the renewal was very important for us, is just to have a strength of schedule that signifies that bond between IMSA and Mazda. And that's exactly what that is. We're going to 7 doubleheader weekends, our traditional schedule, but we're going to all IMSA specific sanctioned events that are all on their big weekends. We'll be going to Rolex 24 at Daytona to kick the season off. We'll be following that up with the 12 Hours of Sebring in March, which is great. We'll be going to Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in May, following that up with Mid-Ohio in June. IMSA's bringing that back with the VPRC, Michelin Pilot, and us in another spec category. And then we will go to across the border, which I'm looking forward to go to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in July. And then we'll finish the last leg of the season with VIR in August, and then at our championship traditional weekend with Road Atlanta Petit Le Mans. So really strong schedule. Our racers have already shown their positive feedback and really excited about getting out there and competing. So I think all in all, we're really looking forward to a very exciting 2024 and continue to move the needle in the right direction.
Yeah, that sounds great. And obviously that bringing Michelin in as a partner, that solidification with IMSA really does provide Mazda and the MX5 Cup with that portal, that leaping point for those who do aspire to go on to a professional career. They've got now a really kind of a good defined path. But you and I have talked a little bit about the fact that it's not MX5 Cup as a training ground for those aspiring drivers. I think is primarily pointed at sports cars, but not necessarily entirely. Tell us a little bit about how you feel like there's opportunity within MX5 Cup to go and do other kinds of professional racing beyond.
Yeah, well, and I think before I even answer that, I do want to earmark the thought and the strategic direction of us saying that is a point, that's a critical point, but we also see MX5 Cup as a destination spec category that is professional. So those that are there, we see racers competing with us year in and year out. This is their home, and they are top talented race car drivers. They could go LMP2 racing. They could jump into a Michelin Pilot program and compete at the top levels. So we see a very good synergy between those that want to stay with us in the destination spec category and those that are ambitious, as they were when they got here, to continue that ambition to move into something else. To your point, IMSA and Michelin make that very, very apparent and obvious for that path. And that's why we're there. IMSA says, hey, here's our different legs to sport of sports car racing, or the genre of sports car racing. Here's the opportunities, present yourself, win some championships, and the sky is the limit. And I think IMSA and Mazda are growing closer in that fashion. But to your point, beyond that, I think there's some really exciting things on the horizon. Those that know Mazda and follow Mazda Motorsports, all you've got to do is tune into YouTube to know some of the things that have been brewing and things that we've been doing in the off season, or even in regular season, off the regular path of MX5 Cup. Went to the Martinsville Oval in October. And, that came from just honestly a direct, authentic relationship with NASCAR leadership and them seeing the attractiveness of MX5 Cup for that genre of sport. Stock car racing and sports car racing has gotten so close in terms of the style of racing, with road course racing coming and more apparent than ever in NASCAR, the young in the pool ladder system, if you will, your regular dirt your ovals, your asphalt ovals, into all the way to the professional categories of truck, Xfinity, and Cup. And I think there's some synergies there that allow MX5 Cup to fit ourselves into something of a model there that would, initially looking at how we can really bridge the gap or be the intersection between young racers coming into a space where they know they can compete and they get to choose whether they want to go sports car racing or stock car racing through the NASCAR. And because NASCAR and IMSA, they are cohesive. There's something there between that allows us to really examine that opportunity and see what's in store for the future. Really exciting times. Wish I could give you more as far as substance, as far as examples of where we'll be and when. But I know as our global president and CEO Morrison has always said, when he gets a tough question, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I'll stay with that.
100%. I'm glad you touched on the idea of MX5 Cup as being a destination in and of itself. And I wonder if you can just talk a little bit more about that idea, because there does tend to be a tendency to focus sometimes within the motorsports rank because of always climbing this ladder, going forward. But for a whole host of racers, series like MX5 Cup in particular, are really a great place to live out your passion of racing competitively, racing affordably, and being at marquee places, but not necessarily saying, look, it's either, world champion or nothing, right? Like there has to be a place for people to compete. So talk a little bit about those racers who are there for the long term.
Yeah. I mean, you said it very well, George. Honestly, that's sort of where we're at, is we're in that spot that allows those that aren't necessarily looking for global superstardom, but really want to be recognized as truly talented and respected in the sports car space. And that's exactly what MX5 Cup produces. Clearly, we support financially with our scholarships getting into, and we have some of the biggest payouts in the country, if not globally, in spec category. And that's attractive for people, right? They want to be there for that, because they're able to leverage that. Aside, before getting into that a little, is just in and of itself being the racer. You have such a opportunity just being in the IMSA space now with MX5 Cup, and the respect there is there that maybe once got missed from several years ago. And it's not because the racers weren't there. It's not because the talent was never there. It was just because the series was never positioned properly to be really seen in its truest maximum potential form. And because we've positioned ourselves with IMSA several years ago now and continue to see ourselves there for the next 3 years, I think that really does give us a wonderful opportunity to just be in the mix, in the sports car ecosystem, seeing everything as sort of a unified front of a community that really just represents motorsports and has the passion for motorsports. And then those racers can stay with us or choose to do what they will with that scholarship or that funding. But the one thing that's really attractive with MX5 Cup that we've seen many racers now, and even scholarship winners turn champions, turn into an actual effective business model, is the team operation side. And that's something that's really important for sustainability. We talk about that when we're going through our scholarship process, and they're like, how can you be the best professional outside of the race car? It's one thing to be fast, to put up the fast pace on the racetrack, but what are you doing from a partnership perspective? What are you doing to a business model that will allow you to stay in the space for more than one and done seasons or a couple seasons? And I think a lot of people are really looking at MX5 Cup because of the cost effectiveness and the value of the investment, what it takes to get in and stay in, and leveraging that on the team side to position themselves as still a racer, still competing, whether that's an MX5 Cup or somewhere else, and leveraging the outfit of having their own team and bringing in paying racers that are asking them to support their race cars, bringing coaching, and doing everything they can to set them up for success on a full season basis. That then allows that individual or that group to continue to sustain year over year with a team initiative that then complements their racing strategy. So we've seen that with Jared Thomas Racing. We see that with McAleer-McCumbee. We've seen that with several other teams that continue to find ways to tap into that opportunity. And that's something that I think is an attractive definitely an attractive point within MX5 Cup for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We've only got a couple of minutes left, but I wonder, since you're talking about Jared Thomas and the other teams that are participating, tell us a little bit about the 2023 season. Just a quick recap, because again, it came down to the wire. A first-time repeat champion, and clearly the talent level going all the way down through the field was quite extraordinary.
Yeah, again, another great season. Since we introduced the Global Cup car in 2016, the championship has gone down to the last round, the last race, the last round of the season. This one was a little different than 2022, when it literally came down to the last lap in the last round with Connor Zilic and Jared Thomas, and Jared squeezing that championship out by some stroke of maybe good luck or just tenacity and some other situations on track. But this year was phenomenal in the sense that Jared Thomas is the first racer in MX5 Cup history to win a back-to-back championship. Yep. So for him to be able to put that consistency up from year one champion to year two, and against the full gamut of talent in the series, upwards of 30 racers that could win on any given weekend, it was tremendous to see. We had Aaron Johnson in second, and Celine Rayon, one of our seasoned vets, that finished third for the season, and really couldn't be more proud of the entire group that represents Mazda in the MX5 Cup Series. The talent level is there, and I think we continue to prove that every season with more and more of it. So super excited again for the 24 season to start here in only less than a couple months.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for joining us again, Jonathan. All the best, and have fun out there. Not too much fun in Sebring, but we'll look forward to seeing what you guys do in 2024.
Okay. Thanks a lot, George. Appreciate the time.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. And stay with us. We will be right back after a little video from our partner.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Mr. Kirshner, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Been a good day so far, it sounded like.
Has been. Anything in particular that resonated with you? I mean, those sessions were unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm a racer fan, and Tony Stewart and John Force, you can't beat those guys any day.
And the little surprise with Linda as well was pretty good.
We really had three strong, like, racing personalities in a row when you think about it. John, Tony, Linda, you just never know what's going to be said.
And we started with the day with some pretty big names in the Formula One world too, right? And I think next we have Stefan Papadakis with us, who you know, a brilliant mind, and so Stefan should be with us any second. That's going to be very exciting.
Hello, Stefan. You're on mute.
Hi there.
So welcome.
Thanks for having
We're
me.
excited to have you on. You know, Stefan, I was thinking about this. We have a mutual friend that we just lost, JC Concialdi. He's the founder of AEM Electronics, which was sold to Holly, and he's an investor with us, really helped guide us, kind of nudged us into doing webinars. Now look at us now. So
Yeah, he was one of my
right?
first sponsors and a mentor to me,
Yes.
as he was, I think, to many.
Yeah.
So
Thank
to
you
JC.
for being with us.
To JC. Thank you, Stefan. Mike, you're in charge.
All right, I'll take it away. Stefan, thank you for joining us today. I personally knew of you, but I've learned a lot about you in the last couple of days, and look forward to talking to you about many of the things you've accomplished and what might be ahead for you. Why don't we start off by, how did you start Papadakis Racing, and how did the company evolve to what it's become today?
Sure. So I started off here in Southern California as just an enthusiast, like everybody, like most people in the motorsport, you know, just loved cars and loved racing my car. And after high school, worked for a place called JG Engine Dynamics that was doing performance engines and tuning like the front wheel drive Hondas and smaller tuner cars. This would have been in the mid 90s, late 90s. And after a couple of years there, a friend and I opened up a shop in Santa Ana in Orange County here, California, where we did engine swaps. We would take the larger engines out of the Acura Integro or Honda Prelude and put them in the smaller cars like the Honda Civics. And, you know, that's an old time recipe where you take the high horsepower, bigger engine, you put in the smaller, lightweight chassis. Well, we were, you know, doing that on these, you know, more modern front wheel drive cars. And that whole scene really blew up, you know, in the around 2000 and with the import drag racing scene and Fast and Furious movies. And it really caught on, you know, not only in Southern California, but on the East Coast. And, you know, obviously it was in Japan at the time, but then globally. And it's just been a run ever since. We did a lot of drag racing with some of the import series like NIRA, like NYRA, that was the Nopi series, and NHRA Sport Compact, and then later did some stuff at the NHRA actual national events. And then about 15 years ago, moved over to the drifting scene and haven't really looked back. Like the drifting stuff has been really fun, really thin rule book, so we can build these really extreme cars, huge diversity of vehicles and people. And we do that till today.
How did that happen? How did you get from drag racing to drifting?
Well, drag racing was really fun because we're building engines and you can go out there with not a lot of sophistication and just hit the drag strip. And as long as you can get to the other end and pass tech and be relatively safe, you can do it. And it was fun building engines and that whole scene of, you know, different car clubs and you know, smack talking and stuff like that. But, you know, after 10 plus years of going to different quarter mile drag strips and I just kind of wanted to do some turns, and I would dabble a little bit in road racing and some other stuff. But the drifting was really young and fresh back then in the, you know, around 2005-ish. And I'd kind of backdoored motorsport through the import drag racing scene, and going through the traditional routes into road racing, where it was a bit challenging and took a large budget and a lot of know-how and experience that, you know, me at that time in my late 20s would have been challenging. But the drifting, you know, it was young and we just went all in. We built some cars, one for Tanner Faust, one for myself. Formula Drift was really starting to pick up here in the U.S. and it was getting global recognition, and it all just really worked out. It was fun, new tracks. The tracks were different every time. No one really knew how to build proper, good drift cars, so we were learning on that end as well. And it's just fun being a trailblazer and working with, sometimes you just don't know the answer. There hasn't been anybody there doing it before you.
Yeah.
And that's where we found ourselves.
Innovation for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of been a motivating factor throughout my career, is trying to innovate.
You've earned millions of views on your various engine assembly and teardown videos on YouTube. What inspired you to jump into content creation and putting those videos out there so people could see them?
Yeah, I'm a big consumer of social media and definitely YouTube videos. I attend the University of YouTube when I want to learn how to do stuff, whether it's something small like change a belt on something, or if it's something big like when I was learning how to use a CNC machine and program it and tooling and all that stuff. I definitely had friends and forums and stuff that I'd found on the web, but I was watching a lot of YouTube. And me being a motorsport fan, I wanted to find more insight into like some of these high-end race cars and how they were built. But traditional motorsports, for good reason, a lot of the teams don't want to share how they build their drag race cars or their NASCARs or the INDYCARs or whatever, or dynoing these engines. And it's a shame, because I really like to watch and learn how these cars are built. But everybody's so protective because they want to win and they don't want to give any secrets away. And I think that's, I felt that they were missing out on a big opportunity for fan base for their teams. And, at the end of the day, it's the sponsors and partners that help fund what we do within our drift team. And I thought it was a great opportunity to let's just show how we build these motorsport cars, these drift cars, what goes into it, and build some content that I would want to watch. And it was a windfall for us. Like, people really resonated with that. They loved seeing behind the scenes. They loved learning how these cars were built. And it turned out to be some really good content, and it was really fun to make.
It'd be something if they really offered a degree from the University of YouTube. Were you surprised at the reaction of viewers, consumers, fans from those videos?
I was totally surprised. One of the first videos that did well for us was an engine teardown of one of our 4-cylinder Toyota turbocharged nitrous engines. And it was rare that you could see inside somebody's competition engine, and they're like, all right, well, what, that's fine. We'll just let everybody check everything out. And there wasn't anybody at the time building one of these engines, so it's not like we were going to give some secrets away that was going to be used against us on track in some way. And even if we were, I try to be more offensive in all of this, and just have the confidence and say, we might show some secrets that they might step up a competitor's game, but what, that's fine. We're going to stay ahead, and we're going to and do what we do and not worry about that. And so anyways, I just started creating some content. First, some shorter than 1 minute content for my Instagram, because these big long form YouTube videos was a big task in filming and editing and getting the whole thing out. So I started with the short ones, and then finally did a couple of longer ones for YouTube, and it hit, and just kept trying to step up our game of putting together a piece, like a video that people want, that is engaging and people can watch, and you don't have to keep fast forwarding and dig through.
Yeah.
So that was a skill or a technique that I actually learned a lot from watching YouTube videos on how to make YouTube videos.
Yeah.
So I went to the YouTube University on how to make YouTube videos. And what's amazing is, and I've told the story before, but it was just this crazy situation where some of the folks that were teaching how to make YouTube videos were really good at making YouTube videos. I mean, of course. So I was using those formats and taking a format on, or it would be also be like a situation where I'm learning how to use this camera. So I got this new camera and a lens and a microphone, and the folks that are making content on reviews of those products or how it works or how to use it were really good at formatting a video with, this is what we're going to work on today, and then going through the whole process and then filming it well and having their audio quality well, and then sort of finishing the video in a nice way. And then so I would use some of those formats that they were using for reviewing camera stuff, but in the automotive space. And it worked out quite well. So I still watch some of those videos nowadays on how to, make better content.
If you can't find it on YouTube, you probably can't find it anywhere, right?
Yeah, and what a lot of people were building were filming YouTube videos in a format that might be normal for like television or broadcast. And that doesn't necessarily work in the YouTube world. Like they would. So here's a little trick, that I learned is, first you got to get somebody to click on your thumbnail, right? Like have an interesting title and have an interesting, thumbnail and make them want to click it. But they're literally this far away from going away from that. They're not trapped
That's right.
in a movie theater. They didn't pay any money to be there. Like if that's not what they want immediately, they may be
gone. That's right.
They may be gone. So instead of trying to have some exciting moment later in the video and build towards it, I just give it to them right at the beginning. Like whatever I said I was going to give them in the title and the thumbnail, you know what? You click on this, you get it right away. I'm not going to make you wait for it. And hopefully I've got your attention. And then, we'll start with a little bit of a story after that. But I hate to make people wait for what they're clicking on, keep them in suspense.
Yeah, that's smart. What was the first engine building project that you took on, and how did that turn out?
Yeah, the first engine building project on YouTube or just generally in
general.
Oh, okay. I was building engines for my own cars back in the late 90s. I didn't have much money to go to an engine builder, so I just sort of worked for an engine builder. So that's what you did before the University of YouTube was you went to school for it, or you worked for someone that had that skill that you wanted to learn. So after high school, instead of going to college, I just worked for this Javier Gutierrez at JG Engine Dynamics and swept the floor and answered phones and learned as much as I could about how to build engines. And eventually, one of the perks of working at an engine place was I could work on my own engine there after hours. And through the process of reading the service manual of how these, so I had a Honda 4-cylinder engine. And I think the first one that I did was a Honda CRX engine. And so I've got the Honda service manual, paper manual. At the time, they were made very well with a lot of really good steps. And I just followed the procedure along with what I was learning at the engine building shop. And eventually that's how I built my first engine.
Fascinating. What makes you look at, I saw some of the cars in some of your videos, look at an ordinary car like a Toyota Celica or what have you and say, wow, I think I can make that into a high performance machine?
Well, when the cars we had when I was 16 or 18 and friends and stuff, you just kind of end up with the car that you had. Maybe that's the one that your family got you. And it wasn't really a Ford Mustang or 5.0 or something like that. I didn't grow up in a gearhead family. So I just had a little Econo Honda Civic, but it was the SI model. And I had other friends with those cars. And those were the cars that we learned to modify. And there was already a scene for that a little bit, before us in Southern California, but definitely in Japan where they were racing, Toyota Celicas and rally racing stuff. And globally, 4-cylinder front wheel drive were legitimate race cars, not necessarily so much in the US. Oscar Jackson was doing it with the Honda CRXs, and there was some SCCA stuff. So there definitely was some inspiration that we were getting. We were getting, But when we'd go to the drag racing track with our front wheel drive cars, there weren't many. It wasn't necessarily that well accepted, but there was, Frank Choi had Battle of the Imports, and that was at Palmdale, California, the late Los Angeles County Raceway up in Lancaster. And there were a few places for us to go. And there was also NHRA had the street legal drags at Pomona. Big Willie had the Terminal Island Raceway in Long Beach. There were definitely some places for us to go that wasn't just the street racing. And I took as much advantage of those as I could. And you ended up finding like-minded people that also loved race their car, but weren't going the traditional route. And we had a lot of fun innovating.
Race team wise, you've been successful with sponsorship with your team. What advice would you give to racers and team owners about obtaining and keeping sponsors?
Yeah. I think in this day and age, if you're not in traditional motorsport, NASCAR, INDYCAR, some of those, I don't have a lot of insight on those because I haven't competed at that level or in those series. But the place that we're at, which is I would call like the younger multicultural demographic, the enthusiast market, it's doing things and building cars and getting it out there, whether it's YouTube or social media or at large, Formula Drift or some of these events where you have a big following, and use the word influencer, right? So that word's thrown a lot of, but it's a real thing. There's real influencers. You talk about Ken Block, you talk about like Brian Deegan. You talk about some of these folks that did not come up through traditional motorsport, but as race car drivers, I think you can argue that they're larger than some of the championship winning traditional race car drivers, and they've done that through building and competing in cars and having projects that enthusiast, which is a giant market, the enthusiast automotive market or scene, and getting them interested in stuff that you're doing. And then companies and brands and they want to be part of that. And so, I think fundamentally you need to do stuff that people want to see and people want to engage with. And the hope is, and sometimes it definitely does work out, where you've got partners and sponsors or companies that want to partner with you in those endeavors.
Are there any challenges in the motorsports industry that you'd like to tackle in the future?
As far as like component in car or professionally?
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be racing. It could be a special kind of car that you've never tackled, or a Formula One engine, whatever it might be that you've always thought about but never dove into.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun right now with the drifting and building the drift cars and building some content around that. I think there's still some work to do there. Drifting is going strong. The Formula Drift series has been doing very well, especially through COVID. And on the other side of that, unlike a lot of other series, they were able to stay strong through that. But internationally, there's a lot of growth happening in the drifting space, and I'm having a lot of fun, meeting people from other countries, and they come into the US and they come into some of our events and they're building series out there. And I think there's still opportunity to build pro level drift cars, potentially for some of these international markets. And there's only one company, and they're in Latvia, Europe, that's making like a pro level car that people can buy. And so that's something I wanted to work into. And so now that we've built these Toyota vehicles, the Supra and the GR86, to levels where they're really competitive and really reliable, I think that'd be fun and exciting to have these level cars available for people to purchase and compete with internationally.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So many forms of motorsports, you can buy everything you need right off the shelf.
Yeah, the thing I think with the drift cars is there's so many different platforms and there's so many different, tastes for the drivers, and a huge budget range from obviously the grassroots guy that's doing it in his garage or girl, all the way up to the pro level team, you know, some international teams that they just want to buy the best car and have some spares for it. And that market's still growing. And it's kind of coming full circle to where, you know, I worked at a place that built engines, and then I was building cars for other people at one point, and then now we just do our own stuff to, you know, maybe in the next few years we go back to you know, not only competing but, you know, building high-end cars.
Tell us a little bit about your drifting team and how that operates. You got 2 full-time drivers, how many crew members, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So we run three main cars. So we've got Frédéric Osbo, who runs GR Supra, the new Mark V Supra that we've built for him and we campaign. And that's a very traditional motorsport sponsorship deal where we have sponsors and they help fund the whole program, and then we hire Frédéric as a driver, and he's definitely a partner with us, not just a hired driver, but, you know, we collaborate on everything. We build the car, we go to all these different events, and hopefully at the end, you know, we make some money to keep everything going. We also work with Ryan Turk, who's huge in the social and YouTube space. He's got a lot of different projects, a lot of stuff that he builds on his own. But we handle his GR Corolla that we run in Formula Drift. So we built that car, we maintain it. He comes in, and again, you know, he has a lot of ideas on how to tune it and everything, but he drives the car, and he has some sponsors, and we have some, so we partner in that one together, but we handle all logistics in the car and everything. And so that's car number 2. And then we also work with Jonathan Castro. So he's a professional driver out of Dominican Republic, and he has his own sponsors. He has his own program in Dominican Republic. He also does a lot of driving and consulting in other Latin America countries for other drift series. And we handle his Formula Drift program with the GR86. And so we built that car for him, and we handle all of the updates and logistics and everything for him. But he's a global international driver that works with Toyota. So we work with those 3 factory Toyota teams, and we're the factory Toyota team in drift.
All right, very nice. How many Formula Drift races are there a year?
There's 8. So everything from California, Florida, New Jersey, Washington State. You know, we're all over the place. And it's a good series amount. So, you know, we start in April, we end in October.
That's so about one a month.
Yeah, and we have, you know, it's about one a month, right? And I'm working with the same crew. We have 4 or 5 full-time guys here at the shop, but on the weekends, you know, we're 15 or 17 of us out there.
Yeah, like a drag racing team, you bring some fly-in type of guys in, sort of thing.
Exactly. And sometimes when we're building a car, we'll bring more people in when we're building a car. But we've been working with some of the same guys for, you know, 10, 15 years, you know, even from the drag racing years. And I think one of the reasons is the series is not overloading us on too many weekends. You know, we don't get burnt out.
Right.
Definitely by the end of the year, we're a bit exhausted. Don't get me wrong. But it's a manageable amount, especially for some of our international guys like Jonathan. You know, he can come in from Dominican Republic and nail all of those 8 events and be well rested and still do a lot of stuff globally. And I think that's important, right? Where a lot of the drivers, including Frédéric and Ryan and other drivers within the series, they have other stuff that they do internationally, whether it's in Europe or Asia, wherever, and they can run a full Formula Drift series and also do their other endeavors.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So what gives you the bigger thrill, building an engine from the ground up, or back when you were in the seat of the car and actually making a run, whether it's the drag strip or on a drifting course or whatever it may be?
Yeah, it's a good question. They're so different. You know, if I had to choose one or the other, it'd probably be building cars, building engines. And I made that decision, you know, about 7 or 8 years ago when I retired from driving professionally and realized, you know, guys like Tanner Faust and Frédéric Osbo and Ryan, they're better than me at it on the track. Like, they have great focus. They have an amazing amount of talent. They do it all the time. I just said, I think I'm better at I'm better at, running the team and building the cars and all that stuff. And then when you get the premier driver, you can get a premier team, and you've got sponsors and partners that really make good product and want to support it. You end up with a combination that you can go out there and win championships. And we've been fortunate enough to do that.
Last question, as we're at the end of our time. Anything people should know about Papadakis Racing that we haven't talked about?
Oh, geez. I think that, there's a lot of racers that you have on here that really love racing, and we love racing. But at the core of it, we're automotive enthusiasts, and everybody here at the shop has some sort of hot rod car, whether it's an off-road four-wheel drive truck or an old 90s, hot rod Honda, or I've got an old 72 Toyota Celica. And, we're all just enthusiasts that also love to race. And that's the core that brought us up to racing, not necessarily racers that just happen to be in the motorsport space. So I know there's a lot of enthusiasts out there that aren't necessarily into racing, and I get it, but we I guess we're doing both, but yeah.
Well, you're an inspiration for all of us, Stefan. I mean, what you have accomplished is amazing, and we love your energy, your enthusiasm, your passion, and you are the this new generation of engine builders, tuners, fabricators that are taking the industry into a new level, and new audience too. I mean, that's very important. So thank you for everything you do, and what a pleasure to have you on. So, Mike, and actually, Formula Drift is on later today. So we're going to have Ryan from Formula Drift later today with us. So stay with us. We're going to be right back. A little video from our sponsors, and we will dive into our next session.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Mr. Roller, how are you doing today?
I am doing very well. And how are you two today?
Oh, we had a fantastic day. I mean, just a few seconds ago, Stefan Papadakis, we opened the day with Adrian Newey, Bobby Rahal. I mean, it's just one after another. We talked about E1 racing. We had Kevin Harvick. We had WRC, and then a series of drag racer with Matt Hartford, John Force, Robert Hyde. I mean, the John Force team all together, and then Tony Stewart, and goes on, and Linda Avant. I mean, it was just absolutely fantastic. And we also had, Jonathan from Mazda. And no, it was a great, great day. And I think we're ready to dive into off-road with Marty Fiolka with us. Marty should be, I see he's on the screen. We're going to ask him to start his video.
There he is.
Mr. Fiolka, welcome back to the program.
Welcome. Thank you so much. An honor to be here. And yeah, it's hard following guys like Tony Stewart and Linda and Stefan, and going to get everybody back into the dirt world a little bit, but that's okay. It's going to be a great conversation with my friend Jim Roller, and looking forward to talking all things Crandon. So it's all good.
On to you, Jim.
Well, I think it would be easy to say that our cavalcade of stars continues with Marty Fiolka. How are you, my friend? I've been when they offered up who we could talk to this week for our slots, I said, "Oh, I definitely want to chat with my friend Marty Fiolka." And the topic of conversation today, despite your vast experience and track record of success in off-road racing, is one event in particular, and that is Crandon, and that is the annual Labor Day off-road extravaganza that happens every year. This year, coming up in 2024, will be the 55th annual Crandon get together. Marty, what is it like to be involved in an event that is considered the Indy 500 of its sport? It's the Le Mans of off-road racing. It's the Indy 500 of off-road racing. Pick whatever great seminal event you want. Crandon is its equal in the off-road world.
Yeah, I think so. And what's it like? It's a career honor for me. I mean, I've raced and was involved with every form of off-road racing, from not a lot of rock racing, but certainly desert racing. I've raced Baja, still race Baja every year at the NORA race with my race team. But Crandon was always that thing from the first time I went, which was back in 1998. I actually went with Road and Track. I was the PR director for Nissan, and we had a factory team at Crandon. And even from that first time that I went there, I was just astonished by this thing that was in the middle of these. If it was anything like I'd seen before. I was used to desert and dirt tracks, and now I go out to the Northwoods of Wisconsin. I see this beautiful, facility that they had started building. And that was back then, and it was always something special. And to kind of be the steward now, I've been involved with Crandon for next year, it'll be my 10th year, but to be kind of the steward and kind of take the baton that small group of people built over 55 years now, as you said, next year, and now the Flannery family owns the racetrack. To kind of be the steward of that is an honor, and it's a lot of fun. And you mentioned kind of these seminal events. I was fortunate enough in my career to go to and be involved with the Indianapolis 500 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans and Sebring, and so I kind of learned some of the best practices that they had, and thought, we need to address this event, especially Labor Day. We have two races at Crandon. We have a June event, the Brush Run, but then the big ones, the Polaris World Championships and the Red Bull Cup. Those are like, the Labor Day was big, and we've managed now the last couple of years to almost double the size of the attendance, greatly enhance the sponsorship package, greatly enhance the exposure on television, live streaming, adding concerts, all the things we do now. But it's a lifestyle event that's truly, I feel, in its own level at that flat category. We're not going to get 350,000 people like we can at the Indy 500, but we did have 65,000 people plus about 13,000 for this KISS concert this year, and we were sold out 6 months in advance. So we're now at that point where we almost are out of space. But Crandon is, as you said, Jim, is its own unique entity, and it's special. You were there with me this year. You saw it.
Yeah, it was my first time to actually attend the event, and I was blown away. It was absolutely fantastic. The facility is great, and I came at it from a perspective. I remember the Mickey Thompson Stadium trucks and the excitement and everything that those racing series captured. Well, this was every bit as good. And I would say the action that I saw over 3 days there, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, was better than any off-road action I had ever seen, and the layout is fantastic. But how have you grown the event? There's a lot of promoters that you know, they're one and done, and or it's a family operation that maybe does it for a couple of years until the patriarch loses interest and that sort of stuff, or matriarch loses interest. How have the folks at Crandon, and now with your help for the last for quite a while actually now, how have you managed to continue to grow the event? What kind of lessons can you teach or can you share with young promoters out there who might be looking to start a grassroots event of their own?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of things. First of all, it starts with a base of actually it starts with Cliff Flannery, right? Cliff Flannery has been at the racetrack for 55 years with the event. The track's been there since the late 80s, that facility, but he's been the cornerstone of it all. And there was a board of directors that was there for a long time, and then that kind of expired itself, and then Cliff and the Flannery family bought Crandon. So they bought the facility. I was involved with some of that, but then, you know, you have now the second and third generations behind Cliff involved. So that helps on a passion side. You're involved with a small town of 1,800 people. That this is the biggest thing in town. This is the biggest thing in that part of the Northwoods period in terms of an event. But I think the one thing I've learned is that there was always this idea we had to elevate Labor Day, especially Labor Day Sunday, to be like a Super Bowl event. You know, like you mentioned, Mickey Thompson Stadium Series, which I loved back in the day, I was involved with. But all of them, all the short course series had year-long champions, but there wasn't one event like you had to win. I mean, yeah, Crandon was bigger, but it was always like tied in with the series championship. And then in 2016, we were able to get the Red Bull folks to come on board and create our own day on Sunday, which was now, this is Crandon, these are all the pro classes. They race for their world championship. It's no points, but it's big money, purse money. It's big television. It's a lot of prestige. And we just treat the event now like I do with the Indianapolis 500. It's Memorial Day, and there's no place I'd rather be than at the Indy 500. I was able to go this year again with some friends and you know, recaptured what that was like and remembered, yeah, well, you know, now we have Labor Day, which is another, you know, pinnacle summer day. And that's the last real blowout for these folks up in the Northwoods of Wisconsin. That's going to get cold soon, right? And you just bring in things like National Guard people, and you bring in, you know, some pomp and circumstance. And next year probably have a vintage airplane flyover, and you bring in some things to really elevate the day and make people remember. And this is great that we're all here together. That was one thing. The other thing that we did is not be afraid to cross-culturalize the event. For years and years, it was only about short course racing and short course racers, which is, as you said, is amazing spectacle. Everything from, you know, the sportsman guys in their little VW powered buggies all the way to 1,000 horsepower, all-wheel drive Pro 4 Toyota, you know, trucks like the Johnny and CJ Greaves have. The spectacle that is. But then we added Ultra 4 racing. We actually built out a rock section to actually make a hybrid track where we had rock racing and the short course. We ran that at night under lights, which added another spectacle to it. Then that
was stunning. That was actually, sorry to interrupt, but that was stunning.
We brought a bit of King of the Hammers to Crandon, and we kind of formalized how to do that and start off with just the 4,400 guys like Vaughn Gittin and Lauren Healy, and now we have all the classes of Ultra 4 USA running there, which is great. And then a couple of years ago, there was another trend that was going to work, and I took a gamble on it with Cliff Flannery. We brought in the Class 11s, which are stock VW, basically stock VWs. That it's a class that Mickey Thompson invented way back in the mid 70s for racing at Riverside. But they race in the Baja 1000. They race everywhere. We brought them and built a short course world championship for them. Had 28 of those cars there this year. So we had about 450 race teams there. And when you go to a racetrack with that many teams, just its own momentum, just with that. And then we ran three practices on Thursday, but then between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of this year, we ran, I think, 54 races in 3 days. And that was day racing, night racing. And then we added on top of that in 2019, we had the ability to, for our 50th anniversary, we added a Kid Rock concert Friday night. And then thanks to a new partnership where we have with the Forest County Potawatomi and the casino there in Milwaukee, this year we had Kiss for one of their last tour dates there. So you have this 5-day experience, and you know, the one thing that we asked me about the promoters, you have to have patience. You have to have patience in certain things, in sponsorships, and as long as you're growing towards what you think is the right thing to do. And I think, you know, there are other events in our space, King of the Hammers being one, where it's more than just a race, right? It's the whole culture getting together, and the Mint 400 does that well, the Baja 1000 does that well. If you are looking around in other forms of racing, you know, that's what they're doing now. You know, you look at Iowa last year at the INDYCAR race, and they had 4 huge bands, Zach Brown Band and Kenny Chesney and, you know, Carrie Underwood. I mean, these are things you have to look at and pay attention to, because if that's working, then you've got to kind of adapt to that way of thinking too. You just can't keep the same thing going all the time, as great as it is. So us having this kind of, you know, ability to do this, as you saw, Jim, I think in 2023, I think we finally kind of perfected the secret sauce. Like the recipe is now kind of sorted out. Now, it doesn't mean we can do a lot more. We can do a lot more with broadcast television, the fan experience. Now, you know, we added a bunch more camping, but that was sold out too. So, you know, there's not much more facility-wise we can do. We can do some more corporate hospitality, but it's really about having a plan and knowing who your audience is, knowing where you want to go, and trying to just, you know, elevate the event and distinguish it from everything else going on.
One of the things you said, and it kind of slipped by in passing when we were first talking, it is become, not only is it a 3-day race weekend, it is a 5-day lifestyle event, because between you and I were even joking around at one point that maybe what we should do is get some of the people who make campers and coaches and stuff and do like an industry trade show, because there were 5,000 people camping there, and you know, it was
more than that. I mean, it was
really? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic. And all the side by sides. I mean, it really was that lifestyle, outdoor life, off-road lifestyle event, and it covered the entire gamut of all the classes. Like you said, the class 11 VWs, they're a great hit. So yeah, it encompasses everything.
It does, and you have to, you know, yeah. So we have now about 2,500 designated camping spots there that they're all taken. So, you know, and most of those 2 or 3 campers fit in those, and a lot of our campers now do have. They used to come in tents, right? When I first started coming there, or they were sleeping in the back of their station wagons, whatever it was. And now, you know, a lot of them have fifth wheels. A lot of the fifth wheels contain side by sides. There's 400 miles of trails, state trails, right out of our facility, like right in front of our facility. There's the trail, and you can ride the side by side into town. You know, we have this huge parade now, which we've had for years, but, you know, we had about 10,000 people downtown for the parade. People take their sides by sides for that, race side by sides. You know, there's a lot of manufacturer support from Polaris and Honda and Can-Am and Yamaha just on that, in that space alone. I mean, that's where a lot of the growth is. And that's where, you know, a lot of the access to the off-road world starts, is where it used to be we had to go buy a dune buggy or a Volkswagen. You know, they still race. But now it's side by sides, and it doesn't matter if it's desert racing like Baja, or it doesn't matter if it's you know, short course racing anywhere, or even rock racing like King of the Hammers. We raced King of the Hammer style side by sides at Crandon as well, and that's where, you know, a lot of, and they're, you know, the kids are racing those too now. So the great thing about off-road racing is that it's never at a loss for being youth driven. It's never ever stale. It's never where that, yeah, there's certainly that's multi-generational, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily graying out. It means that, you know, these young people love doing it. You know, it's a lot safer jumping in a little side by side than it is like jumping on a motorcycle, in terms of, you know, certainly racing them. And I think that people are just into that lifestyle, and you can use these vehicles in Wisconsin for going hunting. You can use them for, you know, they can drive on the streets. So it's not that inaccessible anymore, where you have to literally go buy something to experience. Now you can just do it.
Yeah, and an interesting point, because many racing series do fret about their audience graying out. But at least at Crandon, I saw family after family after family, and that's where it comes back to the lifestyle thing. One of the things I also found interesting, and we can go all the way back to the Mickey Thompson era, but off-road series have come and they have gone. And especially in the short course world, this year there was a move towards some consolidation. It still remains to be seen whether that can actually happen or not. But how, as an entity, how do you keep the momentum and how do you keep the event moving forward when you have these series that kind of come and go as things are cyclical?
Well, I mean,
55 years. You've seen more come than go than probably any other promoter on the history of the planet.
We have, but you just go back to the mindset of a Le Mans or Indianapolis. You know, you know that Crandon's been around so long, and we've polished the diamond now, and we've opened it up to more racers now, other than just short course. Now people are coming from all around the country, not just Midwest. So you know that you can essentially function without a sanctioning body. We could run our own race if we want. Now that's not what anybody wants, and that's not, you know, that's not how this really works. But in that sense, you know, Crandon in the short course world has been the locomotive, and the locomotive got helped in 16 when they had two series, East Coast and West Coast, and we came up with our own rules package for Red Bull World Cup Sunday so that they could all race together. And when that happened, and all the athletes, the best athletes in the world, were back at Crandon now. And yeah, there was just a simple balance of performance. It took a little while to get to that, but finally you could see all the best Pro 2 and Pro 4 guys racing against each other again. Then it stirred it all up to, hey, this is great. And the West Coast guys like, well, we have a Super Bowl. We forgot we have a Super Bowl Sunday here, or an event that's worthy of us coming, of our sponsors being part of, because you have so many people and it has so much heritage and history. So you kind of you help out the series because you want the other tracks that are built for this. You know, Bark River's one in Michigan, ERX in Minnesota. There's other smaller tracks that are built. You know, Wheatland has a track. The Lucas Oil Speedway has an off-road track. You want to help those tracks also have events and bring money in, and hopefully they can kind of copy the Crandon model and learn how to do that themselves. I mean, but it's a chicken and egg problem. The Crandon board, when I first got there, and realized they had to invest back in their event, and they had to invest back into a promoter that was a promoter that was actually doing this on almost a full-time basis. I mean, you know, between my wife Susan and I, the two Crandons are essentially almost a full-time job to do that. And especially when you get into things like big major concerts, and you know, you get into all those type of things, and you know, we basically do our own broadcast programs out of the, you know, it's pretty amazing, because if you look at the matrix on broadcast and live stream, well, the Champ Off-Road Series came in this year, and they have, you know, Flow Racing, and they have CBS Sports, and then, you know, Ultra 4 had a relationship, it has a relationship with Speed Sport, so that, and Speed Sport 1, and then we have a relationship with MAV TV, and then, you know, so all that, so then, and then we also buy platforms on Race Desert, Speed Sport, Racer.com, so that we're seeing, you know, the numbers of viewers by just saying we're just going to put this as many places as we can and just focus on like Sunday, because that's as much, you know, this is the best racing, these are the best pro racers. We're going to put the best out there. And, you know, we're looking at some interesting things for next year that actually may come into play here.
Well, it sounds like you have to be part race promoter and part international ambassador.
Look, people, you know, we were honored enough last year at the PRI show, which we're going to go to next week again, to be honored as the, you know, the facility of the year at the Race Promoters, you know, conference that was there. And, you know, it just brought to mind that, you know, Crandon has been around for 55 years. It's a long time. And, you know, it's always been perceived as the ultimate race for off-road racing, short course. And it's always been kind of beyond everything else that's gone with it in terms of just reputation and the facility that they dedicate themselves to building. That's 400 acres built for nothing but being open 8 days a year. For somebody from California, that doesn't even make sense. But in there, you know, who knows what they bought? It was an old dairy farm, so who knows what they used the farm for? But point is that they've dedicated themselves to this. This is a singular focus, and when you do that, and you know, you see sponsors like Red Bull and, you know, Polaris and you know, Yokohama, all these people coming, Lucas Oil, that come in and they recognize that they want to be part of it. And, you know, they know that there's value, but it's driving the sport with it. And, you know, when you see the growth of all the classes in short course, from youth classes all the way up to Pro 4 and Pro 2 now, you know, it's definitely, it's got its own momentum, and it's definitely a thing that people are interested in. When you come watch it like you did, Jim, there's not much like it. I mean, I've been around racing a long time, but when you see, you know, when you see Crandon, it's got its own start with that Landwehr start that we do there, and then they go into turn 1 at 109 miles an hour now, some Pro 4s, and there's, you know, 15 of them sideways doing that. It's spectacular, and it's just nothing but awe-inspiring. And, you know, seeing people like you see it for the first time, and I had Paul Fanner, who's a friend of mine from Racer, and I had Scott Atherton, who used to be the president of IMSA, there with us watching this in the infield. They were astonished by what they were witnessing. It was legitimate motorsports, legitimate. This was not something that these guys cobbled together. I mean, when you have this level of truck and it's a spectacular. And then when they went back and watched the Ultra 4s and the rock section back there at night with those vehicles, which are just insanely built too, and you see what they do in their own environment, it's just astonishing. It's great. Yeah, it's one of those things like Tony Stewart was saying earlier. You know, you can watch it on television, but it doesn't do it justice like being there. It just you can't. No matter what we do on TV, no matter how we produce it. You know, live drones and things help a lot, because in that sport you can actually have live drive drones flying over the trucks themselves. It's not going to hurt anything, but it's still not the same as being there. The noise and all the things that happen. So it's still a great show for the fans.
You also touched upon something. These are real race cars. They are, they're trucks, but these are purpose-built, ground-up race machines. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are invested. How do you manage the rule when you're a standalone event like yours? How do you manage all the rules and the politics of all of that?
Well, the rules are, you know, luckily they're somewhat in those categories have been fairly standardized for a while. The side-by-sides bring in a different conversation, because when you have like Polaris bring in a Pro R, which is their new machine that's a 4-cylinder 2000cc engine machine versus now 1000cc turbocharged thing, those require some technique. But like, let's say that what you're talking about, a Pro 4 like Johnny and CJ Greaves have, and Lake Kalitta, you know, had, those are purpose-built, like I said, 1,000 horsepower, you know, 5-speed X-Track gearbox, all-wheel drive trucks, full fuel injection Motec, full data acquisition, you know, all live valve shocks. I mean, this is all state-of-the-art off-road stuff. And when you watch those trucks at that track or any other short course track, they are spectacular. If you ran them in Baja, they wouldn't be. If you ran a trophy truck, let's say a Bryce Menzies who just won the Baja 1000, and Andy McMillan, if you brought that truck to Crandon, it would look awful. It would look slow.
Lapped.
It would be, they'd be lapped. I mean, they're so specialized in what they do, and lower ride heights and all the things that those guys are doing. But they really, and that's what I mean. People, you can start with the simplest old-fashioned VW powered tube frame buggy if you want, and you can work your way all the way up to those Pro 2s, and the Pro 2s are two-wheel drive versions, but the Pro 4s are every bit as, you know, as technical as you know, almost anything else. I mean, they're sophisticated, and it's just violent though when you look at them. They're so violent and loud. And like the Greaves have these Toyota motors that are, I think, a 2-generation back NASCAR Xfinity motor. So they're winding those things up to 9,000 RPM, and just with the gearboxes, they just sound so. They're race cars. I mean, they're just full-on race cars. They're spectacular to watch. I love watching them.
Well, you definitely have the who's who of the sport that comes to Crandon every year. And partly that's because when you win Crandon, you become part of the who's who of short course off-road racing. You have a unique trophy that the winner gets. Tell us about the rifle. I love that. That was,
everybody loves that. So So what happens at the end of of World Championship weekend? We have the Red Bull Cup Sunday, which are all the pro classes, and all those guys are called Crandon World Champions. They get a World Championship ring like they have for decades now, and they got Olympic style medals. But then at the end of the day, we have only at Crandon we do this. We have what we call the Red Bull Cup race, and it's Pro 2 versus Pro 4, staggered start. So it's basically 10 laps, no competition yellow, and the Pro 4s, which are fast, are trying to catch the Pro 2s. And it's 25 or 24 trucks all at once on the racetrack, all at once. And it is spectacular to watch. The fans, I mean, it's just the biggest, best way to culminize the weekend. Well, the winner, again, this year was R.J. Anderson. He wins the big Red Bull Cup. But one of the things Cliff Flannery loves to do, he calls those guys the Top Guns of Crandon. And several years ago, he started going to getting Henry rifles, which Henry rifles are made in Wisconsin. And he got one and he had it engraved with Crandon Top Gun. And every year the guy gets out of the racetrack and goes up to the podium and gets his big wreath and the cup and his medal. But then the thing he really wants is Cliff Flannery to hand him that Top Gun rifle that they get. And I remember one year, a little story, Red Bull said, well, Marty, we can't have somebody handing somebody a gun. I said, well, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen every year because that's what we do. And they finally had to adjust. Look, obviously, it's not loaded or anything, but it is it's a legitimate rifle, and it's brass plated and it's beautiful, and they hold them over their heads, and that's just a Crandon tradition, and it fits with our culture. Look, I mean, right now up there, it's hunting season, it's deer hunting season, so. These people are used to being sportsmen and campers and fishermen, hunters, and that's what happens there. And a lot of the sponsors, they almost come in and try to commercialize it too much, which is a mistake. When I first got there, I tried to sanitize it a little bit too much too, and I had to take a step backwards and say, no. Cheese curds, moonshine, these type of things are what makes this event great. And chicken wings and all the things that everybody loves to buy. And I remember this year, after years, we had Wilfred Eibach, the founder of Eibach Springs, there, and he'd come over from Germany just for this. And I had known him and worked for him a long time ago, and he was just astonished at how American this event felt. It was just American. It wasn't pretentious America. This was down home America at a high level with the racing, but these fans were just sitting there having a great time. It's just what it is, and it's got its own vibe that you just build upon it on the strengths of it. You just can't, like I said, over sanitize it too much. So the Top Gun rifle is part of that thought process. Like, no, that's what we're gonna do.
Well, a dear friend of mine and colleague was born and raised in Wisconsin, and she always used to tell me, because I didn't like cheese curds, and she says, well, that means that you just haven't had a good cheese curd. And I got to tell you, we went to lunch one day, and I had the best cheese curd I have ever had at that little place out there on the lake. And it was outstanding. Marty, I wish you nothing but the best of luck. You are promoting what is a truly American event, and bless you for that, and good luck to everybody at Crandon, and I hope they have 55 more years, because I think the 100th anniversary celebration of Crandon would be every bit as big as the 100th anniversary celebration that it was at Le Mans and the Indy 500. So good luck to you.
Thank you. Knowing my age right now, I'm doing some quick math. I probably won't be here for the 100, but hopefully we leave a legacy for the next generation of the family to kind of take what we built here, just move forward. So thank you, Jim. I appreciate it.
Right. Well, let me just say a special thank you from all of us at EPARTRADE, Marty, because you helped us since day one in from the first race industry week to get it to where it is today. And with your good friend Paul Fanner, you were one of the first one to jump on, and you have helped us so much in the off-road world, and so we're very grateful for your contribution each year. And we can't wait to be at the 55 annual Race Industry Week and have you back on still.
Well, you two need to come and see it first of all. That's the first thing.
Oh yeah.
That and I will see. I'm looking forward to. Thank you for that. I'm honored. I was honored. It's one of the highlights of my year here, counting on and speaking about sport in Crandon. And I look forward to seeing you guys next week at PRI. I'm sure we'll see each other there for sure.
We'll see.
Yes, Marty. Thank you very much. So we are going to be staying in off-road, and Ralph Sheehan is going to be joining us any second. We're going to travel to Mexico, and we are going on for something very special about Score International. So Ralph is joining us back on screen from this morning. What a live session. What a treasure it was to have you on live from Vegas, Ralph. It was a great session.
Well, thank you, Francisca. Yeah, a little warmer now. I'm indoors, but still here in Vegas, getting ready to go back out and watch practice and qualifying and all the activity out there at the Open Wheel Showdown coming up later today. But now we're going to go down Mexico way to Baja. So joining us now is Jose Ralva. Jose, you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you, and also Juan Pintos, our general manager here, is we're together.
Hello, welcome to both of you. Jose is the president and race director of Score International, and Score International, Jose, is based out of Ensenada, Mexico, correct?
That is correct. We do all of our racing here in Baja.
I know a lot of folks are familiar with Jim Ryan. I think Jim's probably tuned in and watching. And Jim is north of the border. He's up here in the San Diego area, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
So how does Score operate like that with, main offices in both parts of the world like that? How do you separate command?
Well, our team of guys is just unbelievable. And we work all year long. It doesn't matter if they're in the U.S. or they're in Mexico. I mean, it's just an ongoing thing every day. So we can really say that us in Score, we do act and work as a family. So it's pretty easy to get along with everyone, and everyone does the best they can.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing that's going to happen if you're going to be involved with Score, you're going to have to be pretty good at logistics. So I can imagine you guys are all pretty exceptional when it comes to that.
Well, like Jose G says, it's truly a binational team, a great effort. By the time race day or race week comes, we've worked on various aspects, from Jose G going out and looking for the most incredible routes that you can imagine. Just the Baja nature takes care of our routes, with if it's a rain or if it's foggy or cold. Like this past Baja 1000, the racers started with 87-degree weather in La Paz and finished with rain, cold, and fog here in Ensenada. But it's a team effort with the 3 levels of government and private sector, and obviously the communities, the ejidos and the landowners, where we mark our routes that really comes together come race week.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. In racing, that's a constant challenge, even for permanent facilities that have been there for decades. You're always having to deal with local governmental issues or state issues or federal issues. And when what you folks are doing down in Mexico with the 1,000 and the other races, you do 4 races a year, they're all a challenge when it comes to figuring out how to navigate through private property and government property and national lands. How long does it take? Is it a constant 365 day out of the year? Oh, you're laughing. It's obviously the biggest challenge you face, right?
24/7. It's like this Baja 1000 that was unique. It was historical. We worked on it for over a year. And it's not just the racing. I mean, it's getting teams across the border. It has so many aspects to it that everything has to come together come race week. So it's a lot of work.
And then you've got aspects from the racers. And to give you an example, we've had races where we've had over 30 helicopters and 10 private planes and jets come into airports like San Felipe or Ensenada, or in this case in La Paz, the past Baja 1000. So it's a great effort from a lot of authorities and getting everything ready for especially when we open for pre-running. We open 2 weeks, or in this case, this last Baja 1000, we opened 3 weeks of pre-running, and that kind of gives you an example of what has to be everything in place. So when we have the race.
Let's talk about this most recent Baja 1000, and we can't call it the Baja 1000. It was really the Baja 1300, maybe even more than that. You guys basically ran the Baja 1000, and then you told the guys, hey, when you get done with that, we got a San Felipe 250 for you right after that. You guys went 1,300 miles?
Yeah, this year is the 50th anniversary of Score International. So when Jose and I and the rest of the team, we started talking about something special, we did the Peninsula run this year instead of next year, originally scheduled for 24. But Jose and all of us had been in conversations and getting feedback from racers and fans and sponsors about why not doing it from south to north. So this was historic. It was the first time that with a tech inspection, contingency, and the start, the beautiful Malecon in La Paz, and then ending here, the beautiful boulevard here in Ensenada. So, but like Jose says, it took a year.
Yeah, but like you said, yeah, we threw a 1,000. And since it was the 50th anniversary, we weren't going to make it easy. We never make it easy. So, hey, the 1,000 plus a 250, see what they say. And the feedback from the ones that finished was that it was the most unbelievable, the best race ever. So yeah, it was quite an achievement for everyone. But the ones that finished, my hats off. And like this year, we broke record on motorcycle Ironman entries, which I have no clue how it's humanly possible for them to do 1,311 miles by themselves, like the way they did it. I mean, it was just unbelievable for us. We're still stoked.
Yeah, I want to touch on that. I got so much I want to chat with you guys about, but you've opened the door on it. I got to bring this guy up. The young man that came all the way from Australia with nothing, then buys a bike off of Craigslist, basically, and decides he's going to come race this event and makes it all the way to the end and does it basically with the help of fellow competitors. I mean, following him on social media was amazing. Pulling up to pit areas and folks would have a fire and he would just walk up to the fire and take 5 minutes to warm up before he got back on the bike and continued on the adventure. That to me is what Baja is all about.
Well, I mean, there's a few, of course, but yeah, it was unbelievable that how unprepared he was, not physically, because he's a tremendous athlete, and his friend, he had a friend with him that raced with us in 2019. That's how he knew about it, and they got together, they were talking, and they said, I'm going to do it. They wanted to do it together, but no, he said, like, no, I'll do it first, like you did it solo, and then in 2 years, they're going to come back and do it together, not Ironmanning it. But yeah, he was stopping with spectators and getting food, resting. People supported him because it was incredible. But also Nicola Duto, our Italian racer. I mean, he is paraplegic, and the guy raced the Baja 1000. It was unbelievable. Like I said, we're super happy with this one.
And you had over 50%, I believe, was the finish rate.
Yeah, close to 55, I believe. It was pretty good. It was the hardest race I think we've ever done, and I was surprised that so many finished. I mean, we were hoping for more, but surprised that that many finished.
We had 335 starters and 178 finishers. Obviously, in the 50-hour span that we gave for the race teams. We had some teams that, heck, after driving so many hours through the rain and everything, even though it was closed, they made it to Ensenada, but officially we had that number.
And you probably would have had more entries had it not been for the fact that so many got together and formed super teams for this year's event.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. Of course, if we had done it in 1,200 miles or 1,100, I don't know. If we had done it maybe 150 miles shorter, we would have probably hit the 400 mark like we did in 2017. We had 404. But it was great.
As an organization, maybe we should explain a little bit for those that don't know what the super teams were some of the big teams getting together and working together, sharing vehicles, sharing personnel, sharing logistics, so forth and so on, to try to battle for the win. Is that a direction you want to go, or something you don't want to see happen as much in the future?
No, it has to happen. It always happened. It happens in the 1,000. At the end of the year, whoever's not going for the points, they team up. But this year, it was something different because it was so long. Instead of doing 2, we lost 3 teams. So it was between 3 top drivers would form 1 instead of 2. So that's why we lost a few of the top entries. But still, the number was unbelievable.
Yeah, it had to be a lot, had to do with being a peninsula run. And we've got to be honest, a lot of the race teams said, well, it's just like going to be driving uphill instead of downhill. But by the time they started doing their logistics, by the time they got down to La Paz and they started seeing the route that Jose G came up with, they started seeing it was going to be something special and something incredible. And they were happy in many cases that they joined forces.
What was the biggest challenge, Jose, in going south to north as opposed to north to south for the teams?
Okay, I would say the biggest challenge, they created the biggest challenge, of course, because we know the peninsula, we know the terrain, and typically going north to south, teams don't pre-run or as much the last 400 miles. They like usually their logistics is the first half. That's where that's where they want to be ahead, and so they pre-run twice the first half. So this time, by doing it the opposite way, they pre-ran way too much. So the terrain, the course was totally destroyed. We had silt beds that were, I mean, of course they were passable, but super difficult. We had car stock. It was a super challenge. But I want to say the biggest challenge for all of our teams was going through the silt beds around mile 320 to 350.
Those are those in their best shape. They're incredibly difficult to pass.
Ones were unreal. I mean, unreal. Now technologies have gotten. I mean, we have all-wheel drive trophy trucks with running with 40-inch tires. They were having problems. Can you imagine the limited classes with 33s, 35s,
the class 11s,
200
class 11 buggies?
Oh, class 11s, we did bypass them. We didn't make them go through that section. They would still be there. There would be landmarks. But
yeah. How thoughtful of you, Jose. You're an evil man on so much of this. What you put these competitors through.
Yeah, no, I know. They're funny. They don't love me that much. I'm not the race director. They say I'm the race dictator. But hey, we do our best. It's a challenge.
They love the challenge, right? That's what makes it special. And as we said, okay, we're spending a lot of time on the 1,000, which is the granddaddy of them all. But you do have 3 other events. What can we look forward to in 2024 with SCORE?
Oh, we're going to stick with our 4 races. We have our first race, the one we kick off the year. It's San Felipe 250. That it's also, we kind of do it it's like 300 miles. But we always want to have, if it's a 250, it has to be 250 of race miles. So we don't count speed zones or highway sections. That's why we add more miles. We want it to be a true or what we're saying. If it's 250, they're going to race 250 miles. So we open up with San Felipe 250 at the end of March, which the weather by then is good. We're not worried so much about storms and the cold. Then at the beginning of June, we do the Baja 500, which is super popular. The Baja 400 that we've only done it 4 times now, and it's growing to be a really good race. And we finished the year with the Baja 1000, which is the mother of all, like we say.
It's important to note that the San Felipe 250 is actually our most popular race.
Right now, yeah. It's the one that's growing.
We've had like 45, 44 trophy trucks race at the 250, more than a 1000. And there's a qualifying day for the for 3 classes also. That's like an added attraction for the fans. It's like a stadium race, and then you have contingency on the Malecon in San Felipe, which is really nice. Great weather, great beach, great food, and the racers love it. That we've had the highest number of participants is usually at the San Felipe 250.
I had the opportunity to be a co-driver in the 1000 back in 1992, 93. I'd have to look it up to remember exactly. We ended up finishing second in Class 7 4x4. I was part of the day racing organization.
Oh,
team
really?
Out of San Diego.
With Darren York?
Yeah, Darren York. Yes. Great family.
His truck.
Yes. Francique has just asked, there you go. Could you just slide a little over to your left there, Jose? There you go. We want to see all of you there. So everybody knows who the evil guy is down there setting up these crazy courses. Anyway, during that experience, when I got all said and done with it, I got out of the truck and I said, this is truly the last great adventure for man on the planet, to me, when it comes to doing something in a vehicle, because it is just so hard to explain what the experience is like. I mean, you talked about the silt beds, and I'm having flashbacks to what it was like going through the silt and how you couldn't see a thing, and how Darren was moving out just to try to catch a glimpse of, is there anything out there? And then he'd move back into basic blindness, flat to the floor, and just going. It's incredible. And the river washes and everything you experience. And the next thing you know, there's this beautiful ocean you come across. Then you're back up in the hills in a forest. Just amazing experience, just amazing. So my question is, how difficult is it for you to find new terrain each and every time you do these races? Because the Baja Peninsula, as spectacular as it is only so big. And if you've been doing this for so many years, you got to be crisscrossing a lot of familiar territory.
Well, that's on course wise, that's our biggest challenge, because we know what's out there, but we're always innovating. Like Juan always says that, and every single race we throw a new section. I mean, it's awesome when a Rob McCachran or Cameron Steele, Larry Roth, or guys that have been with us forever say, hey, I have no clue where I am. I mean, I've never been here before. And that's something that makes us really proud. But it's just an ongoing process of being out there on the computer, see if we can connect things, and then we go out there. So we actually work a lot. But we plan. I mean, we go out with a bunch of options and see what works.
Plus, we use some sections that haven't been used like in 10, 15 years, and Mother Nature's taken care of it. And it's totally different from the last time we were there. And even like the racers, like Jose says, they say, oh, yeah, I remember that section. But once they pre-run it, it's a whole different thing.
But it is getting more difficult, definitely more difficult. Baja is not getting smaller, but lots of, there's a lot of people owning. I mean, before it was big sections of the Chatejido land. You just get one permit and then you're good for a lot of miles. Now it's just owner, new owners. It's getting and lots of environmental studies and protected areas. So it is every time it's getting more difficult, but it's just more work we have to do, and we're super happy to do it.
I guess a lot of that comes down to the fact that the folks of the Baja Peninsula love the event as well.
Yeah. The 4 races are the most important tourism events in Baja. They're the ones that attract more visitors, generate more promotion, and more economic impact. So that's why they're expecting our races every year, like in San Felipe or places like Bahia de Los Angeles, obviously Ensenada. And that's something that we've worked very hard to achieve that, in coordination with the authorities and the private sector.
So, okay, you challenge these guys with this epic 1,300-mile race this year. You can't do that to them every time, right?
No,
every third year.
Every third year, we do the Peninsula Run every third year, and like next year in 2024, it'll be a loop race. So when we do loop races, if we get to 1,000 miles, it'll be record breaking. It's usually 700 to 800 miles, and we try to make it easier.
Your level of easier is not the same for the average person. You know that.
No, I know, because I'm frustrated because I don't race anymore. So, so I have to be sitting here watching them, and so I just make it difficult.
You know, Baja was all about it. All kind of got started by guys just going, hey, let's just go down there and take our, Manx dune buggies and see if we can get from one end to the other and have a good time and drink some cervezas and tequila while we're on the way, right? And then it becomes like everything in racing. You got a couple of guys, now you got 4 guys. Now we got a real race, and here we go, right? So it used to be all you needed was that dune buggy or your dirt bike. How do I do it now? If I'm an amateur, how do I get involved?
Well, the first thing is, if you're married, you got to have permission from your wife. That's fun.
Money.
That's number 2.
All right, so 2 things, I'm out.
That's why we're here, not racing. We're married, no money. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the good thing about, I think, off-road racing is that anyone can do it at any level, because we have so many classes that you can start them. You can start in limited classes. I mean, if you have the money, you can. You don't need like you don't need experience. I mean, you just register and you can race. So there's people that will give you a ride and drive programs that are really good, and I won't mention them, but there's ways to get started with this, and it's easy. It's just costly.
Is it fairly easy to find a category that I can go out and realistically purchase the vehicle and build it in my garage and bring it down and go race?
Definitely,
for
yes.
the adventure, if not the win?
Yes, of course. Of course, you have to check that it has to be within our technical specifications, so that it's a safe vehicle to race, and it of course has to pass tech. But yeah, of course, you can get in a UTV, you can get in a Volkswagen Bug, you can get on a motorcycle, and you can come and race with us.
That's fantastic. Obviously, like all good, successful racing series, you've got plenty of logos on your shirts. How do you see the sponsorship and support financially from the industry impacting Baja these days as compared to how it was in previous years? Are things on the rise?
Oh yeah, it definitely it's growing. A lot has to do with Jim Ryan's work and his team, but also when you get racers like Toby Price or Nasser Al-Attiyah come and race here, Dakar champions, and they go back and say, "Wow, this is racing that we don't rest. It's nonstop. It's long." Word of mouth helps a great deal, both with racers and fans, but also with sponsors. When they see, racers like the Formula One champ, Jenson Button or Alexander Rossi, or from other types. Heck, we even had the sexiest man in the world, Patrick Dempsey, come down and race here several times. So that's all good publicity. And a lot of people say, wow, that's something special and we want to be part of it. Obviously, as sponsors also.
One of the biggest challenges you have is broadcasting your event. What kind of innovation have you done with that lately?
Well, we've gone a long ways now with all the Starlinks and our live programs. That's the future for definitely. And it depends on technology. It's I think in a couple of years, this is going to be huge. How easy it's going to be to broadcast like we're already doing from inside the race car. We can be talking with the drivers, and if they answer. But it's just now you can be everywhere and be doing a live program, which before it was pretty much impossible. So technology is helping a lot, and I think that's going to be the future for sponsors, for racers, for everything. Because everyone wants to see the race live. I mean, when you already know who won, you don't want to see it in a couple of months. So this is definitely the future for us.
Yeah, for sure. Fans are always intrigued about going to a new event. Obviously, there's not a lot of grandstand areas out in the middle of the desert to watch the Baja 1000 or any of the other events. If somebody is interested in coming down to just witness this event, Is that doable and feasible these days as well? And what do they do?
100%. I mean, we put on one of the best shows in the world, and it's free for the public.
It's free. A lot of people sometimes call us and say, "How much are the tickets?" And we say, "No tickets."
We can't put grandstands on 1,000 miles. We never do that. I mean, it's 100% free. You come, you camp, you just pick your spot, and you can watch the race.
We always emphasize to be a responsible fan and take care of Mother Nature. Pick up all your trash. Don't try and take selfies with a trophy truck racing at 100 miles right next to you. We always emphasize that. So because our main goal, besides the promotion and the economy and everything, is we call it in Mexico saldo blanco. It's no fatalities.
No. Safety for us.
Safety is priority
number one.
Yeah, you always have to remember, if you pack it in, pack it out, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Take care of the desert. How do fans go about finding out more information about it? Because again, with 1,000 miles, finding a good location to go and watch from is difficult. Where do they find course maps and learn about how to get to locations?
We're pretty good at almost a month before each race, we post a map of the course. We don't post the GPS files because we don't want people to be pre-running or doing things that they shouldn't when we're still negotiating or doing things on the course. But we post the map, the printable map, then that tells you where it's going to go, and you can plan. And we have a lot of people that call us that have never been here, of course, and we give them some ideas on where and how to get there. But yeah, they know way ahead of time where the course is going to go, and plus, when we open pre-running, we post, everyone has the GPS files, so spectators, they just have to get on our webpage and get all that information.
You know, the modern trophy truck is quite a beast of a vehicle, suspension-wise, tire-wise, and certainly horsepower-wise. How concerned are you about where this is all headed? I mean, these things have gotten to be just four-wheel drive rocket ships.
Well, if you go back to like 93, like you said, when you were racing, that's when trophy trucks pretty much started. They were running 37s. I mean, there was a few all-wheel drives. I remember McPherson had an all-wheel drive, and there was a few of them. But who knows where technology is going to go? I mean, it would be great if we can like cap it. If you can't, we already have 40-inch tires. And so we go through a lot of road repairing and things like that because we destroy the roads out there. So it's just more work for us. But it's the industry also that it's growing. Tire manufacturers want to go always bigger. I mean, it's I don't know how you can limit that. But like I said, if you go back to 93, you would never thought that we would be like this right now. I have a friend that Larry Connor. He told me back before the all-wheel drives, like in 5 years, if you're not racing at all-wheel drive, you're not going to win. And he pretty much nailed it.
Yeah. So where's the technology headed now? Is it mostly in the tires?
Well, who knows if someone's going to find out really like I don't know, an electric trophy truck. I don't know if that would be the future. Suspension wise, I think I mean, of course, there's always room for improvement, but it's there. I mean, it's unbelievable what those things can do. Bigger tires, I don't know. It just means more. It's more weight, more everything, and we have no clue where our mastermind, the fabricators, are planning. But the future could be electric, hybrid. We don't know.
And finally, how about the manufacturers? Baja was always a proving ground. If you could survive Baja, you could survive a workday, right?
It's coming back, thank God. It's coming back. We have had meetings with one of the biggest, of course, car manufacturers in the world, and they already started. They're going to start building
all-terrain.
Yeah, vehicles that you can buy at a dealer and you can go race with us. So they're coming back, and it's coming back big.
That's fantastic. So tell me again, when is the San Felipe 250, the first race of the year?
It's from the 20th to the 25th, I think, from March of next year. Again, it will include a qualifying round on Thursday, then Friday tech inspection on the Malecon, and then Saturday the race. And it's like Jose says, it's great weather, great atmosphere there, and very, very popular race.
And then next year's Baja 1000 in November again.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, we have San Felipe, Baja 500 in June, Baja 400 in September, and November, again, the Baja 1000. We're sticking to our 4 races.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to see. I'm going to have to call Darren York up, see if I can climb in that second seat. See you guys back down there in November.
Rock doesn't exist anymore. Sorry. It burned. It burned to the ground.
Oh, man.
All right.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to have you on. And, what a great organization that SCORE is. So thank you very much for being with us. I think we're going to dive directly into our next session, Ralph, because it's already 12:30 here in California. So we're going to bring Lou on. My understanding is that he is connected right now and should be with us any second. So we're waiting to see Lou, and Ralph will let you carry on.
Okay, Francis, thank you. Lou Gelati. Lou, you with us?
He should be with us any second. I see him on the screen. So he should be with us.
Video, okay.
I hear him. There he is.
There he is.
Lou is
Hi,
a
Lou. How you
Corvette
doing?
man.
Well, I'm amazed that I even got into this Zoom thing. So I wasn't sure if I was ever going to make it. But
Well, you're on. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. I better get myself up to the right height so I can actually join this properly.
There you go. Move that chair. I don't want to lose sight of that beautiful Ferrari behind you.
I know. Isn't that amazing? I tell everybody I moved to Texas 40 years ago, and I had to borrow $1,200 to get here. And the couple races that I did in ASA, I had to get a ride. I got a ride from an Indian tribe, and I blew the rear end. But I was bumping bumpers with Kenny Schrader at Brainerd International Raceway. So it's been a long time I've been racing.
Lou, you're a multi-time champion, having had great success in full-body road racing machines throughout your career. Congratulations with all that. What in the world made you decide to become a private track owner?
Good question. I think a little touch of insanity, but I've been like all racers. Racing is like an addiction. Okay, it's really like an addiction. And I tell everybody that racing was my heroin, and this racetrack is my rehab. So I built my buildings for my company, which was originally LG Motorsports. And we started selling parts and headers and things like that. And it just exploded. It turned into a great business. And I kept selling my buildings. Whatever I built, I tell everybody everything's for sale except my wife and kids, because I wanted to be able to finance these other things. And so I ended up, I bought 75 acres just north of Dallas, and a really nice area. And I went to a Corvette event at the Corvette Museum racetrack, and Mitch Wright was there. He was running the show. And I said, Mitch, how many acres do you have here for this whole event, this whole track? And he said 150 acres. I said, paddock and everything? He said 150 acres. So there were 75 acres available next door to me. I negotiated with the guy, and I probably paid 4 times more than I paid for the first 75 acres. But I thought, okay, now I have the potential. Let me see what I can come up with. It took me 7 years to get all the designs. I started with Herman Tilke in Germany. He did Coda. And then I got Bob Bernard, another international track designer. And we finally designed a really good racetrack. But then it took me another 4 or 5 years just to get the financing. and it turned out to be a SBA loan. And so I was able to borrow the money, get this thing started. Well, then this economy went crazy, so I pretty much had to sell everything I had, which is okay because it all went into the racetrack. And now we're selling these garage condos, which there's a couple other places like the Motor Enclave, and then the one in Pontiac, Michigan, and M1 Concourse. Yeah, and they built these garages around the racetrack, but they didn't really have a racetrack. They had what they called a performance track. I really wanted to have a racetrack. And yes, we wanted to have garage condos, but we wanted to build a real racetrack. A 3.1 mile racetrack. We have one corner has 13% banking. I have another corner, which I took a picture of Motorsport turn 5A and B. I took a satellite picture. I gave it to Bob Bernard, and he put it onto the racetrack. So my turn 5A and B is exactly the same as Motorsport, except we didn't get the uphill. But we still have the same corner. It was kind of fun, but we have a racetrack. We just had Friday afternoon track day. We had 100 cars show up. I mean, the track is finished. We're working. I mean, the thing is, top speed. I did have not that Ferrari. I had a Ferrari on the racetrack, and we cracked 151 miles an hour on the straightaway. So it's a good racetrack. At the end of the straightaway, it's downhill, and so it's a real technical racetrack, but it's really fast. It's really fun. So that's what started me, I guess.
So of course, we're talking about G2 Motorsports Park out there in Texas. How is the Texas market for this type of facility? Obviously, you're not that far from Dallas, and that's obviously a very highly successful area.
Well, part of what I wanted to do, I wanted to build this track. I wanted to build my company building in Collin County. We're only 29 miles from Toyota's national headquarters. I hope that somebody watching this some manufacturer will volunteer to be my official car, so I can have a driver's school with their official car. But Toyota's only 29 miles away. We're in the county, so we're not in the city limits. So the restrictions are not there. So once we accomplish not being inside of a city, there's no noise limits or anything like that. Even though we're going to be friendly to our neighbors, it's we haven't even cracked 90 decibels at any track day at all. But we wanted to be in the county, so we wouldn't have all the restrictions. It's also a little less taxes, so we accomplished that. And so we're in Collin County. We deal with the county instead of some city, and that's allowed us to build probably one of the nicest tracks around.
You've talked about the racetrack surface itself. Tell me why the facility is different and as nice, if not nicer, than some of the others around the country.
Well, the Texas dirt is really spongy. It's almost Texas clay. And in order to get this right, so that it wouldn't have to be replaced and repaired, every 3 years, even Coda had a problem. They had to fix theirs. So my dirt contractor was Mike Sinicola Contracting. They literally dug down 10 feet, and then they replaced the dirt 9 inches at a time, and they moisture stabilized it and compacted it all the way up. So anywhere from 6 to 10 feet. And then they put two feet of flex base, which is ground crushed concrete. And then we got Austin Paving, which is the other first-class company in Texas. And Austin Paving came in and they put 2 different layers of asphalt. The first layer was regular DOT asphalt. The second layer was a Formula One mix. I mean, it's got grip. It's finer gravel, and we used Echelon paving. So we had three asphalt machines that actually did 1 lap. It was a 2-day or 3-day process, but they used 3 machines, so there's no cold joints in between each layer, between each run. So it's pretty unique. The dirt underneath is perfect. The asphalt on top is perfect. It's 40 feet wide, 3.1 miles long. We put a dog leg in so we could slow people down if we had to. And then we have 38 feet of elevation change from the highest, which is Motorsport turn, all the way down to the what we call our downhill uphill. It's a 38-foot drop. It's not all at once. Ride a bicycle around it, you know where the hills are, because I do ride a bicycle around it once in a while. So we get out of that downhill uphill, and we have the ability to split it into two tracks. So we have an east track and a west track, and we have an A-shaped pit lane. So if you're doing the east track, you're on one pit lane. If you're doing the west track, you're on the other. But they both use the same pit in if you're going to run the whole track, and then you just go around the top of the A-shaped pit lane, and our clubhouse is right in the middle of that A-shape. So pretty interesting design, really first class. We did our pit wall just like Formula One. We gave them a 4-foot, 5-foot sidewalk where they could put their timing pedestals up there. So I've raced everywhere. I mean, I've raced everywhere in America, and I went to Nürburgring. I did some 231 laps at Nürburgring, and I've raced everywhere, and I just tried to make this a little bit of every good track that I've been on. So that's our story. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a great story. This private track market is very different. Will you host any fan style events, or will it always be strictly private?
Well, we're in the process now. We've requested an inspection so that we can get a level 2, so we could race a Ferrari Challenge or an IMSA race or Trans Am race or any of those. We're looking to get a level 2 inspection. We do want to have races because the people that are buying these garage condos, they have an outdoor balcony on the second floor, and they're able to sit out there and they can watch races and they can enjoy themselves. And some of these garage condo owners have requested that, when are you going to have some races here? So we'd like to have some SCCA races. We would like to have some other pro races. So we'll just see how that pans out. But it's a good track. It's really a very interesting track.
The private track market, as we were saying, is different than if you were building a Road America, Mid-Ohio, or Laguna Seca.
Yeah.
You have to think about different things to attract, quote unquote, members to buy into your facility as opposed to just a fan for a day. So when you're trying to attract that member who's purchasing not just a membership at the facility, but then he's going to build one of these condos, he's going to buy into that. When he's all in, he's spending a significant amount of money to come be a part of your facility.
Yes.
What are the things that today's potential member is requesting or maybe requiring, whether it's your facility or M1 Concourse or one of the many that are popping up around the country these days?
Well, the unique part about ours is that we have a real racetrack. The racetrack was designed with racing in mind. The garage condo owners, they get a certain amount of member days, but it's a place to drive fast, drive safe, and drive legal. Literally, I was doing 120 miles an hour on my side of the fence, and there was a sheriff on the other side of the fence. And I pulled out there and I laughed and I said, "Isn't it funny that I could drive 120 miles an hour right past you on my own racetrack? But if I came out here, you would arrest me." And then after we laughed about it, I gave one of them a ride around the racetrack. And I've done that a couple of times, and I've had only one sheriff throw up. So, but it's been a blast. And so I had a police department supplier bring a couple police cars out. I could only get 98 miles an hour on the straightaway. My Porsche Macan GTS does 123 on the straightaway. A Ferrari, just a street car, does 151, not even a race car. And so when I took this police car out, I said, when I hit 98 miles an hour, I said, no wonder everybody outruns you. He goes, that's top speed, 98 miles an hour. So brings me back memories when I was a kid.
I bet.
I won't talk about that.
Yeah. The amenities is what I find interesting that you have to consider for a track like if you're building a country club, because that's basically what you've done. If you're building a golf course country club, you're going to need some tennis courts and a spa and a nice dining area and things of this nature. What are those amenities now that I have to have at a private track compared to, you know, the yacht club or the golf course to attract that guy to come spend the money with you as opposed to them?
We've got a 25,000 square foot event center. It's a clubhouse event center. I've got one manufacturer that's already talked to me about it. They're going to do 5 weeks of dealer training, and they're going to use the east track, the west track. They're going to use the paddock area for autocross, but we have a 25,000 square foot clubhouse, and it's got 3 floors. The third floor is just for race officials. The second floor is for members, and the first floor, if we have an event, we're going to have a Starbucks type coffee shop counter. Nothing like a full restaurant, but the catering availability around here. As soon as we finish this clubhouse, we're about 6 weeks away from totally finishing the clubhouse. We're going to have a big grand opening for all the members, and we've got a couple levels of memberships. It's a one-time initiation fee, 2 levels. One of them is $100,000. One of them is $55,000. But the whichever membership you buy, if you change your mind and you want to buy a garage condo later, that amount of money you paid for the membership gets deducted from the price of the condo. So it's like an early down payment rather than wasted money. And the gold membership, the $55,000 membership, we're doing financing. We just announced it. And $7,000 down, and we'll do 48 months, no interest financing. So we just want to get some more members in here and, have a more, if you, like you said, if you have a yacht, you join a yacht club. If you play golf, you join a golf club. Now, if you have a fast car, any kind of car, you join a motorsports country club.
And they're starting to pop up all over the place. You're seeing them all around the country, all around the world, and they're coming in pretty regularly. Every day you seem to hear about a new one that's popping up somewhere.
Yes.
Is it going to get to a point where there's going to be more than one in a given market, just like there are more than one golf course in a given market?
I don't think so. I don't think the market, it's possible, but like the one at Motor Enclave in Tampa, they sold 300 garage condos before they finished their track. And their track it's a Herman Tilke track also, but it's a very basic couple straightaways, couple loops, and that's about it. And ours is a real, anybody that's raced at Motorsport, they know turn 5A and B is a tough one. And it's tough on. I keep telling anybody I drive around there, I say you have to visual track. When you come the first part of turn 5A, you better turn your head or you're going to miss 5B. And so it's a really technical track, but it really is a blast. We've had a motorcycle group called I don't know, but it's a motorcycle. They had 150 motorcycles on Saturday and Sunday. Both days they were sold out, and there wasn't a single motorcycle rider, not a single person that had anything bad to say. They love it, and they keep coming back. And the motorcycle group got some airbags. So there's a couple of places where motorcycles tires aren't even enough, so they put these airbags out there, and so it's pretty safe also.
Who is the modern day Motorsports Country Club member? What's he like? Or she?
The modern
day Motorsports Country Club member. What is he or she like? The reason why I say that, the old vision of a country club member was a little bit, stiff, and you think about the movie Caddyshack, right?
Yeah.
So what is the modern Motorsports Country Club member like?
The first garage condo building has 10 units. Each building has 10 units. I sold the first 10 out pretty quick. between the first, second, and third units, the large and two mediums, there's probably, they own 50 cars. They need a place to park their cars, but it's not really enough. So each guy is going to keep maybe 3 or 4 cars there, but it gives them a place to. One guy's going to use it as his office. He's going to use it as his office, and when he feels like it, goes down for lunch. He drives down the fire lane right to the clubhouse, signs in, he drives around for lunch. I have another doctor that said, I'm going to be out there on Wednesdays, right after I'm done with surgery, roughly 11 o'clock, and I'd like you to have my car ready and pointed in the right direction, ready to go, and I'd like to hot rod around for an hour, and then I'll throw you the keys, and I have to get back to work and take care of my clients. And I said, well, what about the weekends? He goes, no, I go to the golf course. He said, drive. And I asked him what he was going to race, what he was going to drive out there. And we went downstairs in his building. He hit a button, and his concrete wall slid back, and there were like 10 unbelievable cars, up from Ferraris to Porsches, you name it. So it's a car aficionado. They never really had a chance to go race because they were busy. Now that they built their businesses up and they have the money, now they would like to learn how to race. None of them think they're going to be Mario Andretti or Michael Schumacher, but they would like to be a little bit better, and they'd like to enjoy their cars. And I know that I get a lot of speeding tickets, and I guarantee you so do they. I'm on the verge of a record, but I won't. That's another story. They would like to have a place to, why do you get a Ferrari that goes 211 miles an hour? You can't really do it safely on the street. And so they wait for track days, or they'll go to COTA. And well, now they don't have to wait for a track day. They parked it. And a lot of them were buying garages that were just plain old garages in a warehouse district because their home garages were overfilled. And so they were parking cars there. I've had a couple guys sell their units in the warehouse garage area, and now they're waiting for me to finish because they bought units in garages of G2. So they get to have their garage right on the outside of the first 3 buildings, which is 30 units. The first 3 buildings are right on the outside of turn 4 and 5.
So the guy you explained or described is basically exactly who I think most of us expect would be buying in, millionaires/billionaires who have extensive collections and extensive resources to do this sort of thing. Is there going to be, let's use the country club model on the golf side again. There is the high-end country club. There's usually some that are a little bit lower, and then you have your municipal golf courses out there. So for the average guy, is he ever going to be able to find a middle ground between a G2 and a municipal course? Or maybe he's going to be able to come play without owning a barn dominium on the property. Yes. At least maybe he has access to come pay a greens fee, if you will, and play for a day.
Yeah, we've got that. We're doing that. We're going to have, I told the members we're going to have regular open track days. But during those open track days, when we charge people to come, the members can join in and they can come for no charge. So as long as you're a member, you can come to the track day. If you don't want to come to the track day, that's fine, but we'll open it up to the public. But here's the other thing: if someone were to buy one of those lower price memberships, and I'm financing it, we have other garages. We have monthly rental garages. So I have 4 buildings with 14 units in each one. And it's got a 10-foot by 10-foot door. They can fit a lift in there. They can put all their tools, their tires, and they can become a member. And then they just rent one of these garages for like $600 a month. And now they back out of their own garage. They drive right down the fire lane, right to the clubhouse, and they're on track during every single member day. So that's the low priced option. And the fact that I'm going to finance that just so we can get a lot more members in, is going to work really good. And then I have 4 of those buildings, so I have 56 of the monthly rental garages, and those are going to be available probably by February. So if you buy a membership and you don't want to buy a condo, you rent one of those. Now, let's say your finances pick up and you hit the lottery, you want to buy a condo, not a problem. everything you spent on your membership gets applied to the price of the condo. So if you bought a $55,000 membership and now you buy a condo, deduct $55,000 off it, and it's a discount on your condo. If if the size of your yacht increases, So
yeah. Is there a community developing between you owners of these motorsports country clubs? I mean, we've got them all over the place now, as you mentioned, Enclave in Florida, and there's Arizona, Hawaii's in the process of building one. California has them. They're literally everywhere. Is there a whole industry popping up now?
there is an industry. I didn't invent it. I just copied what Brad Olshansky did in Pontiac, Michigan, and Tampa, Florida, and he sold out his every one of his garage condos up in Pontiac, Michigan, which is in the middle of Detroit. Who would have thought? But he sold, I think he sold 87 or 90 garage condo units, and some of these guys have gone in and spent millions of dollars in them. And then down in Tampa, they've done sort of the same thing. The market is slightly different, but Dallas, when I first got here 40 years ago, I called home to one of my buddies. I said, I have never seen so many Ferraris on the street ever in any city that I've ever been in. So there's a Ferrari dealer, there's a Lamborghini, there's a Pagani dealer, there's a bunch of Porsche dealers, the Maseratis, Pagani. One of the guys that bought a large condo also has a $3.6 million Pagani. So, and then, so we have 2 large ones in every building. We have 4 mediums and we have 4 smalls. And one guy bought a large and a medium because a large wasn't enough for him. So he bought a large and a medium, and he's got 27 cars, and he'll probably only keep 5 or 6 here. I know, you're shaking your head. It boggles my mind. I'm a kid that pumped gas with, earning my way through college, so it boggles my mind. But I got lucky enough to have and I worked hard enough. It's funny because when I got out of college, I became a math teacher so I could have summers off to race. That's the only reason. And my first year's pay was $7,900. And I got $250 more for being a wrestling coach. I actually got I'm a competitive guy. I got a scholarship for wrestling, and I did wrestling, lacrosse, and then after high school, I did boxing, Golden Gloves. And so I became a teacher at $7,009, and that was it. My dad was passed away. My mother was working in a laundry. Just a low middle class Italian family from upstate New York, 35 miles from Watkins Glen. And Watkins Glen is what got me addicted to racing. So, hitchhiked down there when I was a kid, jumped the fence, didn't have any idea what was going on, but I wanted to see what all these red cars were. They were Ferraris. And we jumped the fence, and it was a Formula One race. And a few years later, I got a sponsor, and they took me into Super V's, and I was racing at Watkins Glen in 1976. And I got the outside pole next to Tom Bagley, Bob Lazier, Herm Johnson, Howdy Holmes, Gordon Smiley. There was 5 of the top 6 guys went to Indy. And my sponsor said, we know there's money in racing because we put it there. And so it was just, I kept waiting for the phone call because here's this Italian kid on the front row at the Formula One weekend. Oh my gosh, but I'm still waiting for that call. So, but not a problem. I mean, I just struggled along. And my best story is that when my sponsor dropped out, he sold the Super V. And so I called Steve Lathrop at Citation Engineering. And I said, Steve, how much is a Super V? He goes, without an engine, $27,000. And I said, how about this? How about if I come and work for you for nothing? You don't have to pay me anything. I'll work for you a month, 6 weeks, whatever it takes. And all I'll buy is the aluminum and the steel. It was a monocoque tub. And you'll let me use your shop, and I'll build my own car at night. And he thought, he used to call me Jalopy instead of Gelati, but he goes, Jalopy, if you're stupid enough to do that, come on out. So I did, and I left there with a Super V race car, and I slept in his barn for 30 days, And he had mercy on me. He fed me a couple times. And but Steve Lathrop, Citation Engineering, one of the guys that really I learned a lot out there. And so that's what happens.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Lou. I mean, great stories. Sorry to interrupt, but we are running out of time, and we have to get ready for our next session. So thank you, for sharing everything with us, and it was a pleasure to have you on. Thank you, Lou.
Thank you.
We are going to transition. We're going to transition to our next session. Excuse me. And Ralph, thank you very much. And I think we're bringing George Tamayo, and we don't have too much time before our next session, so we're going to be diving directly into it. Mr. Tamayo, welcome back. And we have two great sessions, two series organizers joining us. We're going to be talking to NASA and then Formula Drift. Good afternoon, Jeremy. Welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having us. You guys hear me okay?
We do, loud and clear. Jeremy, thanks for taking the time to be on the show. Let me introduce you formally, Jeremy. Do I say your name Croisset? Is that the right way to pronounce your last name?
It is. One of the few people that's ever said it right.
Well, points for me.
Yeah.
Jeremy Croisset from NASA, or as it's officially known, National Autosports Association. Jeremy, let's just dive right in. I want to start with a few statistics here to get the conversation rolling, which is that currently, if I have my numbers right, NASA has 20,000 members. You did 300 track days over 47 tracks. You have 18 race series plus 8 time trial series. So you guys are pretty busy. So yeah. as my dad likes to say, how's business?
We're going like gangbusters. It's such a privilege to work and lead a team of so many people that have all of the same interest in bringing in new people to the world of motorsport and giving them the perfect opportunity to funnel into whatever area of motorsport they end up. But most of the time, the bug is driving, and we have one of the most unique products in the country that basically allows anybody with zero experience to come out with a safe, operatable car and participate in a track day and start to learn the ropes of high performance driving.
Yeah, it's actually a great segue into something I want to dive into, because there are a lot of things about NASA that I think are relatively unique. One of them is that if we look at your 18 different race series, unlike the rest of the racing world, which gets into this sort of alphabet soup of class structures and names, you guys have taken a kind of a novel approach. And what I mean by that is you have a class that's called American Iron Extreme. There's a class called German Touring.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about that approach, why you chose to create the categories in that way, and ultimately what's the benefit, not just to you as a series, but to the people that are participating.
It's interesting. We have a handful of series that are devoted specifically to a marquee, so to speak. Honda Challenge is a perfect example. Specific to Honda and Acura, right? German Touring Series, which is all about BMWs, Audis. And then we have our Super Touring category, which is strictly power to weight. And it's an extension or an evolution, I guess I'd say, of our performance touring category, which was supposed to be and still remains one of the easiest. I guess that's a little loaded answer. There's a little bit of a learning curve to figuring out where you fall and what your car will end up classing into, but it's the absolute easiest way to take any car, regardless of prep, and stick it into a race class and have something that's ultimately competitive in a track environment. So we've had good success in cultivating both sides of the market space with marquee specific series. American Iron Extreme, you mentioned, is all about pony cars, right? And then we also have the other side of the business, which is the Super Touring side, which is not so much the alphabet soup, but it's 1 through 6, and it's super simple to figure out. I've got a Honda and it makes this much power. Where do I fit, right? We have an online classing calculator that lets you go through and put your stuff in, and bam, you've got a class. So we've brought a lot of unique attributes into the world of motorsport and introduced a number of things through innovation, and we just continue to do that every year.
Take me back though a little bit to where that thinking started in, because clearly by taking that path, there was a problem or a challenge that you were trying to resolve. And what was that thing that you were saying, hey, look, if we get away from class 1, 2, 3, 4 or ABCD or whatever the nomenclature is, and we use this kind of system, what problem are we solving?
I think it's probably a product of being willing to take risks and chances on things that other groups may think would fail, and working directly with the folks that are, passionate about this particular marquee product, whatnot, and then using that as the focal point to grow something brand new and expand from. And I think that's a number of our products. Spec 30 is a perfect example of that. Honda Challenge was yet another perfect example of that. You had these key individuals in the market space that were just ultra passionate about helping to grow this particular thing, and then taking the risk and putting the muscle that NASA National has behind these things to kind of give it the air to inflate the sail and power it to success.
And was the response to that change a gradual thing, or was it sort of immediate? Was it a light bulb moment for a lot of people who maybe were looking to get involved in participating in motorsports, and they didn't either have the patience or the background or the whatever to understand where and how they do it, but that was a light bulb moment, like, hey, I have this car, it races here?
I think you could probably find examples of both, quite honestly. Some are light bulb moments without a doubt. Others are just grown from a passion about that particular vehicle or marquee or even product, right?
Yeah. What are you guys? I mean, the series obviously, 20,000 members is not small. 300 track days a year is quite a lot. What are you guys doing to sort of manage the growth? And in particular, how do you keep all of those different groups happy in terms of simple enough to go racing, but flexible enough, I guess, for them to be competitive and to bring their know-how and maybe a little bit of, engineering expertise into the equation without bending or breaking the rules?
I think it's twofold. The first, like any good business, is people, just really highly qualified, passionate people that are empowered to do the jobs that we're seeing year after year. The other side is the unique nature that NASA brings to the table with our HPDE, high performance driving events, part of the business. And it's just a continual funnel. Like it or not, motorsports and the people that are enthusiasts of motorsports have a life outside of motorsports, and sometimes life gets busy and pulls people away. So it's been a really powerful advantage for the business to be able to continue to funnel new people every year. We introduce thousands of people into the world of motorsport. We've been fortunate enough to work with Toyota, the largest auto manufacturer in the world, to create a pretty revolutionary program that allows anyone that purchases a GR, a Toyota GR, whether it's a GR Supra, GR Corolla, or GR 86. And they get a year membership to NASA, complimentary of Toyota, and they get introduced to the track and do a track day with an NASA, one of our key, highly successful instructors around the country. And, we've introduced thousands of people just through that program, let alone all of the organic side of NASA's business that just continually brings people into the fray.
Yeah, that's awesome. What has been the response from the Toyota ownership side to taking up that offer? Has it been strong?
It's been really strong. it's met and exceeded expectation, which is good and challenging. But it's just an absolute privilege to work with such a company like Toyota and to introduce, it's crazy to think I've been doing this for the better part of 20 years now. And it's crazy to think that I still talk to people every day that are just flabbergasted when they hear that they can take their street car and drive it on a racetrack as fast as they want. No one will tell them to go slower. Even today, having done this for so many years, NASA's been around since 1991. So we're moving into our 33rd year of operation, and crazy to think that I still talk to people every day that don't know that. But that's in a nutshell, that's the challenge, right? It's finding partners like yourself, finding partners like media partners, finding partners in the world of automotive to bring awareness to the fact that this whole other side of motorsports exists. And just because you watch a race on Sunday doesn't mean you can't somehow participate. Listening to Lou Gelati right before us, right? There's an OG of the racing world. For sure. I remember watching him back in the day at World Challenge, and it's just phenomenal to be able to work in the industry of motorsport. And there's so many opportunities, so it's pretty cool to be at the forefront of it.
Well, speaking of which, you guys have seemed to sort of have found that kind of secret sauce to sort of demystifying a little bit the opportunity for regular people to go racing. I think that there's probably motorsports is one of those few sports, as a general statement, that there are probably far more spectators than there are participants, right? What I mean by that is there's probably a closer number of golf enthusiasts and golf fans, because golf is very accessible. It's not intimidating to get involved and to go do. Motorsports can be at first sight sort of very, very complicated. And so where have you guys found that secret sauce to sort of say to people, it doesn't have to be as complicated as you think it is. There are ways to get started. And to that end, when you do bring people into the fold, are you keeping them? Are people staying racing with you, or are people moving on to other things, or is it a little bit of a mix of both?
It's definitely a mix of both. We have 30-year members that have been with us since the beginning, and we have new people every year. And we have a lot of people that come and go. They fall out for a couple of years, and then they come back. And I think that's just the way it is in motorsport. And there's a lot of different disciplines, right? Whether it's the boating industry or cycling, or I think one of the most important aspects of, you talked about the secret sauce that we've been really successful at is cultivating an inclusive environment. Nothing about NASA is exclusive. Nothing about NASA screams exclusivity. We're one of, if not the most inclusive motorsports companies in the country. And I pride myself on trying to tell that story without it coming across as kind of pushing an agenda, so to speak, if I may be so bold. But I love to say the race car is one of the few things that doesn't care who you are, what you identify as. It just wants a pilot, right? And the driver is the one that controls it. And one of the things that we've done a really good job of is using that as an effective tool for marketing and bringing awareness to the fact that it doesn't matter who's driving the car. And when you go to a NASA event, you can see that the demographics are just crazily wide as far as who's interested in motorsport. It used to be the old school thought of the middle-aged white guy, right? Here I am. But I've got two women that are instrumental in leading NASA National in different programs and areas, and they're just as passionate as I am about the organization. So it's really cool to use that awareness and then also bring that that laser focus of inclusivity into the fray and bringing everybody. And that's paid off in spades with the GR program with Toyota. The diversity of people coming out to the track, from the youngins to the oldens, and everything in between has been a big boon for us.
Yeah, I gotta also think that a big part of it is managing the very delicate balance between being competitive, and I'm talking about from the participant side, right? Where you want to go, and winning is fun. That there's no question about that. In any pursuit, winning is fun. Losing, not so much. But at the same time, not everybody can win every weekend. And so you still have to find that balance of having it be fun for people. And maybe even a layer deeper than that is it can't be so complicated that it almost becomes a job, because to your point, most of these people actually have real jobs that they have to do every day. This is an escape for them. So it has to be sort of fun, right? Like the NFL can deal with salary caps and league expansions and all that sort of stuff. I just want to go play flag football and have fun on the weekend, but I want to win, right?
Yep.
How are you guys succeeding in that very delicate balance between that, keeping it competitive but also keeping it fun enough that people think, you know what, I didn't win today, but I still had a great time?
I'll rip off my friend and colleague, Brett Becker. He loves to say, NASA members come to the track for the racing and they stay for the racing family.
Yeah.
And we've done a really good job, and we'll continue to push this as hard as can be pushed. Yes, the racing is the focus, because that's, everybody wants to come and race and have fun, but it's the family outside of the racing that you build. It's the NASA family. It's one of my favorite phrases, NASA family. Mm-hmm. Everybody in NASA, every NASA member is part of the NASA family, and everybody comes and has a great time, regardless of if they're driving in HPDE, time trial, or one of the many race classes that we have. And that inclusive environment is very welcoming. It's, I'm a product of it. I got started, more than 20 years ago in NASA before I worked for NASA, and came up in the HPD side of the business and built my Honda into a Honda Challenge car, and just learned everything about the racing and the classing from all of my fellow competitors that wanted to beat me, but they wanted to beat me because I was the best version of me, not because they had a trick up their sleeve that I didn't have. And that's been a kind of a driving force behind a lot of the grassroots classes. Because let's face it, it is grassroots racing. And I was, again, I'll go back to listening to Lou Gelati talking about, waiting for the call from the Ferrari team. And I used to think the same thing.
I've been waiting for that call myself, but
right. My favorite was always, thinking that I was going to do so well in the Saturday, Sunday racing that Roger Penske was going to call me on Monday morning. Right. And that call never came for me. Right. But I like to push and illustrate that it really is about the experience and the opportunity of getting to race, and less about winning, because the winning is kind of the cherry on the top. But if you're not enjoying it for what it is, you're going to burn yourself out so quickly in the world of motorsport.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the things I wish I could tell my younger self.
Right. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Always.
You've mentioned a couple of different things. HDPE, there's race series or door-to-door, there's time trial. Just for the sake of our audience, can you just break those down a little bit for us and tell us about what each one is about, who it targets, and maybe even to the extent of what are the vehicles or the adaptations, the upgrades that you can do to be successful in any one of those categories?
Sure. NASA's the main brunt of NASA's business is broken down into our HPDE, our high performance driving events side, which is set up as 1 through 4, with varying levels of experience. So you start in HPD 1, you move to 2, and then into 3, and then when you're a veteran, you're in 4.
Now, let me just pause there for a second. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, because I don't, that I have a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Do I still start in HDPE 1?
You absolutely would. Yes. Now there's always caveats to just about everything, right? And right. It would honestly depend on your racing resume and your experience. And we have a a tremendous number of fantastic people in the NASA organization that would work with you to get you set up to where you were supposed to be. The idea is to give you the most customer friendly experience and the best track day experience that you can pay for.
Yeah.
And we've got 15 regions across the country that are managed by our regional directors, and they have staff under them that do a fantastic job of this. So if you wanted to come out for a NASA weekend, you'd simply sign up on the drivenasa.com website, get yourself a membership, select from one of the 150 events we have across the country, and sign up for your HPDE. What would generally happen is the regional director would get notified that you are a new member to their region and you signed up. Now, if you signed up for HPD1 because you read through all the stuff, perfect, great. If you sign up for HPD3 because you've been doing track days for the last 20 years and you didn't know somehow about NASA until your buddy said, come to the NASA event with me, the regional director would likely reach out to you and say, hey, can you let me know what your experience level is and what you've been doing all these years and why you signed up for HPD3. And when you'd graduate from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, the second part of your question was who participates in the different areas. HPD is really for everybody. It's for anybody that wants to go out and enjoy how amazing a GT3 RS is to drive on track, or they're just getting a start in their GR86 and they want to go out and start to learn the ins and outs of high performance driving and what it means to become a better driver. HPD1 is where you'd start with that. And we'd put an instructor in the car with you, and she would ride with you all weekend to help you increase your knowledge and gain exposure and experience and move up. If you got the itch to be competitive and you didn't want let's face it, building a race car and towing it to the track and all the ins and outs of that is a bit more than having a street car. So if you just wanted to be competitive and compete against others, but not necessarily have to dive down the rabbit hole of building a race car and towing it to the track, time trial is our perfect opportunity for you. It's a specific way where we have classified cars across different levels of class. It basically accommodates any level of modification, any type of car, virtually anything. And what you're effectively doing is you're using the clock, the time watch, the stopwatch, to compete against other folks. So if you and I were running our cars in TT3, time trial 3, time trial 3 is a 10-to-1 power to weight class, and you'd try to beat my lap time and I'd try to beat your lap time all day, and whoever had the fastest.
It's kind of like single car qualifying.
Correct. Yep. And typically it's over 3 or 4 sessions in a day. How much track time and the levels of varying track time you get is up to the region. And it's funny, like different areas of the country, it's all based in the United States, but different areas of the country operate just a little bit differently, right? They have a little different expectations. And if you wanted to take a deeper dive and go into the full race category and compete wheel to wheel and see who finishes the race first, then we have a breadth of opportunities and classing for you, regardless of what you have, what you built, what kind of modification level it has. We've got everything from full-blown prototypes to the average spec Miata racing. And it's all fun. Doesn't matter how fast you're going, it's all fun.
Totally. What in the few minutes we have left, tell us a little bit about maybe what's happening in 2024, any big changes, anything that's coming down the pipe that we can look forward to?
Yeah, we've got a couple really exciting things. We're not quite at the point we're going to announce them, but a couple new classes that we're going to be announcing. We've got some refinements that we're polishing out right now with our Super Touring time trial category. Most of our 2024 rules are already published and available on the NASA website. We've got just it's crazy about that kind of question, right? Like the size and scope of all the stuff that we have going on. We've got more autocross events coming up next year, drifting events. We've got an industry leading program called HPD Rewards program, where you're going to have more and more rewards available to you as you progress from HPD 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. from varying levels of sponsors and product partners and whatnot. So it's exciting, man. Lots of good stuff on the horizon.
Yeah, a couple things. You mentioned product partners, sponsors. Are there any? Is there anything within any of the classes where you're obligated to run a particular tire, a particular fuel, a particular spring or shock, or any of these kinds of things? Do any of those rules exist within any of the NASA classes?
Absolutely. Yeah. We have a very long-standing partnership with Toyo Tires. Toyo has been instrumental in a number of our spec classes. And there are a number of spec Toyo classes that require the use of the Proxys RR. We have Maxxis is another tire partner that works with us on the Spec E30 platform. MCS shocks, they are a spec shock for a number of our classes. Hawk Brakes has been another long time partner of NASA and worked with us to develop different products and whatnot for different classes. So yeah, absolutely. Most of the time, those are put together in the effects to try and save money for our members. Some sort of special discount deal. And a lot of times there's contingency programs that are put together. It's amazing. Toyo paid out for our national championship event upwards of $50,000 in cash.
Impressive.
So it's pretty amazing what you can do when you have good partners.
Great. And final question before we split, what's for somebody who's totally new and wants to just come in and try something out, what's a kind of a budget that they could expect to have to put forward to just get started?
That's a great question. Just to go experience an HPDE event and dip your foot in your toe in the water, I guess is the way to put it. Go to the Drive NASA website, find a local region for you and a track that you want to visit. Generally, HPD entries are anywhere between $150 for the day and $500-600 for the weekend. It really is it's track dependent because some tracks are just a lot more expensive to operate at.
Sure.
Outside of that, your car just needs to have your car needs almost nothing, honestly. Most cars are in a safe, operatable state. You just need to have sufficient brake pad thickness, and a safe set of tires. You don't need special tires or race tires or anything like that. In fact, we actually discourage people from doing that if they're just starting out, because the more movement and the more sound the tire produces, the easier it is for you to learn what you should and shouldn't be doing behind the wheel. And outside of that, that's about it. You'd need a NASA membership. And a fun-filled weekend of HPDE, and you're off to the races.
Sounds great. Jeremy, thank you for taking the time to chat with us today, and best of luck to you guys in 2024.
Thanks so much, George, and great to have you here. Great to be a part of EPARTRADE. Thanks again for the invite. And
thank you, Jeremy, and good luck with your series. You're doing a brilliant job, so thank you. We're going to take a quick video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you with Formula Drift.
if you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023, and brought to you by EPARTRADE, Racer and Speed Sport. As we mentioned several times today, we are live not only on Zoom, but also on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Speedsport 1, as well as on our YouTube channels, EPARTRADE YouTube channels, Racer YouTube channel, and Speed Sport YouTube channel. So thank you very much for being with us. This is our last session of the day with Formula Drift. I'm being told that Ryan is with us. A great series, Formula Drift. We talked with Stefan Papadakis earlier, who was a pioneer in his field, and one of the earlier guys competing with Formula Drift. Ryan, you there? I see Ryan Sage with us. Good afternoon, Ryan.
There we go. I just unmuted. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Good,
Thank
good.
you
How
for
are you,
joining
Ryan?
today.
Very
Well,
We'll
good.
let you carry on.
Well, thank you. We'll get started. Ryan, let me introduce you. You are the president of Formula Drift, and we are just wrapping up a little while ago your 20th season, and I think we could probably spend a whole show just talking about the last round and how chaotic that was at the House of Drift in Irwindale. But overall, how did the season go for you? What was your feedback on that?
It was quite an undertaking. We had a lot of things planned, some below the surface, some above. So that reference there is just the internal workings of things that we had planned for the 20th season. Some were for the public and some were for us in terms of like developing and growing the business. So it was a pretty heavy undertaking, but there was kind of a really cool sense of where the series has come to as we celebrated, 20 years. And I think for those fans in particular, but also drivers that have been around for a good chunk of that time frame, looking back to where it came from, its humble beginnings, was really cool to see. And we got to the point in the championship this year from a competition standpoint that something new happened in season 20. And so, I think overall it was really awesome. It's also a way for us to kind of shut the books on, our first 20 years and start looking forward to the next 20 years.
Yeah. You mentioned that something different happened in the competition. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What do you think, what do you think happened over this year? Because there were a lot of new winners. Some of the names that we've been familiar with over the past few years kind of faltered a little bit there in the end. So what happened this year, do you think?
Yeah, you're kind of pointing right to it. I mean, basically, if you look at the championship historically, you've got a number of drivers that have multiple championships, whether it's Chris Forsberg with 3, or Von Gittin Jr. with 2, or James Dean with 3, or Frederick Osbo with 3. Stanley Hubenet with 2, and then you've got a bunch of single season winners. Most of those athletes, rather all of those athletes, had been around in the series for a period of time. The one exception would be Daigo Saito in 2012, but he was a very tenured drifting personality that came over to the US to compete and try to win that championship. Chelsea Denofa is a driver from a different era, from an era that has, I guess, its roots in things that are a little bit different than some of the other drivers. He was the newest face on the block. Yeah. He was the star to be, and it never really captured that championship, not because he wasn't, a strong performer, but I think because, he liked to drive a certain kind of way. And sometimes that driving would, bite him in the butt, so to speak. Multiple times, I think, as his career developed, in particular when he went to RTR, it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would win multiple championships. But this was the first year that he captured it. As you mentioned, very drama-filled. It came down to the wire, of course. But, he had 4 event wins this year, so he was clearly the most dominant driver.
Yeah. When we take a step back and look at the bigger business, and again, celebrating your 20th season and that milestone, as you look back, what do you think are the things that Formula Drift has done right over the years to get to the place where it is? And maybe where do you think that there's still room for growth and improvement?
It's a great question. I think a lot of the early iterations of the business came out of necessity. Drifting was certainly not very well respected by the traditional motorsports community, in the sense that I think, racing, has a very simple premise, get from point A to point B, and whoever gets there faster wins. I mean, that's a simplistic way to look at it, but that's basically about it. And, drifting is a subjective sport. And I think there's an element of that is antithetical to certain, certain people within the motorsports community. But the thing that it does have, and that it's always had, is it has this youthful audience. About 90% of our audience is between 18 and 30. So as we've kind of developed the sport, we were leaning more into the areas where we could really drive the sport in a direction that would allow it to grow, not trying to be a recreation of other motorsports that were out there by doing all the traditional steps, because many of those steps were not necessarily available to us. It's only been within the past 10 years that, we could call up any venue and probably get, some participation at that venue. But we never, to put some meat on the bones, we never couldn't take the approach where, as an organizer, we would work with a promoter, or we would, find somebody to sanction the series. We kind of had to self-sanction at certain points in our history, and we also had to act as the promoter. So we were basically going in, renting venues, acting as the promoter, acting as the broadcast producer, doing all of those things soup to nuts. And I think that gave us a lot of leverage as we got bigger and continued to grow. But in the early years, that was incredibly challenging, because many of the things that were available to a lot of motorsports weren't available to us. And so we had to, figure out our way around, and, our choice to kind of lean into the things that we can control, and that we were good at, turned out to be, a net positive for us at the end of the day.
Yeah. And what about that area where there's still things that, you look at and you go, we can step up our game here, or we can evolve it a little. Maybe it's not a question of stepping up the game. Maybe it's just a question of continuing to push forward in that direction. Is there anything you can highlight in that regard?
I think the growth of the sport is very much tied. I mean, it's almost a 1-to-1 correlation with the onset and popularity of social media. And that has been a major driver for us in many different ways. It's also been a major driver of the way that we, say, produce our live stream broadcast, and that way that we look at distribution. And so because of that, that presents a certain set of problems as well. With every good, there's going to be, a counterbalance to that. And so, we've never really been in a position to be able to go and take our rights, our package, and, go and say, sell it to a network for a big fee, and then have that be part of the way that we distribute funds within the series. And I think that is something that, in the traditional sense, I think we would like to get to that. But one of the things that we learned along the way by not doing that is that we're able to have shared rights with the drivers themselves. And so when you are an athlete in the series, you get to participate in the ability to film, distribute content from our events, utilize our content, utilize our drone footage, our GoPros, and all that kind of stuff. And that has been the number one driver of the popularity of the sport, is that essentially you have, 40 influencers plus all their media personnel that are putting content into the marketplace so that people can digest it. And it's made the sport incredibly popular. So I think that's one of the things where there is a situation where, had we gone down the road of a traditional broadcast distribution deal, we wouldn't maybe necessarily have the sport that we have today. And at the same time, the sport that we have today is an outgrowth of why it became so popular on social media. And so, the kind of the T in the road that we're at right now is figuring out, do we continue to go down this road and control our destiny and bring all the things that we think are important to the general audience through this mechanism? Or do we do something different? Like, is there a hybrid model that we can look at that still allows teams to monetize in a traditional way, traditional to us, but that allows the sport to be able to do different things? I mean, we do have a broadcast television partnership with MAV TV that we signed this past year, which is kind of, putting dipping our toe into that space a little bit. And that's been incredibly fruitful, but it's taken them looking at what we do, how the sport is cut up over an event weekend, and actually making an adjustment in perhaps the way that a traditional broadcast company would operate, not the way that a series would operate, because, we don't have, fixed timelines with our competitions. Right. We've got generalities. If we have a big oil down or a big crash, that sometimes can be antithetical to a traditional, live broadcast. But MAV jumped into this, with both of their feet. And I think right now it's paying dividends for how things might take off in the future.
Yeah, it strikes me definitely as one of those, the grass could be greener on the other side sort of thing. But again, there's also the careful what you wish for. And in that regard, and especially with the popularity of influencers, social media, this sort of ability to own your content and own your distribution, which in turn means to some extent that it's possible you own your audience. Is that more inviting to your commercial partners, I would think, because there aren't a lot of additional hurdles that they have to jump through in order to activate their product. It's almost more of a one-to-one relationship with the customer.
No, I think that's right. Being able to vertically package deals with sponsors has been an incredibly important part of the exercise of building, the drifting space and also the culture around drifting. Most of our sponsors are interested in that vertical integration. Yeah. And it's also allowed them to, essentially be able to deal with one entity as opposed to two or three. And so there's an efficiency element that goes on there as well. I think one of the biggest challenges with doing that is that, there can be times in the series, COVID is a great example. 2008 is another great example where that model makes you extremely leveraged. And so you have to be able to figure out ways to reduce that leverage so you can keep it going on. One of the more important assets I think that we have, that we've learned through those times in particular, is that the audience is incredibly passionate about what we do. And so they have single-handedly been responsible for keeping us afloat during the housing crash, watching our stuff when we were in the COVID years and nobody could come to these events. So those things have been really awesome, and they're compelling in terms of the storytelling as well. When we talk to sponsors and say, this is a very unique audience. They don't do a lot of other things. There's a motorsports component here, but also a cultural one. And so from that standpoint, I think it's been a net positive.
You mentioned earlier when we were talking about sort of acceptance within the broader motorsports community for drift, but I feel like that barrier has really broken down in the last few years. I feel like there is more acceptance of what drift brings, and maybe even, if I may be so bold to say, some envy from some of the other legacy motorsports series in terms of the youthful audience, that kind of sort of condensed festival atmosphere, an event that is really sort of a packaged showcase for what it's all about, right? Do you feel the same? Do you feel like there's been a little bit of more acceptance broadly speaking within the motorsports community?
I do. Yeah. I mean, I think there are individuals that just don't like drifting from, say an aesthetic standpoint or the judging aspect of it. Because, in traditional racing, a lot of, I think the way to win is predicated upon, how you spend your money and, where your funding mechanisms come from. And there's an element of that in drifting, of course, but, I've got countless stories of guys that are running a $75,000 program going up against a $2 million program, and the $75,000 guy wins 50% of the time. So that doesn't make sense in a traditional, viewpoint. But I think you're right. Like, I can remember, quotes like, you guys will never make it out of the first year. And then we get to year 5 and we'll be like, well, you'll never make it past year 5. And then once we got to year 10, those voices kind of like faded into the background. And I think people start to understand how important it is, broadly speaking, that youth are involved in motorsports. I mean, it is one of the aching pains of many of the motorsports pre-Drive to Survive, that there were not a lot of young people coming into motorsports. And so when you come to our events in particular, and you see a bunch of young kids there and they're having the time of their life, that's a very compelling story if you're somebody that's interested in the development and growth of motorsports.
Yeah, you actually sort of presaged one of my questions, which is what you talked a little bit about budgets, big budget, small budget. As a broad statement, you're put your hat on as somebody who's trying to grow the series, which is what you do every day, and you say to a potential competitor, what does Formula Drift offer that maybe some of the other series don't? And a part of that is, as you've touched on, what does it take to be successful actually in Formula Drift?
Yeah, that is probably one of the most important questions that a potential driver could ask themselves. And it's one of the things that we have to think, quite a bit about. Tomorrow I'm not going to wake up and become a professional baseball player, no matter how hard I willed that. I'm not even going to probably become a professional mixed martial artist, even though the barrier to entry there is a little bit lower. But there's a kid right now working in a shop that in 2 years, if he really wanted to, could have a license to go to Formula Drift, compete in pro spec, and a year later be in the pro championship. And there are literally countless examples of that happening. And so you have this very, very, I guess, attainable barrier to entry within drifting and within Formula Drift in general. And that's a really cool thing, because you can be on a fairly large stage in a very short period of time, dancing out your passions and the things that you love in life, and basically living your dreams. But it can cost to do these things as well. And the relative cost to do these is much, much less than most traditional motorsports, from registration to developing and building a car. But you do need to, put some investment into it, especially into where the revenue is going to be derived from your program. And primary revenue derivation in drifting comes via sponsorship. And so the sponsorship constraints that we have for athletes are very, very low, meaning minus, products that you can't display for the general public or promote to under 18 or something like that. You can pretty much bring in anybody that you want, and you can activate those sponsorships in a way that is pretty different than a lot of other motorsport sponsorships in terms of on-site, and the way that, we will also promote you as an athlete, because that's a promise that we make, to those athletes as well. I think understanding that and the sandbox that you play in, and there are a number of athletes that have done it tremendously well and totally get it, and know that even if you get to the event and you qualify and you get knocked out in the top 32, that's not the end of the story for you. The driving is actually the bonus. The work, the things that you need to do to get revenue for your program, is everything else around that. You as an influencer, you as a brand representative, all the things that you're doing pre-event, all the things that you're doing in your paddock, how are you driving attention, what you're doing for social media. So I think that can be a very stark task for a young driver to understand, but those that come well prepared, can have a long tenure as an athlete in Formula Drift.
Well, and beyond, I think about Tanner Faust. I think about Vaughn Gittin Jr. Who have just to name two actually, but who have sort of built these careers far beyond their start really in Formula Drift.
I mean, to me, Vaughn is like the modern day Carroll Shelby. I wasn't the one that came up with that. Somebody else did. But when I think about it, I agree with it. And Vaughn in particular is a driver that has probably spent hundreds of hours talking to myself and to the series about how to better understand what it is that we do so that he can create the best possible leverage for his programs and incentives for his sponsors. And he knows how to activate. He can come to 4 rounds, this year in particular, and still have arguably the best program in the championship collectively with the other drivers that he has, and the ability to scale his business out even when he can't physically be present is something that I think he's really mastered. And Tanner's another great example. I mean, Tanner, I think, is an example of a really incredible driver that took a different approach. He drove for a team, but he built himself up as a personality, as a very skilled driver personality, got the Top Gear deal. And so he kind of took a little bit of a different approach. And if you look at the really successful drivers in the series, they don't all do the same things, but they find their niche and they figure out what they're good at and what is going to resonate with people about who they are and what they do. And then, like I mentioned, for us in our early years, they leaned into that and they really went out and developed a strong program.
Totally. What is coming up now for season 21 and beyond? I know you guys have put out your schedule. It's a pretty consistent to this year's schedule, if I'm not mistaken. But are there any things that we can expect that are new, and where ultimately do you see the next 20 years for Formula Drift headed?
This year's a really important year because we have a number of venue contracts that are coming up, and, we'll have to make some decisions about whether or not we stay or if we try to go to different markets. And those decisions have to be made, sometime, in the, first or second quarter, most likely. So there's going to be a lot of impetus on understanding, what each of these venues offers to us and how it is able to play a role in the series as a whole. I think one of the things that I struggle with in terms of how to think about what we do for the future is that there are a number of great venues in the United States and in North America that certainly could hold a drifting event, but they might not be the perfect fit for us for a number of different reasons. And a lot of the venues that do work for us, if they are not owned by the state or if they are not, run very, very well, you will see them struggling financially. And we've seen a lot of these smaller course tracks go out of business over the past couple of years. And that's deeply concerning for us because we obviously can't be the only event that is successful at their venue and then they're not able to sustain the rest of the way around. I mean, I can give you one really good example of a venue that has pivoted away from something that they were doing into something different now, and it's related directly to drifting. And, that is Englishtown Raceway. So Englishtown, premier drag racing circuit for a long time, kind of recognized that things were not going as well as they thought in terms of the drag racing business. And they came to us and said, what if we converted our facility into like a drifting specific facility? Would that be something that you guys would support in terms of a long-term contract? And so now they basically took their original footprint. They paved a bunch of sections in the center section there, made it this really cool kind of drift auditorium. And now they're hosting regular events there, not just for drifting, but for other things as well, and have been able to kind of pivot into this new era. I don't know if every venue has the ability to do that or can do that, but I am worried about a lot of the smaller market venues that have been around for a long time that are well suited for events like ours, struggling financially because of the real estate prices there are much more valuable for me to put some condos than a racetrack. And, you kind of hear this refrain quite often, but there will definitely have to be some venue discussions for us, very, very shortly here, some of which we're already attending to. And then I think the question for the series as a whole, because we kind of run a little bit of a democratic ship around here, is I think that we probably need to have, as part of our plan, some scale. We've been at 8 events for a long time. I think we could easily, under the given resources that we have now, go to 9 or 10. But, the athletes have to be ready to do that as well. There either has to be a financial incentive or there has to be some other reason for them to participate, because we don't want to have a series that doesn't bring around all the top athletes to every single event. That's a very strong lesson that I learned in the import drag racing days, when there was a lot of, mixing of athletes from different series. And so if you're a fan and you wanted to see Steph Papadakis, for example, but he was at another race weekend, you would not get Steph at that particular race weekend. So that element is a really important part for me. And I think, within the next 5 years, will we expand? I think we probably will, but I think more so we will probably see that some of the venues that have been long-term partners of ours will either continue to be long-term partners or will pivot to new markets.
And in terms of, the actual on-track product, do you see anything evolving, any changes in formats or anything that might, take Formula Drift in a different direction?
I mean, that is an area where, we change a lot every single year, because I think we take a lot of input from fans in particular, and post-COVID has been such a flourishing of input from fans, because a lot of these have been new fans that have been introduced to the sport for the first time. And so we have to try to figure out, how do you come to an event, understand what's going on in 30 seconds? And that means that not just the format, but also the way that judging occurs and the data that we are acquiring from the drivers and teams become part of the formula now. I don't, there's kind of a little bit of a segment of the population that thinks that, okay, there's enough technology and AI and in, algorithmic kind of like hard devices that could basically do automated judging. And, there's a part of me that is sympathetic to that. But at the same time, what has made the sport really appealing is that everybody gets to be a judge. And you get to talk about, the things that you found a benefit in driver A versus driver B. And so I think we will bring more data to board, but we will try to simplify our format and the nuances so that, whether it's mom and dad that are coming to the event, or they're bringing their new kids, which we saw a lot this year, people that were fans 20 years ago are now bringing their kids to the event. That they will be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, best of luck, Ryan, for 2024. We look forward to hopefully another nail-biting season next year.
That's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Take it easy.
Thank you, Ryan. Great to have you on, and keep pushing. I mean, it's amazing to see how far you guys have come. And I remember the days, on the old PRI days, Orlando, when we brought you and Jim for the one of the first demos. And I was familiar with from drifting from my trips to Japan, all these years prior, and I knew how popular it was over there. So you have done a brilliant job in creating this new phenomena, and so keep pushing, man. It's great to see you on. So thank you very much. This ends our session and of the day. This was the day 4. We will be back tomorrow morning at 5:45 a.m. and we are going to start the day with Cal Wells. Then we're going to talk to the IMCA series. Beth Paretta is going to be on with us with 2 panels. We're going to be talking to the AERA. We'll travel to Argentina for the TC 2000. We'll talk diesel motorsport, figure 8. We're going to be talking to Troy Lee, who has some very exciting project to share with us. Then Dirtfish, the 2023 World Top Fuel NHRA champion, Doug Kalitta, will be with us. We'll talk to Formula G, this new series. Then we'll go to Las Vegas and we'll talk to the organizer of the Formula One Grand Prix there, Brad Sweet. After, we're going to have a panel on crew chief. And then finally, we'll honor our dear friend, Dave Doonan, who is retiring after years and years and years on short track racing. So thank you very much for being with us. A big thank you, Judy, to all our sponsors, right? I mean,
exactly.
Without them,
I mean, we wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for them. Just love them. Very hardcore racing sponsors. So thank you everyone for joining us.